All right. Well, I can start off if everybody wants. I think the first thing that we should do as a jury, and usually this is something that's done, is we poll the jury to see where we're at now that closing arguments are over and the case has now been given to us to deliberate. So I guess we're just going to go through and we'll ask everyone, do you think Mark Jensen is guilty, not guilty, or are you undecided of first-degree murder at this time? So we're just going to go in order. So juror number 1.
Not guilty.
Okay. And juror number 3.
Not guilty.
And juror number 4.
Guilty.
Okay, and I am juror number 2, and I am also, I'm leaning towards not guilty, but I am still undecided.
All right, there you have it, chat members. We have some guilty, we have some not guilty, and we have some undecided. All right, guys, go ahead.
So what do we think about the credibility of the witnesses? If you want, I made some notes and stuff, so we can start with the snitches if you want. So the first one would be Dave Thompson. Juror number 1.
Was he?
He was the one who. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Was he a witness for the state?
He was a witness for the state. Dave Thompson was the one who had allegedly was involved with the scheme to kidnap and hold on to a witness, Mr. Klug.
Yeah, I thought he was okay. He was okay.
Okay. And what about the rest of you guys? What about 3 and 4?
I liked him. I thought he was very credible, especially with the phone records that were played out.
See, I kind of thought that the phone records could be taken either way. You know what I mean? So I wasn't really sure about him either, you know. What about number 4?
This is jury. Oh, okay. This is juror number 3. I didn't find Compton credible at all. Yeah. I didn't like his demeanor, and I didn't find him credible.
Yeah, he's, you know, I have a hard time trusting any of the snitches, to be honest. And then Aaron Dillard, we all know Aaron Dillard. He's the one who says that Mark Jensen confessed to him in lockup. And, you know, I don't know how you guys feel about him as far as he had access to Jensen's papers in the cell. There were other witnesses that came forward to say that other inmates had access to his cell, you know. What do you guys think about that?
I think he had access to the papers. I mean, to me, Mark was a little naive when he was in jail. You know, he didn't know what the hell was going on. Mm-hmm. But Dillard, I found is a complete liar. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. I think everything he said was a lie. Everything.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that too. He's a professional con man.
Correct. How can you believe a con man? Once a liar, always a liar in my book.
Yeah, and it's not like, you know, he didn't reoffend when he got a break, you know.
Exactly.
He's still looking for the next thing, you know. So what about the rest of you guys?
He's looking to get out of prison early. You know, that's in the back of his mind. He's trying to cut a deal with prosecution. I have nothing good to say about Dillard.
I think he's looking for another deal now. You know, I got that vibe, you know, and Jam Boy, the district attorney, didn't help because he was saying, you know, when he was going through his whole mob boss mentality, he was saying to him, you know, whereas I actually took notes about that, I'll come for you. You know, if you lie, if you don't say what you're supposed to say, I will come for you. You've heard about me in prison, right? Are you kidding me, bro? You know, that's ridiculous.
Exactly.
What about the rest of you guys as far as Dillard's credibility?
Well, credible to a point. I don't think he had all access to all their records, and he's not getting a deal this time. Jim Boy said it on record. He's not getting a deal this time. Correct?
Yeah, well, he did say that. Yeah.
So
I'm
I
just
don't
not sure.
like right now
I
he's
believe
got
it.
like nothing to gain and nothing to lose. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean, and we go ahead.
if you leave your, like they said, he was in a one cell. Jensen was in a one cell, correct? And they said once you leave your one cell, it gets locked behind you. So no
He
one had.
wasn't always in a one cell though.
No, he was in a 2 cell before too.
Yeah.
But I think he was in a 1 cell when he was locked up with Dillard.
Okay, that's good. I don't remember that, so that's good.
And he had some kind of like, he knew a lot of stuff that only certain people knew.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm just like, could be credible, could be not, just because he's been
He also had transcripts from the first trial in 2008. So, you know, a lot of that could be, well, yeah, okay, I remember that, you know,
Well, he was
when he really doesn't.
Yeah, he was actually part of the trial in 2008. I remember him having watched that one, and I think that he was even, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he may have even been in the 2007 hearing as well. But I'm not sure, you know, I just don't remember exact. I know I'm positive he was in the 2008 as far as that hearing in 2007. I don't know if he had already come forward with his you know, alleged confession from Mark Jensen, you know.
Right.
So, and then whoever's left, I'm losing count here. Aaron Dillard, what do you think of him?
All right. Good morning, everybody.
I thought he was too quick to answer.
Just
and
playing
memory,
some
so
old
he was
stuff.
quiet all the time.
Trying to get things set up like we do.
Well, you know,
how is everybody today?
When it comes to the access to the papers, I think the next snitch we have to talk about is Daniel.
Make sure to comment in the comment section where you guys are tuning in from.
Or after Dr.
Some of you are wondering what you're listening to. So on Friday, we did a mock jury here on the platform where we invited some of our viewers to come on, and they deliberated as if they were the real jury in the trial. It was a really, really good time. Everybody had fun. The chat had a lot of fun. The viewers that were part of the mock jury had a lot of fun. What's up, Christine? Let's see who's all here. So we, if you're new, which sounds like some of you are, we kind of play some old clips and things before the trial starts, give you guys a little bit of refreshers. Gives me a little bit of time to get things set up so we're not going live at the last minute. Gives you guys time to ask some questions. Little recaps. What's up, Day Drinker, Iceland? One clip I wanted to play Barbie, hello from Largo, Florida. Right on. So I did clip this out. So we edit a lot of the trial for those of you that are new. So we edit out, little clips that we found to be kind of interesting, clips that, highlight maybe some doubt in the case. We definitely make fun of the DA because he's kind of annoying, and just some things maybe to think about. There has been some serious procedural misconduct that's been happening, some ethical violations by the DA, things like that. But here's a quick little clip that we clipped out from Dr. Stacey Hale. Let's check this out.
In my opinion, I, of course, find it strange that these two highly qualified forensic pathologists reviewed the same material and neither one of them thought about asphyxiation as a possibility given the scientific evidence until it was asked of them to retroactively show if it was consistent.
So that's we've been saying that the whole time, that these doctors were asked to do things after the fact. We highlighted the fact that, and a lot of you are probably missing this, especially if you're new to our platform. You're hearing in the trial that Dr. Mainland and Dr. Chambliss were the original pathologist and medical examiner that performed the autopsy on Julie Jensen. That is not true. That is not true. The original pathologist was Dr. Maureen Lavin. And you heard Dr. Chambliss say that he was called in. Maureen Lavin had the weekend off. That is not true, chat. That is not true. Maureen Lavin did the original pathology on Julie Jensen, and then she was taken into a private room with Bob Jamboy. And there's two versions to the story. Bobby Boy tells his version of the story that Maureen Lavin wasn't board certified, and she refused to answer questions, and Bob got her fired. And the other version of the story is that Bobby Boy was threatening her because her findings of the autopsy did not fit his theory. Not the case theory, but Bob's theory. And that autopsy report went missing, and it has never been found. So some crazy stuff. And then we have Michael Chambliss that was on the stand that lied in 2008. We'll play that for you right here. Trials.
You're familiar with the phases of ethylene glycol poisoning?
No, I'm not.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Were you at one time?
No, I'm not. I wasn't at one time. I
wouldn't be able to testify at all about.
No, I would not.
Okay, so
not about ethylene glycol. I'm not an expert or even very comfortable going through the different pharmacokinetics of ethylene glycol.
So if you testified in 2008 about the phases of ethylene glycol, do you wish you hadn't?
I wish I hadn't.
Oh, I told you guys he was key during the 2008 trial. This is big. This is major, guys. All right, so there you have that. Dr. Chambliss in 2008 testified at great lengths to antifreeze. And then we're finding out now in 2023 that Dr. Chambliss doesn't know anything about antifreeze. Kind of interesting. Lots and lots of things that we've highlighted during this trial. So again, those of you that are new, I am also from Kenosha. So we have Paula is in Delaware, but grew up in Kenosha. Welcome, Paula. Grew up in K-Town. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, I'm from Kenosha. I live in Milwaukee now. Again, for those of you that don't know me, I was there during the Kenosha riots, so we have that in common. And I'm an investigative, independent journalist here in Southeast Wisconsin. So very familiar with this case. We have been breaking it down for the last 13 days of trial. We have done marathon streams of the 2008 trial, playing all types of testimony, and giving tons and tons and tons of background details, case history, historical facts. We have a lot of the court documents up on the Facebook page, so be sure to check those out. I know a lot of you like to read that stuff. Trial will begin shortly. If you're on YouTube, be sure to hit that thumb on your way in, like the stream, share it out. On Facebook, make sure you guys share the stream out all over Facebook. Sometimes Facebook likes to not really recommend us. Trial will begin shortly. We are paying attention, so you're not just going to listen to me chat all day. During the trial, I don't talk. During breaks and things like that, we kind of talk about some stuff, show some old clips. During lunch, kind of depending on how the day of the trial was. If it's kind of a heavy day, we just kind of play some random videos, not really trial related, just to kind of break up some of the depressing testimony. But if it was kind of a boring testimony day, we do some recap trial clips that are pretty interesting. So yeah, Barbie, thank you for the share. We appreciate it. But yeah, feel free to ask questions, guys. Get some, clarification if you need some, while they're, doing testimony and all of that. If you have a question, I type the answer because I do my very best to not talk over testimony because we want you guys to hear it. But during breaks, great time to ask questions, and then we can talk about all that. Lots of things that we clipped. Is that your consensus that he is innocent? Barbie, there's obviously a lot of things that point to Mark being guilty of stuff. He's definitely guilty of not being a very good person. We definitely think he's guilty of the conspiracy to kidnap a witness, but he was never charged with that, which we thought was really interesting that Jamboy never charged him with that. Those phone calls were damning. That was probably the most convincing evidence. Because of the style of investigations that I conduct, true investigative journalist, listening to the evidence, covering tons of cases, having to talk to pathologists and law enforcement and all these different things, we have really been paying attention to the trial. And we think that there is way too much doubt in this version of the trial. And there is a lot of overwhelming evidence that points to Julie actually staging a lot of this to frame Mark for attempted murder. I don't think any of us on the chat believe that Julie intentionally unalived herself. I think that was a mistake in 2008 with the defense's theory, and we think it's a mistake that they're attacking that again. We think that if you saw the movie Gone Girl with Ben Affleck, we think that that's pretty much what she did, and she planned it perfectly, but did not account for some of her own mental health issues, her psychoses that she was dealing with, her breaks from reality. and all of the different medications that the doctors gave her the week leading up to her death. And we think that that had a dramatic effect on her body. But the computer searches, we do not believe were Mark. It doesn't make sense. If you really pay attention to the computer searches, this is a spouse who is trying to catch her husband cheating. There's no emails and things that are sent late at night. This is somebody that goes into Mark's email account, starts looking at the emails, and then conveniently starts searching on the internet for the very things that are written in the email, and then goes on to the company website looking at all these different Kellys and then what branches these Kellys work at. Mark's not doing that. That doesn't even make sense that he's doing that. And if you paid attention to the trial, Bob has slipped up many times and has said that Julie was on the computer searching for poisons, on the computer looking at Mark's emails. There's a lot. There is a lot. So we do breakdowns at the end of the day too, kind of recaps of the day, plus, you know, some other days. But there's obviously still some evidence that we can obviously put in Mark's column. So there's, you know, there is doubt. And I think that's the biggest problem with this case, besides all of the ethical violations that Jamboy has done, the illegal things that Jamboy has done. We may have a Brady violation in this case. I just clipped out a massive discovery violation during Dr. Mainland's testimony. I have that. I gotta make it public for you guys. We'll play it during the break. Bob has slipped in evidence that is barred from this trial. We're definitely going to see an appeal if he is convicted again. Now, whether or not the appellate court grants the appeal or not is another thing. But there's a lot of stuff. There is a lot of scandal surrounding Bob Jamboy.
All rise for the jury.
All right, here we go, folks. Thank you again for tuning in. Welcome, welcome. Again, on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, like the stream. The more you guys chat, the more the algorithms push us out. So during the stream on Facebook, especially too, please feel free, spam the chat with likes and hearts kind of continuously. That really helps. Facebook says, oh, these people like this stream, and we'll push it more. That helps us get viewers.
On the record then on Mark.
Here we go, chat. Welcome to the day.
2002 CF314. It is January 30th, 2023, Monday. Let's have the appearances, please.
Good morning. The state of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in court. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. It's nice to see all the jurors back this morning. Thank you for coming on time. Seeing that it's already week 4 of the trial, everybody is still here. With that, we're going to continue with the defense's case. Who's the next witness for the defense?
Our next witness will be Dr. Sarah West, but before we call her to the stand, I do have a couple of motions. Specifically, I move to admit into evidence Exhibit 97, which is Julie Jensen's UW-Oshkosh transcript. Exhibits 102 and 103, which are the photos of the closets that were shown to the jury last Friday. And Exhibit 120, which is Laura Koster's resignation letter.
Any objection from the state? No, Your Honor. All right, those will be received.
Thank you. And at this time, then, we will call Dr. Sarah West to the stand.
You want to raise your right hand, remain standing. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Try to get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
It's Sarah, S-A-R-A, West, W-E-S-T.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Renner.
Thank you. Dr. West, how are you currently employed?
I am a psychiatrist, more specifically a forensic psychiatrist. I currently work full-time doing clinical psychiatric work, seeing and treating patients with mental health disorders. Then on top of that, I also work as a forensic psychiatrist. Forensics in psychiatry means the intersection of psychiatry and the law. Anything that has to do with the law and mental health falls under that purview.
And where are you currently employed?
I do my clinical practice at a small community mental health center in Akron, Ohio called Community Support Services. I also have a forensic private practice in which I provide testimony and information to attorneys who work in civil and criminal matters.
Are you affiliated with any universities?
I am. I am a clinical associate professor at Case Western University School of Medicine in Cleveland, Ohio.
Now, as far as forensic psychiatry goes, does Case Western have any special, is there anything special about Case Western, I should ask?
Case Western, prior to his retirement, was the home of Dr. Phil Resnick, who was probably one of the nation's, if not the world's, premier forensic psychiatrist. He has testified in cases such as Jeffrey Dahmer's case, Ted Kaczynski's case, and I had the opportunity to train with him there between 2008 and 2009.
And do you currently teach there at all?
I do. So after finishing my fellowship during those years, I have continued on as a professor educating fellows in forensic psychiatry that came behind me.
Now, you indicated that you currently have patients that you're working with actively. Do you know how many patients you currently have?
Yes, I happened to pull that data just the other day, and I see 248 clinical patients on my caseload. They often have severe mental illness, and I see them quite frequently, a good chunk of them at least once a month.
And when you're working with a patient, what is your role?
My role as a psychiatrist, I am a medical doctor, I went to medical school, is to prescribe medications mainly. Also, as a psychiatrist, I coordinate services that are provided by other folks at the agency. That could be case managers, psychologists, or nurses.
And as part of your job, do you diagnose mental illnesses?
Absolutely. I've spent a number of years in training to be able to do that. In order to become a board-certified forensic psychiatrist, I attended 4 years of undergraduate education at the University of Virginia, went on for 4 years of medical school at the University of Virginia, came to Case Western to complete my residency 4 years, and then proceeded on to the fellowship, which is 1 year of subspecialty training in the very specific area of psychiatry and the law.
And are you currently board certified?
I am. To be board certified, one must have gone through all those steps, sit for a test. At the time I did this, there was also an oral exam in psychiatry. Once one has become a board certified psychiatrist, only then can one sit for the forensic boards, which is a written test. So I am board certified in both the area of general psychiatry and the subspecialty of forensic psychiatry.
Now, in addition to your residency for general psychiatry, was there any additional training that you had to do in order to be able to sit for the board certification of forensic psychiatry?
Yes, that would be a forensic fellowship where I spent 1 year in very close contact with Dr. Resnick, along with my 2 co-fellows for 12 months. And we, during that time, saw private cases with Dr. Resnick. We traveled with Dr. Resnick to testify. We also saw clinical forensic patients. So it's a very comprehensive year of training.
And how long have you been board certified in general psychiatry to start out with?
I was board certified in general psychiatry in 2009 and subsequently in forensic psychiatry in 2011.
Now, I think you indicated what forensic psychiatry is already, what is it that makes forensic psychiatry different than any other profession in the medical field?
So in forensic psychiatry, unlike when I'm seeing my clinical patients, I am after the truth. I am not my patient's advocate. I am rather objective, looking at all aspects of a case and not swayed or my opinion is not swayed by a patient or their particular report. As a matter of fact, when I see people on a forensic basis, we don't call them patients because we're not actually offering them treatment. We call them evaluees. And when I evaluate someone, I strive for objectivity. And once I have formed an opinion, I may advocate for that opinion, but only if I've rendered it objectively.
And are you paid in your work as a psychiatrist or specifically a forensic psychiatrist?
I am.
And are you getting paid to be here for this case?
I am.
Now, in this case, what exactly was the question that you were asked to answer for us?
I was asked a very specific question, which is very relevant to my clinical work, and that is to determine Ms. Jensen's suicide risk on the date of December 3rd, 1998.
And have you been asked to do this suicide risk assessment for any other type of cases or any other work that you've done?
I do it every day. I would be not practicing psychiatry if I didn't assess risk in every patient that I see. So this is something that I do on a daily basis.
And have you ever been hired to evaluate suicide risk?
Again, when I work clinically, every time I see a patient, I want to ensure that they are not a danger to themselves or other people. If that is the case, then I would seek a higher level of care for them, usually inpatient hospitalization. So this is a skill set that I practice daily.
And have you ever been retained by any insurance companies to look at suicide risk?
I have not been retained by them, but that's a very common, if we were to do this type of assessment on a forensic basis, that is probably the most common application of what we refer to as a psychological autopsy. And that is retrospectively looking at someone's suicide risk at the time of death. The reason that that might be important to insurance companies is oftentimes they have clauses in their policy to suggest that they won't pay out if someone has intentionally caused their own death. So that is a more common application of this psychological autopsy that I conducted in this case here.
And are you here to tell us if Julie Jensen committed suicide?
Absolutely not. I don't know that information.
So what you're here to talk about is suicide risk, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your clinical practice, I assume that you actually talk to your patients to get information from them.
I do, yes. So the primary source of information when I'm practicing clinically, of course, is a patient interview.
And since we can't do a patient interview with Ms. Julie Jensen as she is deceased, are you still able to come to an opinion as to her suicide risk?
Yes, and I use collateral information, which is information obtained from other sources that might reflect her mental status at the time of her death. This is something I do commonly in another type of criminal evaluation that I do much more frequently, which is a not guilty by reason of insanity assessment. In that case, I'm looking at someone's mental status at the exact moment that they committed an act for which they've been charged criminally. So the process is very familiar to me.
And in this case, did you review any materials to assist you in coming to your opinions?
I did. I had the opportunity to review testimony from the previous trial, the transcript. I also had the opportunity to speak to people who had testified, to do a personal interview. Of course, this is much more retrospective, as I did so in 2017 after reviewing their transcript from 10 years prior. And Perhaps if I had my report, just so I don't leave anything out, may I reference that?
Of course. And in fact, why don't I start out by showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 121? That's 122. Do you recognize what Exhibit 121 is?
I do.
What is that?
That is my curriculum vitae or resume that lists all my education and publications as well.
So you have publications?
I do. I have a number of publications. I enjoy writing and researching and have published quite extensively in multiple areas of forensic psychiatry. I have also had the opportunity to present at meetings, national meetings, as well as internationally. Even I had the chance to speak in New Zealand on school shootings. So I've covered a variety of information in my publications and presentations on a wide array of topics, both civil and criminal, that are related to forensics.
And your curriculum vitae there, Exhibit 121, is that a fair and accurate representation of your qualifications as a psychiatrist and a forensic psychiatrist?
It is, but to update my academic appointment, I have been promoted from an assistant professor, as is noted here, to a clinical associate professor.
And as a professor, do you assist students in obtaining their fellowships and the like?
I do. I have the opportunity to directly supervise forensic psychiatric fellows in the same way that Dr. Resnick supervised me when I was a fellow.
And I would move Exhibit 121 into evidence.
Received.
Thank you. Was been marked as Exhibit 122. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is the written report I generated on July 31st, 2017 in reference to this case.
And does your report indicate what you reviewed in determining your suicide risk for Ms. Jensen?
It does, yes. So in addition to the things that I previously mentioned, including the trial transcript and my ability to speak with individuals who had testified, I also had access to records from Dr. Borman, who I believe you've heard from, as well as Mr. DeFazio, both of whom provided medical or mental health care to Ms. Jensen.
And the medical records that you reviewed from Dr. Borman, how far back did those go?
Those went back to, I believe, 1994, I think, were the medical records from Dr. Borman, whereas the medical records from Mr. DeFazio were dated 1991.
And you said that you reviewed transcripts of testimony. Do you recall whose testimony you reviewed?
Yes, specifically, I was interested in the testimony of those who had spoken to Ms. Jensen just prior to her death. That involved her neighbors, the Voights, as well as Ms. Coster, her sister-in-law and best friend, and Dr. Borman. I also reviewed information from her brother, Mr. Griffin, and Mr. DeFazio, who treated her, and also Miss DeFazio, who was her son's teacher with whom she had had several interactions prior to her death.
Now, I understand that you spoke with some people either on the telephone or in person. You did speak with a Laura Coster, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And I understand at some point you did speak with Mr. Jensen in this case?
I did. I had the opportunity to spend some time with Mr. Jensen, which was helpful to me because he provided a timeline. That being said, I did not rely on Mr. Jensen as a source of information, given that he has a vested interest in the outcome of this case. I used the information he provided as a framework for which to check collateral sources and verify information.
Now, when determining someone's risk for suicide, what are the kind of things that you are interested in finding out?
To break down suicide risk, we'll talk first about static risk factors. Static risk factors are things that we know put people at risk for suicide but cannot be changed. The things that I tend to clinically focus on more readily are dynamic risk factors. Dynamic risk factors are those things that can be altered in order to decrease someone's risk for suicide.
Now, as I'm sure you're aware, you heard the judge say we're in week 4 of this trial. The jury here has heard a lot of evidence in this case. Do you believe that you need to hear every single witness and every single bit of testimony in a homicide case in order to assess suicide risk for Ms. Jensen?
I do not. Again, I was asked a very specific question that relates only to Ms. Jensen's mental status at the time of her death. So there is a lot of information that you all have received that I don't necessarily need to know or weigh in my calculation of her suicide risk.
Now, when you're asked to testify, you're asked to make all of your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what is a reasonable degree of medical certainty mean?
So, as you sit here today making a decision in a criminal case, you are asked to do so beyond a reasonable doubt. That means because it's a criminal case and someone's liberty is up for grabs, that you would make that decision with a great deal of assurance. I am asked to offer opinions with reasonable medical certainty in that I have to tolerate a bit more uncertainty, especially in psychiatry, because we don't necessarily know everything that's going on in someone's mind. So when I'm asked to testify to a degree of reasonable medical certainty, that just means that it is more likely than not than what I say is the case, in my opinion.
Now, I'd like to start out with your report talking about mental health diagnoses. Is a mental health diagnosis part of a risk assessment for suicide?
Yes, and in particular, the diagnosis that probably places one at greatest risk for suicide is major depressive disorder. In common parlance, depression. One of the criteria for that is actually suicidal thoughts.
So when we're talking about diagnosing a mental illness, is there like a piece of literature or a book or something that you have to refer to?
Yes. So in psychiatry, we use something called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual that lays out criteria for the major mental illnesses. It has been widely accepted. It is in its 5th edition at this point, and I carry my beat up copy with me everywhere, as you can tell. We got tape on it and everything, pages falling out. So this is something that I use every day in diagnostic assessment, and this is the go-to source. It's published by the American Psychiatric Association, and as I said, its most recent edition was published in 2013 with updated criteria.
Now, for major depressive disorder, since we're already talking about that, what are the things that you have to look for in determining if someone suffers from major depressive disorder?
So the first criteria, not surprisingly, of major depression is low mood. If someone's complaining that they're feeling depressed, that of course puts you on notice that major depression, major depressive disorder might be a possible diagnosis.
And in this case, did you find any evidence of that?
I did. As a matter of fact, just 2 days prior to her death, Ms. Jensen spoke to Dr. Borman, her primary care provider, and he described her as looking miserable and depressed.
And is there a amount of time that these type of symptoms have to go on in order for us to make a diagnosis?
Yes. So in the DSM, which is a very concrete book, it suggests symptoms of major depressive disorder must occur for at least 2 weeks or greater in order to qualify for the diagnosis. Given that Ms. Jensen spoke with Dr. Borman in September of 1998 about depression, we can infer that the depression lasted for a period greater than 2 weeks, far in excess of 2 weeks, actually.
And what other criteria does what's another criteria that the DSM lays out for major depressive disorder?
So in training, we learn a mnemonic device that's called SIG-E-CAPS, and that helps us recall all 9 symptoms of major depressive disorder. Those symptoms are problems with sleep, problems with interest in activities, problems with excessive guilt, decreased energy, concentration being impaired, appetite changes, psychomotor retardation or agitation. That's to say someone feels that their physical movements are either sped up or slowed down, and then finally suicidality.
And so if we begin with the S in SIG-E-CAPS, can you talk to us about the S?
Sure. So S is for sleep, and one would look at both people who sleep too much and aren't sleeping at all. According to Dr. Borman's notes, Ms. Jensen was not sleeping well in the days prior to her death, to the point where he prescribed a medication indicated for sleep.
And then the I, what is the I again?
I stands for interest. Interest in activities that one used to enjoy but may not derive pleasure from anymore. Now, I did not find detailed information or collateral sources to support this in Ms. Jensen's case. That's not to say she didn't experience it, but without having the opportunity to speak to her directly, I can't confirm this.
And what is the G again?
G stands for guilt, excessive guilt. We all feel guilty, of course, about a variety of things, but this would be in excess of what's expected. I found evidence of this in Ms. Jensen's statements to a variety of people about an extramarital affair that she had had multiple years prior to 1998, indicating that she was experiencing guilt about this affair.
Then we have the E for energy, right?
Yes. E stands for decreased energy or fatigue. And Ms. Jensen, Dr. Borman reported in his notes from December 1st, 1998, that Ms. Jensen appeared fatigued.
And now on to the caps of SIG-E-CAPS. C.
C is for concentration. And though, again, I didn't find any specific evidence that could be confirmed with collateral sources that Ms. Jensen experienced this, it's not to say that she didn't.
And the A?
A is for appetite. And I will say that there is objective concrete evidence that Ms. Jensen experienced decreased appetite, namely in the fact that her weight changed she lost 8.5 pounds between September and December. That was 6.9% of her total body weight, suggesting that she had decreased appetite and was not consuming food as readily.
And then we have the P.
P is for psychomotor agitation, and that is feeling restless or unable to settle. Dr. Borman actually describes Ms. Jensen on December 1st of 1998 as very upset, distraught, and almost frantic, suggesting that she had evidence of psychomotor agitation.
And then S for suicidality.
So that's a challenging one, because that's, of course, what we're looking at. We're looking at suicide risk. That's the question. I would offer to you that she did experience suicidal ideation, which is consistent with the major depressive disorder that I have evidence to diagnose her with.
So of the 9 criteria that we've gone through here, how many did you find?
I confirmed 6 of the 9 criteria. 5 are necessary to make a diagnosis. Again, I would suggest that suicidality was present. And then the 2 other criteria, while I didn't have objective collateral information about this, That's again not to say that she didn't experience these symptoms.
So that's 6, and it may be 7 because of suicidality?
Yes, far in excess of what's required to diagnose major depressive disorder.
So when you have said that you didn't have enough evidence to say that she suggested this certain criterion, what do you mean by that?
Again, if I were sitting with a patient, I would ask them specifically and potentially ask their loved ones if they had witnessed these events. Because this case has occurred 20 years prior to when I had the opportunity to review the information and the primary source of information is no longer available, I did not have concrete evidence that other people were able to provide to say that these criteria existed.
Now, when you indicated that you believe there may be suicidal ideation, what is suicidal ideation?
That is a wish to end one's own life.
And in this case, I understand that, you know what, strike that. Dr. West, you said that there may be suicidal ideation. Are you aware that Ms. Jensen told people that she was not suicidal?
Yes. And while that has been documented, I will say as a clinically practicing psychiatrist, I don't take that at face value. I would be foolish to. Of course, people who are intent upon killing themselves are not going to share with medical providers that they intend to do so.
Why
that
not?
that would very likely lead to them going to the hospital and being put in a place where they're not capable of killing themselves. So for that reason, people are not always forthright about their thoughts to harm themselves.
Are there any other reasons that people might not be forthright other than the risk of hospitalization?
Yes, of course, suicide can be shameful. There's still a great deal, we've come a long way since 1998, but there's still a great deal of stigma attached to mental health issues and feeling like you want to hurt yourself. And I think that Ms. Jensen actually experienced this rather acutely. She had told people throughout the years that her mother was ill and she was very concerned about being labeled, quote unquote, crazy like her mother. She did not want to lose her children over the possibility. She did not want to lose her children, which may have occurred in her mind. Again, this is her perception, that she would be hospitalized and labeled as crazy.
So we've gone through the criteria for major depressive disorder. And do you have an opinion held to a reasonable degree of medical certainty on what Ms. Jensen's diagnosis is?
Yes, it is my opinion, with a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that at the time of her death on December 3rd, 1998, she was diagnosed with major depressive disorder, recurrent, because there is evidence to suggest that she had had previous depressive episodes.
Now, history of depression or diagnosis, is that one of those static factors that you talked about?
Yes. Any historical information is static because we can't change history. So her previous episodes and history of mental health issues do represent a static risk factor.
What other static risk factors did you consider in this case?
I also considered her family history. I just talked a little bit about her mom's own history of mental health. Her brother also confirmed that he himself made a suicide attempt at the age of 17.
Are there any other static factors that you had to consider in this case?
I also considered the idea that historically, Ms. Jensen was not necessarily forthright with treatment providers. For example, when she was seeing Mr. DeFazio in 1991, she chose not to disclose the information that at that time she was having an affair. She was engaged in therapy. You would think that that would be a very important piece of information for her therapist to know and assist her in processing.
And I'd like to turn now to talking about some dynamic risk factors. And can you explain again what the difference between static and dynamic is?
Sure. So dynamic risk factors are important to assess because those are things that are able to be changed. The first and most obvious dynamic risk factor, in my estimation, is her current symptomatology. She was in the midst of a major depressive episode, and that is amenable to treatment. So again, one would target a dynamic risk factor for treatment in an effort to help someone feel better.
So the actual diagnosis of major depressive disorder plays into suicide risk?
Absolutely. Again, one of the criteria for major depressive disorder is suicidality.
What other things that was Ms. Jensen experiencing at that time based on your review that would be a dynamic factor?
So let me take a moment to explain what depression feels like. It's a very common scenario. We talk about it in everyday parlance. I'm so depressed. Major depression is serious. It leads to death, and that is because people feel hopeless and helpless and don't know how to get out of this chasm that they feel that they're trapped in. So while we may see them from up above and realize there's an end to their feeling bad, they don't necessarily see that. Depression is a very difficult disease to live with. And it's important to recognize that our perception of depression from the outside is not what somebody's experiencing internally. So in reviewing these dynamic risk factors from Ms. Jensen's perspective, it's important to put ourselves in her shoes.
And in your estimation, were there any feelings of loss being experienced by Ms. Jensen?
Objection. Counsel's leading the witness. Why don't you just rephrase it, Ms. Jenner?
Dr. West, in coming to your conclusion, you studied these dynamic risk factors. Is an experience of loss something that would be a risk factor?
Yes. So that's a pretty serious risk factor. And at the time when Ms. Jensen's death occurred, I believe that she experienced, again, this is from her perspective, what she felt to be multiple losses. And this may not, again, be readily apparent to people outside of her, but this was her personal experience. First of all, she spoke about her youngest growing up and going off to daycare and not having a baby at home anymore. That was an acute loss for her. She also spoke of not having much of a support system. And this is indicated by the idea that she turned to people that she felt, or rather from the outside, looked like they were not very close to her. As a matter of fact, it does seem that to the outside observer, she had a good support system. She was married. She had a best friend who was also her sister-in-law. Those are not the people that she confided in with very important and personal information. She shared this with a casual neighbor, as well as a teacher that she'd only known a few months. That to me suggests that she did not feel like she had anyone she could turn to for support.
Now, you earlier said something about the label of crazy affecting her. How did that affect her?
I do think that she was particularly sensitive to this. Nobody wants to be labeled crazy, but because of her own personal history with her mother, this really hit her in a very different way. I think she was very concerned about losing her children over the idea that she would be labeled crazy and unable to care for them.
Now, did Ms. Jensen appear to have any misperceptions about her situation?
So as we just talked about in regard to the losses, as well as her feelings that she was losing her children and losing her her marriage. I also feel like she was misperceiving other portions of reality. She was described as being odd on a number of occasions by her sister-in-law, who knew her quite well, and she expressed concern about different things that didn't seem to add up. And this was historical as well. For example, she reported multiple years prior this incident that involved both her sister-in-law best friend as well as her husband, when she was frantic about feces being smeared in the bathroom. When the sister-in-law and her husband came home, this was not at all the case. So there's some historical evidence as well as contemporary evidence to December 1st that she had some difficulties with perceiving reality around her.
Now, additionally, you're aware that Ms. Jensen made some statements that she was in fear of her husband. How did that play into your analysis?
I certainly took that into account. She did report that to her neighbors. But again, given that her perception was distorted in terms of her support and her losses, I had concern that perhaps she wasn't perceiving this correctly as well.
And what would make you think that?
That would be based on some facts that I think are important to note. While she stated that she was fearful of her husband, she was a woman of means. She had access to the family's finances. She was a very bright woman and was well aware of the resources available to her, and she chose not to pursue any of these resources. There are a couple of very specific examples of that. Namely, the neighbor, Mr. Voigt, offered her both money and a place to stay after she shared with him that she was fearful. She did not take him up on that. And the teacher, Ms. DeFazio, offered to help connect her with a woman's shelter where she could go to be out of danger related to her husband. And again, she chose not to pursue this.
And I believe there was one other person that also offered her an out. Is that correct?
Yes, her sister-in-law also suggested that she could remove herself from the situation and had the means to do so. And she did not, again, do that upon the advice of her best friend, sister-in-law.
Now, this jury did hear evidence previously that Ms. Jensen appeared flat at times when talking about issues. What does that mean to you as a psychiatrist?
When I see somebody who is flat or cannot express emotion, I'm concerned about two things. The first would be depression, to the extent where they can't feel anything. The second would be a different serious diagnosis, psychosis. It's actually one of the things that can precipitate a flat affect or lack of emotional expression.
Is there anything about isolation in this case that struck you in making your risk assessment?
I do think that Ms. Jensen set up a window for herself in which she would be capable of ending her life. And by that, I can give you some very specific examples. She shared with her best friend and sister-in-law preemptively, even prior to seeing her medical provider, that she would be started on medication, that she would experience side effects to this medication, and therefore not to worry if she didn't come with her son to karate practice. That would be on December 2nd. On December 2nd, she also called her neighbors and told them if they didn't see her outside, they were not to worry because she was okay. And then she also wrote a note to the teacher, Ms. DeFazio, on that day that she would not be in because she was not well. So she had almost created a space for herself in which people who would be concerned about her not presenting to a variety of activities had been given notice as to where she was.
Is that something that you see in people who are suicidal?
Yes. For example, a hunter who tells his wife that he's going away for the weekend to hunt. He's created a window in which he would be alone naturally, and he has a weapon that would be used for what appear to be benign purposes. And instead, of course, he's created a space for himself to end his life.
Now, this jury did hear evidence, and you've alluded to this, that on December 1st, Julie Jensen was reaching out to her doctor, Dr. Borman, about depression. Why would someone get help a few days before taking their own life?
It's been my experience clinically that people who do develop thoughts of killing themselves are ambivalent about it. And by ambivalence, I mean that they have both very strong feelings about wanting to live and very strong feelings about wanting to die. And so when they're feeling strongly that they want to live, that would be an opportunity to reach out for help, but they may have second thoughts about that. So there's a lot of back and forth in people who are experiencing thoughts of harming themselves.
Now, I believe we've had conversations about hesitation marks and things along those lines. What are hesitation marks?
So hesitation marks would be physical signs that I might look for in somebody who is thinking about ending their life by cutting themselves and engages in practice. And that is could be manifested in a variety of ways in other people who had thought of other means to harm themselves. For example, Russian roulette with a gun, or making a noose but not hanging oneself. There's some rehearsal that goes into, especially due to ambivalence, one's practice in killing themselves.
And was there anything in this case that might be considered a hesitation or a practice?
I believe that Miss Jensen was unwell at a time when her husband was away, and the source of that is unclear, but you know, that could be potentially related to an attempt or a trial run at harming herself.
So with this ambivalence that you've spoken about, are there times when that leads to someone making a that I'm trying to figure out how to say this right. How does that affect a person's actions in the days or weeks leading up to a suicide?
I think that ambivalence causes a lot of conflicting information. People may reach out for help and then retreat. People may see the doctor, but then not take the medications that are prescribed. I think you get a lot of pieces of conflicting information.
So in your estimation, as a forensic psychiatrist in this matter, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to Julie Jensen's suicide risk?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
It is my opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Ms. Jensen on December 3rd, 1998 was at high risk for suicide based on the factors we discussed. An additional factor that I would like to add in that I did consider was Ms. Coster's report on the last time that she saw Ms. Jensen, that Ms. Jensen was unusually emotive and shared with her how much she appreciated Ms. Coster's support and loved her. And Ms. Coster qualified this as being almost like a goodbye.
Now, we've already talked about statements Julie Jensen made indicating that she is not suicidal. Do those statements, again, does that change your opinion at all?
No, not at all.
Can an educated person commit suicide?
Yes. As we know, anyone can commit suicide. It's always a tragic event and a terrible loss, but it affects everyone.
And do devoted mothers commit suicide?
Yes. People with children commit suicide. People with parents commit suicide. People with brothers and sisters commit suicide.
Do people you would describe as kind and loving commit suicide?
Yes, amazing people commit suicide every day. It's a national problem, and since this time, there has been a national hotline that's been instituted to assist people with suicidal thoughts.
No further questions.
Who's doing the cross? Go ahead, Mr. Jambois.
So, Doctor, let's talk about Siggy caps. That's how you pronounce it, right? Siggy caps?
Yes.
Because I pronounced it Sige caps the other day, and that was wrong. So the expert didn't even know what I was talking about. So Siggy cap starts with sleep, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that because Julie was manifesting sleep problems, that's the first the S in Siggy cap stands for sleep problems, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of the fact that Julie had seen Dr. Borman on December 1st? Correct?
Yes.
And on December 1st, Dr. Borman has no notes at all that reflect any kind of a sleep problem. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And you are aware that Dr. Borman has expressed a familiarity that he knows what Siggy caps is, and he does kind of a thumbnail sketch of that in his 15-minute interview with his patients. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And he indicated that if there had been sleep problems, he would have noted that in his notes, and he did not note anything about sleep problems on December 1st, 1998. So are you aware of that?
That he indicated that if there were sleep problems, he would have noted it?
Yes.
Okay.
So the only issue about sleep problems didn't come from Julie Jensen, did it?
That's correct. It came from Mark Jensen.
Yes, Mark Jensen. And you know, Mark Jensen, in addition to her being husband, is also a murder suspect in this case. You're aware of that, correct?
He was not at the time.
Well, actually, he was. His wife, Julie Jensen, suspected that Mark was trying to murder her. You were aware of that, weren't you?
Yes, but he was not a murder suspect on December 1st, 1998.
Well, his wife suspected that he was trying to kill her, right?
Yes.
And she did not express that to Dr. Borman, did she?
She did not.
But she did express it to her friend and next door neighbor, Ted Voigt, correct?
Correct.
And she expressed that thought to her son's third grade teacher, Teresa Fazio, correct?
Correct.
And she expressed that thought to her best friend, who happened to be Mark Jensen's sister, Laura Koster. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And do you know, Julie Jensen then later recounted that conversation that she had with Laura Koster. Were you aware of that?
In what way?
Are you aware that Julie Jensen told her next door neighbor, Todd Koster, and she also told her friend or her teacher, Teresa Fazio, that when Julie had told Lori that she thought Mark was trying to kill her.
Objection, hearsay.
It's been actually, this goes to this witness's perception of Julie Jensen being
Take a break,
delusional.
folks.
I'm sorry, what?
We're going to let the jury go out. All right, the jury's outside of the courtroom. Are you objecting, Ms. Renner, to what Julie Jensen said to Mr. Mark Jensen's sister?
No, Your Honor. So this is actually, I believe, what Mr. Jambois is trying to bring into this cross-examination is that Julie Jensen told the Voights, or Ms. DeFazio, that she had a conversation with Laura, and Laura said blah, blah, blah about, or not blah, 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 but said that Ms. Coster was basically agreeing.
Why don't I make the offer of proof? What Ted Voigt testified to, and what Therese DeFazio will testify to, is that when Julie told her about her conversation with Laura Coster, who was her best friend, but was also Mark Jensen's brother, or sister, she told him, Laura Coster told Julie Jensen, I lived with him for 18 years. You have no idea what he's capable of. Now, Laura Coster has denied making that statement, but there are two independent witnesses who indicated that Julie Jensen did recount that to Laura Coster, or did recount that that's what Laura Coster said to her. And the question is whether or not that reflects that maybe Julie was not, she was not delusional. She was not detached from reality about her concerns, about her perception that her husband was trying to kill her. Defense counsel, this witness indicated her perception was, I forgot, her perception was just, what was the term you said? It was distorted. Her perception was distorted. I couldn't read my own handwriting. Her perception was distorted. So if her perception was influenced by those around her, then that it wouldn't reflect to me that her perception was distorted. She had good reason to believe that Mark Jensen was trying to kill her because his own sister had told her, I lived with him for 18 years. You have no idea what he's capable of. Now, Laura Coster's denying that, but Laura Coster lied under oath the other day. She's a biased witness.
We don't have the jury in front of us.
I know, but she's a biased witness, Your Honor.
All right, I'll give you one more response if you would.
Your Honor, this is multiple levels of hearsay deep here, and Ms. Coster denies making any such statement. We don't have Ms. Jensen here to say that, yes, Laura said that. We have multiple layers of hearsay here, and I don't believe that it's being offered just for Ms. Jensen's perception, but I believe it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Why don't you do it as a hypothetical question?
Okay, I will do that, but I would say this, Your Honor. Mark Jensen has forfeited his right to challenge any hearsay. They have no right to make any hearsay objections to anything that Julie Jensen said because he forfeited his right to do that. That's what the Wisconsin Supreme Court said, and that's what the Wisconsin Court of Appeals said, and that's the law of the case. They have no hearsay objection to anything that Julie Jensen said.
All right, we'll bring back the jury and we'll do it as a hypothetical question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so Facebook just gave Bobby Boy a new nickname and called him Medium Rare. It's too funny, chat. That's too funny. Charlie said Medium Rare is up. Guys, make sure you guys like and share the stream on YouTube. Hit that thumbs up. We only have 12 of the 37 watching. For all you lurkers in the background, come join the chat on YouTube. Don't be shy. Iceland abbreviated Bob and called him BJ for Bob Jamboy. And she says, I really hate this BJ. Trust me, I would not like this BJ either. Facebook, make sure you guys are spamming the chat with likes and hearts. That helps push the stream out. Puts us in front of more and more and more people. Here we go, chat.
We're back on the record on Mark Jensen. The appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. You can ask your question, Mr. Jamboys.
Thank you. So Dr. Ward, I'm going to start over again. I'm
It's
sorry,
West.
Dr. West. I'm sorry, Dr. West. You recounted in your testimony some conversations that Julie Jensen had with Laura Koster, correct?
Yes.
And one of those conversations was when Julie Jensen showed Laura Koster a photograph of a Post-it note that she'd found in Mark Jensen's day planner. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when Julie Jensen was showing that Post-it note to Laura Koster, that's when Laura Koster had, according to what you'd said, Laura Koster had offered to provide her with assistance if she needed to go somewhere, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you aware that Julie Jensen had also discussed that conversation she had with Laura Koster with two other people? Were you aware of that?
No.
She discussed that conversation. You weren't aware that she discussed her conversation with Laura Koster. She discussed that with Ted Voigt, and she also discussed it with Teresa Fazio. Were you aware of that?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
Now, you'd indicated that you thought Julie, one of the reasons that you thought that Julie was suffering from major depressive disorder is because her perception of reality was distorted, correct?
Yes.
And one of the reasons that you thought her perception of reality was distorted is because she thought her husband may be trying to kill her, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that when Julie Jensen described this conversation that she had with Laura Koster to Ted Voigt?
Again, objection, Your Honor. This-
Overruled. Go ahead.
Were you aware that at the time that Julie Jensen had this conversation, just later described this conversation that she'd had with Laura Koster, when she described it to Ted Voigt and to Teresa Fazio, that Julie Jensen described Laura Koster's reaction to seeing that note and having this conversation? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay, well, hypothetically speaking, if Julie Jensen told Ted Voigt and told Teresa Fazio that when she showed this Post-it note to Laura Koster and expressed her concerns to Laura Koster replied, "I lived with him for 18 years. You have no idea what he's capable of." If hypothetically that's what Laura Koster said to Julie Jensen, would that not indicate that perhaps her perception of reality was not distorted, that in fact she had reason to believe that her husband was trying to kill her?
I'm not sure how to interpret that statement in terms of not knowing what he's capable of. That seems relatively nonspecific.
So Julie Jensen presents Laura Koster, who is the sister of Mark Jensen, with this information and her suspicions that her husband, Laura Koster's brother, may be trying to kill her. Laura Koster's response, "I lived with him for 18 years. You have no idea what he's capable of." You don't know what inference to draw from that?
No.
And you've got a medical degree and a medical degree, and you're a forensic psychiatrist, and you have no idea what inference you could possibly draw from that? Do you think the fact that Julie Jensen might possibly have drawn the inference that, gee, maybe my husband is trying to kill me, do you think that means her perception of reality was distorted?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you think that if Julie Jensen drew the inference that, gee, maybe my husband really is trying to kill me after what Laura Koster said to you, do you think that's an unreasonable inference for her to draw?
I don't know what inference she drew from that because it seems like a vague statement.
"I lived with him for 18 years. You have no idea what he's capable of." That seems like a vague statement.
Yes.
Now, Laura Koster talked to you years and years after this, after the death of Julie Jensen, correct?
Yes.
It was many years later. Was it in 2010, 2012? Do you remember when it was?
2017.
2017. So in 2017, she was giving you all this information about Julie that would reflect that possibly Julie was depressed or had a major depressive disorder, correct?
No, we only spoke for 5 minutes. She confirmed that she provided what she provided in testimony at the time of the trial.
Okay, so and you said when you were looking at this case, among the criteria, one of the things you looked at was a psychiatric case study written by Herzl Spiro on May 26, 2004. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you attach much weight to that study or that report?
I did not.
But you did review it.
I looked at it, yes.
And you said you interviewed Mark Jensen in this case.
I did.
But you see, I didn't see that as a source of information here on your letter to Ms. Vishny.
That's correct.
So how much time did you spend talking to Mark Jensen?
5 hours.
And you left that off your thing here. So maybe we should add that 5-hour interview with Mark Jensen. How much significance did you attach to that information?
As I explained earlier, I used it as a framework to confirm information with other sources. I did not use him as a direct source of information, given his vested interest in this case.
So did you ask him about whether or not he had emotionally and psychologically tortured his wife in the years preceding her death?
I did not.
Were you aware that the jury in this case has heard evidence that Mark Jensen had launched a years-long campaign of harassment and emotional torture and psychological gaslighting of Julie Jensen that lasted from 1992 through 1998? Were you aware of that?
Yes.
But you didn't ask Mark Jensen about that?
No.
Are you of the impression that that was somebody else that did that, that it wasn't Mark Jensen that did that?
I don't know.
Well, would that affect Julie's perception of reality if she had reason to suspect that her husband was the one that was doing that? Would she then have further reason to suspect maybe her husband was trying to kill her?
Repeat the question.
Well, if in fact at the time that Julie Jensen was upset and distraught about the circumstances of her marriage and also was concerned that her husband was trying to kill her, would the fact that she had reason to believe that for the preceding 7 years he had been subjecting her to a campaign of abuse, harassment, and seeking to demean her and humiliate her, would that, if she had reason to believe that, would her perception of reality be distorted because she suspected her husband was trying to kill her?
I don't think that's been verified as a fact.
Oh. But if it was, hypothetically, let's say the jury here to your right, my left, let's say they've heard evidence that would pretty clearly indicate that Mark Jensen was the person doing that, leaving these, making these hang-up phone calls, leaving these pornographic photos around the house, and basically rubbing Julie's nose in them. If the jury had reason to believe that Mark Jensen was the person that was doing that, might that lend further credence to Julie Jensen's perception of reality that her husband might be possibly trying to kill her?
If he was the one responsible for those things, it may impact her mental status, yes.
But it would also reflect that her perception of reality was not distorted, that in fact she had a pretty darn good perception of reality. If she thought her husband had a motive to kill her, if he'd not forgiven her for an affair that she had years and years earlier.
And could you repeat the question?
If in fact Julie Jensen believed that Mark Jensen never forgave her for the affair that she'd had years and years earlier, and if in fact Mark Jensen manifested his hatred for his wife by doing all these hang-up phone calls, this emotional torture, leaving photos around the house for her to find, and that, or telling him telling her that he got them at work, if in fact he did that, that would lend credence to Julie Jensen's perception of reality at the time that her husband was trying to kill her, wouldn't it?
I actually heard two hypothetical scenarios there.
Okay.
To which one are you referring?
Well, either one of them. Would either one of those cause you to believe that Julie Jensen actually had an accurate perception of reality when she suspected that her husband might be trying to kill her?
If either one of those scenarios was correct,
Yes.
yes, I would say that that would lend some credence to the idea that she had reason to be fearful of her husband.
Now, in the CE cap thing, you emphasized guilt. You said that Ms. Jensen was feeling guilt about an affair she had years earlier, correct?
Yes.
But Julie Jensen never indicated that she was feeling guilty about it. Are you aware that what she actually told Dr. Borman is that her husband had never forgiven her for it? Would that indicate that she was feeling guilt, or would that indicate that that her husband had never forgiven her for it?
I think it does indicate guilt.
What about, are you aware that Dave Nearing testified in this matter, and he testified that he knew Mark Jensen very, very well, and during the whole time that he knew Mark Jensen never forgave Julie Jensen for that one weekend affair that she'd had years and years and years earlier. Were you aware of that?
I think that's his perception.
Well, his perception based upon his communications with Mark Jensen. Well, in your 5-hour interview with Mark Jensen, did you ask him, is it true that you never forgave your wife for having an affair, one weekend affair, 7 years before she's died?
I did not.
And if he told you, that's true, I never forgave her, I hated her because she had that affair 7 years, that one weekend affair 7 years earlier, I never forgave her for it, I hated her for it, would that influence your perception of whether or not Julie Jensen was suffering from major depressive disorder, or that she was just scared because she thought her husband might be trying to kill her?
Objection assumes facts not on evidence.
Overruled. Go ahead.
No.
That would not affect your perception of whether Julie Jensen was, her perception of reality was distorted?
No, you asked about major depressive disorder.
Well, but one of the reasons that you think she's suffering from major depressive disorder is because you felt that her perception of reality was distorted. Didn't you say that, doctor?
I think that's part of the process and the diagnosis.
So if in fact her perception of reality was not distorted, then that would undermine your diagnosis, wouldn't it?
No.
So even if her perception of reality was not in the least bit distorted, then your diagnosis remains the same.
Yes.
And even though she didn't complain of any sleep disorder, your diagnosis remains the same.
Yes.
So whose perception of reality is at issue here, yours or Julie Jensen's? Because it seems that you say these things were important, that they're part of your diagnosis, and then when they're refuted, that has no effect on your diagnosis at all. Isn't that true?
We're going to rephrase it. Go ahead, Mr. Jim. Let's rephrase it.
I'm trying to get your perception of reality here, doctor. You indicated that.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and the tone here is argumentative.
Take one step at a time, Mr. Jim.
So, doctor, you testified earlier on direct examination that one of the reasons you believe that Julie Jensen suffered from major depressive disorder is because her perception was distorted, correct?
No.
Oh, you didn't say that? I got the notes wrong. Her perception was distorted. You didn't say that?
No, I said she met criteria for major depressive disorder, and because of major depressive disorder, her perceptions were distorted.
Oh. But now you've learned that her perception, in this respect at least, was not distorted, correct?
I have not learned that.
You don't believe that Julie Jensen had any reason to believe that her husband was actually trying to kill her?
I don't. I believe her perception about that was distorted.
What was it? And it was distorted by her major depressive disorder?
Yes.
And the evidence that her perception was distorted was exactly what? What about Julie Jensen's perception was distorted?
That she believed, she reported to others that her husband was trying to harm her, but her actions didn't match the belief that she shared. If she truly believed that he was trying to hurt her and she had all her faculties about her, I believe she would have sought help as a woman of means who had access to such ways of avoiding her husband and avoiding harm to herself.
So in your experience, women who are victims of domestic violence always leave as soon as they have the ability to do so?
No.
So in point of fact, many, many, many women who are in abusive domestic relationships remain with them because they want to make it work. So they take the risk of additional abuse, don't they, at the hands of their abusers?
Are we talking about Miss Jensen? Because I don't believe there's evidence to suggest she was in a relationship involving domestic violence.
Well, what about, so you don't think that a years-long campaign of terror and humiliation directed against her by her husband, you don't think that's a sign of an abusive relationship?
I don't have evidence that that occurred.
Okay, well, you know that there were years and years and years of hang-up phone calls directed at Julie Jensen, correct?
I do.
And you are aware that there were years and years of obscene pornographic penis photos being left around her house and being left at Mr. Jensen's place of business, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that Mark Jensen told Julie that it was Perry Tarica that was doing that, correct?
I was aware that it is unknown who the perpetrator was.
You are aware that Julie Jensen repeatedly called the police about this, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that Julie was very obviously upset about this, wasn't she?
Yes.
And in fact, Mark Jensen indicated that when he'd raise this issue with her, it would be very upsetting to Julie, correct?
I could see where that would be the case, yes.
Well, that's what he said when he was interviewed by Detective Ratsberg. He said that it was very upsetting to her, correct?
I don't know that to be true, but I assume so.
And he also told Paul Ratsberg that sometimes he'd get, angry, or as he put it, pissed, and he'd then show these photos to Julie. Were you aware of that?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, well, assume hypothetically that Mark Jensen told Detective Ratsberg, yeah, sometimes he'd get pissed off and he'd bring out these photos and show them to Julie. So hypothetically, assuming that's true, that would reflect that Mark Jensen was using these photos as a means by which to upset and humiliate his wife, correct?
No, I wouldn't characterize it like that.
Were you aware that the Pleasant Prairie Police Department investigated these matters thoroughly, and they both, the officers that looked at this case, and including a private investigator that looked at this case, they all told Julie that it was Mark Jensen that was doing this. Were you aware of that?
No.
Well, hypothetically, let's assume for a moment that when the police investigated this matter, all the police officers who investigated and the private investigator who investigated all told her that it's not Perry Tarica that's doing this. It's Mark Jensen that's doing this. Assuming that's the case, would you still think that her perception of reality was distorted by the fact that she suspected her husband may be trying to harm her?
Again, to clarify, I don't know that the perpetrator was ever identified, but hypothetically speaking, if that were the case, then yes, I would assume that that would be something that she could interpret to mean that her husband was upset or angry with her.
And she had reason to believe that, right? She had reason to believe in the weeks and months preceding her death, she had reason to believe the following things. Number one, she had reason to believe that her husband was having an affair, didn't she?
Yes.
And you are aware that her husband was having an affair, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that her husband had made plans to go off on a cruise somewhere with his lover, Kelly Labonte, or at that time, Kelly Greenman, that he was planning to do that sometime in 1999. You were aware of that, right?
Yes.
And his lover, Kelly Greenman, divorced her husband, correct?
Yes.
And Julie Jensen just conveniently disappeared. I mean, just died. Wasn't that convenient for Mark Jensen? He could have Kelly Greenman.
Argument.
He's asking a question. Go ahead, ask it.
Wasn't it very convenient for Mark Jensen that his lover divorced her husband and his wife just suddenly died, so he didn't have to worry about taking care of his wife, so he could go on this cruise with Kelly Greenman? That was very convenient, wasn't it?
No, I don't think the loss of a spouse is typically described as convenient. I think there are a number of ways to terminate a marriage that don't end in the death of a spouse.
Sure, and if Mark Jensen was planning on going off with his girlfriend, Kelly Greenman, then you'd think he might be looking into ways to accomplish that objective. Like maybe he'd be looking up divorce lawyers, right? He'd be looking for a divorce, looking up divorce lawyers, right?
I think the time frame is important to consider here. It was 1998. I don't know that people looked things up on the internet quite as readily as they do these days.
Oh, so you mean to tell me that in your hours and hours of looking at this case and interviewing Mark Jensen, you never asked him about all the internet research he did in this case?
I did not ask him about all the internet research he did.
Did you ask him about any of the internet research he did?
I don't recall specifically.
Did you ask him about looking up poisons on the internet? Did you ask him about that?
No.
You are aware that there was an extensive internet search on Mark Jensen's computer for botulism, ethylene glycol, and a variety of other poisonous substances. Are you aware of that?
My understanding was that it was a family computer.
Oh, so you're saying it wasn't. So you are aware of these searches then, you're telling us?
Yes.
Okay. So you are aware that people were doing internet searches on the Jensen home computer, correct?
Yes.
But none of those searches pertain to divorce lawyers, did they?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And none of them pertain to, say, child custody issues, did they?
Not to my knowledge.
So whoever was using the Jensen family computer, they weren't looking for a divorce lawyer. They weren't looking up things about support requirements. They were just looking up botulism, pressing garlic, which, by the way, apparently can cause botulism, pipe bombs, mercury fulminate, and a wide variety of other things. They were looking up things like that on the internet. You're aware of that?
Yes.
So you are aware that people can look things up on the internet and do internet searches, correct? Back in 1998.
Yes.
And you are aware that Mark Jensen did not spend any time looking up divorce lawyers. In fact, nobody looked up divorce lawyers on the Jensen home computer in 1998, did they?
I don't know that Mark Jensen didn't look up divorce lawyers.
Well, hypothetically speaking, then, assume for a moment that a computer analyst examined the hard drive of the Jensen family home computer and found absolutely no evidence of any searches for divorce lawyers. Would that cause you to infer that perhaps nobody looked up divorce lawyers on the internet on the Jensen home computer?
Yes, on that particular computer.
And on that particular computer, there were all these emails between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte, where Mark Jensen was clearly having an affair with Kelly Labonte, Kelly Greenman, correct? You were aware of that, right?
Yes.
And during this one particular exchange in mid-October of 1998, when Kelly Greenman is talking about, well, we have these issues, and Mark Jensen replied, well, the details are just noise in the bigger picture, correct? That's what he said. You remember that?
I don't.
Well, Kelly Greenman was talking about her issues. She was talking about her husband, and she was talking about divorcing him. When she specifically asked Mark what he was going to do about his issues, he replied, details are just noise in the bigger picture of things. You weren't aware of that? He said that?
No.
Do you know what a narcissist is?
Yes.
Tell the jury what a narcissist is.
In layman's terms or diagnostic terms?
Well, in the terms that us mortals would understand. So that the jury and I can understand you.
So narcissist is common parlance for something in the DSM called narcissistic personality disorder. Those are typically people who feel that they are more important than others. They enjoy interacting with people that they consider of their stature or greater. They tend to be arrogant, condescending, and enjoy status and only associate with people who they consider to have equal or greater status.
I heard a psychiatrist on TV once said that to a narcissist, the narcissist is the sun and the rest of us are all planets. Does that sound like a pretty apt description?
That's a pretty good analogy, yes.
So when Mark Jensen's talking about his wife and his two sons, and he refers to them as just detail, as noise in the greater picture of things, does that sound like maybe a narcissistic response on Mark Jensen?
I didn't assess Mark Jensen's personality or any personality disorders that he might have.
Yeah, I know. You were just focusing on Julie Jensen. You indicated on direct that it's important to put ourselves in the shoes of Julie Jensen.
Yes.
Do you think that that's what you did in this case?
Yes.
So you think that because she didn't take up the offer of Laura Koster that she could go somewhere, or she didn't take up the offer of Teresa Fazio to go to Women's and Children's Horizons, and she didn't take up the offer of Ted Voigt to go off somewhere, that reflected that, well, what did that reflect in your eyes, putting yourself in Julie Jensen's shoes? What did that mean to you?
I think that's evidence of her distorted perception of reality.
What if you are aware that Julie Jensen told Ted Voigt that she wasn't sure if her husband was actually trying to kill her, or actually leaving these things around the house for her to find so that she would think he was trying to kill her, and then she would do something stupid, and then you take the kids away from her. You are aware that that's the conversation that Julie Jensen had with Ted Voigt, right?
I know that she was fearful of losing her children.
Because her husband would make her do something that would make her look crazy, and then she'd lose her children, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, Julie Jensen was talking to Ted Voigt, and she told Ted Voigt what her husband was doing, that he's trying to get her to drink things, and she wouldn't drink things or eat things because she thought he was trying to poison her. You remember that, correct?
Yes.
Then she also said, but I'm not sure. Is he trying to kill me, or is he just trying to make me crazy, do something crazy so that I will call the police, and then I'll be the one that looks crazy because they'll get rid of all the evidence? Did you understand? Do you remember that she said that to Ted Voigt?
Yes, I recall her expressing concern about the potential of being harmed and some confusion about what was happening at home.
Now, you say she should have taken advantage of these offers. You know, she did call the police, right? She called the police.
She did.
And the police came out, and she gave them the film that she'd taken. Back then it was 35 millimeter camera, so she gave them the rolls of 35 millimeter film. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, I'm also aware that she didn't show them any physical evidence.
You don't think that photographs are physical evidence?
They were at the house. She did not show them the things that she had taken photographs of.
Yeah, all she did was hand them the film, correct?
Correct.
And then the police developed the film, correct?
I assume so.
And they gave her the photographs. I mean, she showed one of the photographs that they finished. They gave back to her. She showed that to Laura Coster, didn't she?
Yes, I will assume so.
She showed Laura Coster the photograph of the Post-it note that was on Mark Jensen's day planner, correct?
Yes.
And there's no question that Mark Jensen wrote that Post-it note, is there, in your mind?
No, I assume that he did.
And when the police recovered the day planner on December 3rd, the Post-it note was gone. You aware of that?
No.
Well, hypothetically, why don't you accept the proposition that the Post-it note was gone when the police recovered his day planner on December 3rd, 1998? So that would indicate that somebody got rid of the Post-it note, right?
Yes.
So the evidence that was left out, made possibly for her to see, she saw it, and then he got rid of it. Somebody got rid of it. Either Mark Jensen got rid of it or Julie Jensen got rid of it, correct?
It was no longer there, yes.
So maybe Julie Jensen might have had, putting yourself in her shoes, maybe she might have had a reason to think that her husband was trying to make her look crazy so that she'd report him to the police, and then the police would come in, they'd look at the day planner and say, Julie, there's no Post-it note here. We don't know what you're talking about. Maybe Julie had a good reason to believe that Mark Jensen was doing things to make her either look crazy or be crazy, correct?
I suppose in a hypothetical scenario, yes, that is possible.
And hypothetically, I mean, you've heard of the movie Gaslight, right? I mean, if you're a forensic psychiatrist, you must have seen the movie Gaslight.
I have not.
Really? I highly recommend it to you. But let's assume hypothetically that Gaslight was about a husband who wanted to drive his wife crazy. So he was doing things around the house to make her think things were happening that were not actually happening. He was doing them. That's called gaslighting, right?
I'm familiar with that term, yes.
Yes. And so if for 7 years, Mark Jensen was gaslighting Julie Jensen, trying to make her believe that Perry Tarica was making all these hang-up phone calls and leaving these penis photos around the house. If Julie had come to suspect that was the case, then she would have a further reason to believe that Mark Jensen might be trying to make her crazy or make her look crazy, right?
If there's enough evidence to suggest that Mr. Jensen was doing those things, yes, I think gaslighting is a particular form of challenging someone's mental status.
So if in fact that was happening, then once again, to get back to Julie Jensen's alleged distorted perception of reality, her perception in that regard wouldn't be distorted, would it? She'd actually have good reason to believe that her husband might be trying to make her look crazy, wouldn't she?
Could you repeat the question?
if in fact Mark Jensen had engaged in a years-long campaign of harassment and demeaning of Julie Jensen and tried to make her believe that it was Perry Tariqa that was doing that, if in fact he'd done that, and then also she'd been told that by the police that it was Mark Jensen was doing it, then on December 3rd, 1998, December 2nd, 1998, and December 1st, 1998, the last days of her life, Julie Jensen would have pretty good reason to believe that her husband might be trying to make her look crazy or might be trying to kill her, right?
So I'm hearing multiple hypotheticals.
Well, let's start with one. Hypothetically, let's assume that Julie Jensen had reason to believe that Mark Jensen was the one who'd been gaslighting her for the preceding 7 years. Do you accept that there was information that Julie could reasonably infer that Mark Jensen was the one that was doing that? Do you accept that proposition?
I don't know who did it.
I know, but if Julie Jensen had been told by police officers and a private investigator that it wasn't Perry Tariqa, that it was her husband, then she would have reason to suspect that Mark Jensen was the person that was doing it, correct?
Yes, I think she had reason to suspect.
And so she'd also have reason to suspect that either he might be trying to kill her or he might be trying to make it look like he's doing that so that he could induce her to take some drastic step that then he could use against her and take her children away. She might have reason to suspect that, right?
Based on what?
Based on the fact that she found a Post-it note on his day planner with this list of things on it. Well, did you see that list of things? I mean, it included aspirin and Nicotrol and Librium and razor blades and bag hands, a variety of just notes that didn't make a lot of sense to the police at the time. So if she saw that note and she photographed it and then later the note was gone, it was missing, might she have reason to believe that Mark Jensen was just trying to set her up?
I think that would be a logical leap that I would not make.
Well, are you aware that Mark Jensen had specifically told Julie that if she ever divorced him, he'd take the kids? Were you aware of that?
Not specifically, but that seems like a comment that's pretty prevalent in divorce scenarios.
So, and you are aware that according to everybody who saw Julie, whether it's Paul DeFazio or Dr. Borman or Therese DeFazio or all of the neighbors, everybody said that Julie's boys were everything to her, right?
Yes.
So taking away her boys would be, the threat of taking away her boys would be terrifying to Julie, wouldn't it?
Yes, but for people with good ego strength, divorce happens and people co-parent. So I don't think that that is, while a threat, I don't think it is tantamount to something that is out of the ordinary in terms of couples who get divorced.
For persons, you think Julie had, do you have any reason to believe that Julie had good ego strength at the time that Mark Jensen was engaging this pattern of behavior against her?
I think that she suffered significantly with symptoms of depression.
Well, I know and it seems like it's kind of a circular reasoning here to me, and correct me if I'm wrong. You diagnosed major depressive disorder because her perception of reality was distorted. And yet there's pretty clear evidence that her perception of reality was not distorted, that she saw what was going on around her and she was concerned and terrified by it.
Again, I will recharacterize the diagnosis of major depression based on the criteria, SIG-ECAPS, that we discussed. I think one of the byproducts of her major depressive disorder was difficulty perceiving reality.
So we'll go back to SIG-ECAPS again, sleep. The only person who talked about Julie having any sleep problems was Mark Jensen. Isn't that true?
Yes, he was attempting to get a medication to alleviate her difficulty with sleep.
Oh, or he was getting medication to cause her to sleep so she'd sleep through the symptoms of his poisoning of her. That's another option, right?
I suppose that would be an option.
Yeah, but you didn't express that option. You expressed the option that he was concerned about her well-being.
Again, I offer opinions with reasonable medical certainty, which is more likely than not. More likely than not, it is my opinion that he called for sleep medications in a woman who had been to see the doctor the day before and was diagnosed as being depressed.
But the day before, Dr. Borman had not made any notes whatever of any sleep problems, correct?
Yes.
And do you suppose that when Dr. Borman gave that prescription to Mark Jensen, he said, now, as soon as you get home, give her a dose of Ambien. And then tonight, give her another dose of Ambien. And then first thing in the morning, give her another dose of Ambien. Do you suppose that's the way that Dr. Borman suggested that Mark Jensen should handle this Ambien?
I don't know.
Well, you prescribed Ambien, don't you?
Typically not.
You don't prescribe Ambien?
Not
Why
generally, no.
Why not?
It's a controlled substance.
And you don't like giving people Ambien?
I tend not to prescribe it because I think there are more appropriate options for sleep.
So, and it's a controlled substance and it can have untoward consequences, correct?
It is psychoactive. That's the reason that it's a controlled substance.
But if you were to prescribe it to well, first of all, would you give a prescription to a husband who was coming in on behalf of his wife? Or would you expect to talk to the wife first?
I think we practice a bit differently now. I would ensure that I had a release of information prior to communicating with any family member who was calling directly about a patient.
And if a family member was calling about, for example, a husband came in to see the doctor about his wife, would you prescribe Ambien to your patient, the wife, just based upon the representations that the husband made?
I wouldn't prescribe Ambien at all based on my own personal practice.
Well, would you prescribe any prescribed medication at all, to give any prescribed medication at all for a patient just based upon what the husband said without first talking to the patient?
If that individual was their guardian, I would, yes, because they would be the one to provide consent.
If the man was the guardian, well, was Mark Jensen Julie Jensen's guardian on December 2nd, 1998?
Not to my knowledge.
So Julie was not in need of a guardian on December 2nd, 1998, was she? So I'll just ask this hypothetical question one more time. If a man came into your practice the day after you'd just seen his wife and asked for some prescribed medication for her, would you prescribe that medication for her just based on the man's representation without first talking to the wife?
In 2023, I would not. I was not practicing in 1998.
But you're happy to diagnose her based upon Mr. Jensen's representations to you?
No.
So you base your diagnosis not just on what Mark Jensen said, or even not on what Mark Jensen said at all, correct?
I based my diagnosis on other sources.
Such as Ted Voigt?
Yes, the information that he provided did weigh into my opinion about her suicide risk. I don't believe I specifically used information from Ted Voigt regarding diagnostic criteria.
Well, what information did you rely upon for diagnostic criteria?
Namely, Dr. Borman's information, as he is the medical provider that saw her most proximal to the time of her death.
So Dr. Borman is principally the reason that you've come to this conclusion that Julie suffered from major depressive disorder?
Yes.
And yet you didn't even properly or accurately consider Dr. Borman's testimony, did you? Because on the sleep thing, you indicated that came from Dr. Borman. It didn't come, or Julie Jensen. It didn't come from either one of them. It came from Mark Jensen, and only Mark Jensen. Isn't that true?
No.
Where else did it come from?
Dr. Borman.
Dr. Borman's notes indicate, Dr. Borman indicated that Julie Jensen had said that she suffered from a sleep disorder?
Dr. Borman indicated in his notes that she had a sleep disorder for which he prescribed medications.
No, he did not say that. He did not. He indicated, actually, that's absolutely inconsistent with what Dr. Borman just testified to in this courtroom. What he said in this courtroom was that he did not make note of any sleep problems at all with Julie Jensen on December 1st when we saw her.
I'm not talking about December 1st.
You're talking about December 2nd.
Yes, he
And
indicated that she had sleep problems for which he prescribed a medication.
But that information came exclusively from Mark Jensen, correct?
Yes, but he documented it in his note, suggesting that
Oh.
he accepted and believed it.
So because Dr. Borman wrote down in his notes that Julie Jensen had a sleep problem, that's something you can rely upon, even though all of the information came from the accused murderer in this case.
I assume that Dr. Borman used the information that Mr. Jensen provided in combination with his interview from her the day prior, in which he thought she was depressed, and as trouble with sleeping is one of the symptoms of depression, it made sense to him that she would have a sleep disorder, to the point where he actually prescribed a medication to treat that sleeping disorder.
Doctor, you just made all that up, didn't you? You just made all that stuff up. Dr. Borman didn't testify about that.
Objection, argument.
Sustained. Ask it a different way, Mr.
Well, you know, Dr. West, Dr. Borman testified in this courtroom. The jury heard him testify. He never said anything about Julie having any sleep problems on December 1st. Now, will you acknowledge that there's nothing in Dr. Borman's notes reflecting that Julie Jensen told him anything about any sleep problems on December 1st?
Yes.
Okay. So then on December 2nd, the only information that Dr. Borman had about sleep problems came from Mark Jensen. You will acknowledge that, correct?
No.
Well, what other information did Dr. Borman have at the time that Mark Jensen came in and indicated that Julie was having trouble sleeping? What other information did Dr. Borman have that Julie Jensen was having trouble sleeping besides what Mark Jensen told him?
Dr. Borman had seen her the day prior. He had felt that she was depressed. Sleep being an issue in depression would have been consistent with Mr. Jensen's report that she wasn't sleeping. So I would offer to you that he relied on his medical knowledge and skill set in order to combine the information from his evaluation of her on the 1st and a piece of information that Mark Jensen gave him on the 2nd to offer a prescription medication to treat a symptom that would have been consistent with major depressive disorder.
Now, doctor, you indicated that defense counsel asked you on direct how much she asked you if you're getting paid, and you said yes. How much have you been paid so far, and how much are you intending to bill for the rest of your participation in this case?
I believe the initial bill from 2017 was approximately $10,000, which included travel, time spent with Mr. Jensen, extensive record review of transcripts, and then regarding this matter, I have not submitted a bill yet.
How much are you charging per hour?
$400 an hour.
And do you charge a flat rate for having to come here?
No.
So you didn't charge them for traveling to and from? Well, I'm talking the $400 an hour. Does it start the minute you get on the witness stand, or does it start the minute you got the hotel room? When did you start? How many hours are you going to bill them for today so far?
For today so far?
Yes.
I suppose I started at 8:30.
And how about yesterday? You're not billing them anything for yesterday?
That's a double negative. I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
I said you're not charging anything for yesterday. I don't think that's a double negative, is it? You didn't charge them anything for yesterday? I didn't say you didn't charge them nothing for yesterday. That would be a double negative. I asked you, you didn't charge them anything for yesterday? That's not a double negative. But did you charge them anything for yesterday, or are you planning to charge them anything for yesterday?
Yes.
How much are you charging them for yesterday?
I haven't calculated the hours yet.
Well, when did you start and when did you finish? I can do the calculation for you.
I would assume an hour and a half for travel and 2 hours for preparation for today.
So 3.5 hours yesterday, and then 2 hours, approximately 2 hours for today.
Is that a question?
Yes. Yes, that's a question.
Yes.
So you indicated that there was suicidality was present here, correct?
Yes.
And Julie Jensen told a number of different people she would never commit suicide, correct, because of her boys?
My apologies. Let me rephrase that. I indicated that she was at high risk for suicide.
But the last S in SIGI caps is suicidality, correct?
Yes, and I believe that I made the caveat that that is something that that's up for debate. That's the question that we're looking at here.
So Julie Jensen did tell a number of different people that she would never commit suicide, correct?
Yes, I believe that to be true.
But nonetheless, you thought she was at high risk for suicide.
Yes.
But if she'd told people that she was considering suicide, you'd also consider her at risk for suicide.
Yes.
So if she said she's not suicidal, or if she says she is suicidal, either way, she's suicidal.
Yes, given the other risk factors.
So really, there's nothing Julie could have said that would have caused you to come to any other diagnosis other than major depressive disorder in this case?
That she could have said?
Yes.
Yes, I imagine there are a number of things she could have said that would lead her to not appear depressed if she were not depressed.
Well, you know, psychiatrists and other people, and they use this term depressed. I mean, what about just being really, really sad? Can people be really sad because of the situation that they find themselves in?
Yes.
So, for example, if a person just got a diagnosis for terminal cancer, you'd expect them to be very sad and distraught, correct?
Yes.
That doesn't mean they've been depressed. It just means they've got terrible news and they're upset about it.
Correct.
And if somebody that you love or care about has died, then you expect them to be very sad about that, correct?
Potentially. I think everyone grieves in different ways.
And isn't that one of the things that the DSM-5 says, is that when you're looking before you come to describe that as major depressive disorder, you're supposed to look at the things that could cause the person to naturally be sad?
I think those are important to take into account.
Well, that's what the DSM-5 says, isn't it?
I don't know what part of the DSM-5 you're referring to. It's a large book.
Well, it shouldn't surprise you to learn I was talking about the part that pertains to major depressive disorder. So on page 161, note, responses to a significant loss, e.g. bereavement, financial ruin, losses from a natural disaster, a serious medical issue or disability, or for that matter, your marriage falling apart, may include the feelings of intense sadness, rumination about the loss, insomnia, poor appetite, and weight loss. So the DSM-5 also indicates to you that when you're, before making a diagnosis of major depressive disorder, you should look at what's actually going on in a patient's life. Isn't that true?
Yes, I think all those factors are important to take into account.
So let's consider the factors that were going on in Julie Jensen's life in, say, from September 21st, 1998 through December 1st, 1998. The first time she saw Dr. Borman, well, the first time we're talking about here, September 21st, 98. And the second time, when she saw him on September 21st, 98, let's talk about things that are going on in Julie Jensen's life. She had reason to suspect that her husband was having an affair, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, her husband was having an affair, correct?
Yes.
And she had reason to believe that if she divorced him, if she divorced her husband, he would take the kids, correct?
Yes, I believe that was one of her concerns.
And she was a stay-at-home mom, so she didn't have any independent source of income, correct?
That is correct. She was not working at the time.
And she had reason to believe that her husband had subjected her to a years-long campaign of emotional distress and gaslighting behaviors, correct?
I don't necessarily agree with that characterization.
Well, you don't agree that on September 21st, 1998, a rational person in Julie Jensen's shoes, you don't agree that she would have a reason to believe that her husband may have been the person that was causing all these hang-up phone calls and these abusive emails?
No, I don't believe that that has been determined who caused those.
Okay, assume hypothetically that in her long list of harassing behaviors, Julie Jensen had noted on an April 13th, 1998 email, she'd received an email as part of this pattern of abuse. Assume that hypothetically, will you please?
Okay.
And then assume hypothetically that we recovered that email and it was from Turtle to Julie Jensen. Can you assume that hypothetically?
Yes.
And then assume hypothetically that attached that email from Turtle to Julie Jensen was a whole bunch of penis photos, erect penis photos, a whole bunch of offensive pornographic penis photos. Can you assume that hypothetically?
No, I don't necessarily know those were harassing or offensive. I don't know how she interpreted that email.
Well, let's say this. If we showed them to the jury, and we did, in fact, show them to the jury, and everybody would concede that they're abusive and offensive and pornographic photos, that wouldn't influence your judgment at this point?
I don't know that everyone conceded they're abusive and pornographic photos. I think sometimes people who are married to one another exchange images between them. I don't think that that's terribly unusual behavior. I do not know how Ms. Jensen personally interpreted that.
Well, she did list it in the harassing behavior. So wouldn't that suggest that she viewed it as harassing behavior?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Okay, so she's got a long list. She's got pages and pages and pages and pages of harassing behavior that she's kept in this journal. Will you accept that as a hypothetical proposition?
Was it titled harassing behavior?
Well, she was told by a police officer you should keep a record of all this harassing behavior. So then she started keeping the record. So now can you infer that, yes, this is harassing behavior that Julie Jensen was keeping track of?
It's my understanding they were unusual occurrences and circumstances that she kept track of.
And one of those occurrences was an email on April 13th, 1998. And she put it on her list, this list of harassing behaviors. So you're even now, you can't even accept the proposition that Julie Jensen viewed this email with all these penis photos on it. She viewed that as harassing behavior. You can't even accept that now?
I think it was an unusual circumstance. Again, I don't know how she responded to it emotionally.
We're going to take our morning break, folks. Good time to stop.
Wow. Are they on break? Oh, okay. All right. I was trying to listen to something else to get this set up for you guys.
All right, we're in recess 10 minutes.
And let me change my banner. I don't want you guys yelling at me. And find my trial recap banner. All right, we're gonna drop out of that for a second. So I told you guys, dude, I have said this from the start. They better not call one of these forensic psychiatrists. These are like controversial doctors. It's weird. I don't get it. I don't like these people. I don't trust their testimonies. I think they're cracks, right? It's like tarot reading. I don't believe it. You know, you open a fortune cookie. That's what I think. So here we'll play a quick clip of Dr. Herzl Spiro from the 2008 trial. So we did a marathon stream of this over I don't know, whatever weekends we did all that. But here they're going to talk about Spiro here in a second, and you're going to see Bobby Boy goes hard at Spiro the same as he just went hard at West. That's why I was telling you guys in the chat, he does not like these doctors. Not at all. And that 2008 testimony between Herzl and Bobby, they argued the entire time during cross-examination.
In this case, presented an alternative theory, which was vengeful suicide. They had an expert witness who had gathered all kinds of information about Julie's past, mental health treatment, family history in terms of depression. He ultimately opined that Julie had taken her own life.
You understand that she contacted a neighbor on the day before her death and had a conversation in which she said, "Don't worry about me."
That's my understanding. And one would expect that if the state of mind is, I think someone's trying to kill me, the piece of psychological evidence, it just doesn't fit.
I have a very, very low opinion of Dr. Spiro. The so-called psychological autopsy was malarkey. I thought it was malpractice. I thought he was dishonest and condescending, and the jury hated Dr. Spiro.
There's sufficient evidence that she was depressed, and you may find that some of the things that are listed turn out to be controversial, but it does not change my impression that she was depressed, and that's true to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Don't you think a statement from the defendant's sister, "I've lived with him for 18 years, you have no idea what he's capable of," don't you think that would form a legitimate basis for Julie Jensen to have actual fear that her husband is actually going to kill her or try to kill her?
Made in the tone of voice you made it, yes. But that's you giving testimony. That is not the record that I received.
At one point, Angie leaned over and said, "Are you going to let him talk to you like that?" I said, "Angie, look at the jury. They hate him."
A doctor.
See? He was trying to do the same thing. He's trying to do the same thing to Dr. West. Oh, my world. All right, let's play this little clip. We clipped this out last night. I think there's a lot of doubt in this case. Some of you don't think so. Some of you are still convinced. I'd love to hear your arguments about why you're so convinced that Mark is guilty. Love to hear it.
So Julie Jensen was contemplating suicide. Why would she complain to her neighbor?
Well, let me back this up. I had the volume down.
So if Julie Jensen was contemplating suicide, why would she complain to her neighbor about her husband trying to kill her?
Well, so here's another thing I have learned from investigating suicides over the years is, as we all know, there's a tremendous social stigma about suicide and depression and mental health. And people often go to elaborate lengths to make their suicide appear to be something other than a suicide. So
I'm not following you. You're suggesting that Julie was going to elaborate lengths to make a planned suicide. She was planning a suicide, and she went to elaborate lengths to make it look like it wasn't a suicide.
I've seen that many, many times.
You have?
I have. Oh, absolutely. People that write notes, there's somebody trying to beat down the door. And then when they end up dead in their house, the law enforcement does the investigation and finds that, oh, actually, this person probably did the door beating themselves, or people that shoot themselves in the back and then fall in a river so that and then the gun washes away so that it looks like a homicide. I mean, there can be life insurance reasons to make it look like an accident.
So it seems like you're just kind of speculating about a lot of things. Do you have any specific information that would cause you to think that Julie Jensen was talking to Ted Voigt and Therese DeFazio to disguise the fact that she's going to commit suicide?
Well, I don't know.
Evidence of that, do you?
I don't know why she told them what she told them.
In my opinion, I, of course, find it strange that these two highly qualified forensic pathologists reviewed the same material and neither one of them thought about asphyxiation as a possibility given the scientific evidence until it was asked of them to retroactively
Oh, you know
show
that
if it was consistent.
this case that I just cited talked about the penis issue pretty extensively. And I'm shocked how many times they mentioned the word penis. And what did this case say? Now, this is guidance for me, and I like it.
Can I ask you if you can identify that photograph?
This was a photograph that Julie Jensen had given me, I believe it was in August of '98.
Is there a note on the back of that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And whose handwriting is that note?
It is Julie Jensen's handwriting.
And what does it say?
It says found 7/3/95 in truck.
And so, Judge, this would be the first exhibit that I'm showing.
Right, go ahead.
Dude, the clip, that holy shit. Holy shit. Did you see that? What a fucking mistake by the court. They are going to fuck my stream up over that shit.
You're familiar with the phases of ethylene glycol poisoning?
No, I'm not.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Were you at one time?
No, I'm not. I wasn't at one time. I
Wouldn't be able to testify at all about.
No, I would not.
Okay, so
Not about ethylene glycol. I'm not an expert or even very comfortable going through the different pharmacokinetics of ethylene glycol.
So if you testified in 2008 about the phases of ethylene glycol, do you wish you hadn't?
I wish I hadn't.
Of the ability to have this witness testify about prior testimony or admit the prior testimony of this witness.
I denied it.
I know you did, and you
Bring
denied
the jury back.
Judge, you denied it, but you didn't allow the state to make its argument. So
Your counsel made her argument.
Your Honor, you denied it.
Counsel made your argument. Bring the jury back.
Your Honor, it's prior testimony. It's not being offered to refresh a recollection. It's prior testimony. It's admissible under 908.045 of the Wisconsin statutes. This witness is unavailable on that particular issue. We deserve to be heard on this, Your Honor. It's a first-degree murder case. We should be following the rules of evidence. The rules of evidence indicate this testimony is admissible, and it's an important part of this case.
The jury probably could hear you yelling.
Well, Your Honor, please, the state is entitled to make an argument
your record.
on evidentiary issues.
Go ahead and make your record.
Oh, Bobby boy. Yes, chat. We are on a little break. Bobby boy was about to have an aneurysm. Oh my God. There's so many clips. I'm working on I'm editing a clip right now on my other computer. And it's going to be a while. This computer's super slow. And I can't edit while I'm streaming on this computer.
Hunter of Pleasant Prairie Police Department and Sergeant Riley of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. We're here at the Jensen home.
So make sure you guys like the stream, hit that thumbs up on YouTube. Only 17 of the viewers have hit the thumbs up.
That is Officer Pelkey.
Facebook, make sure you guys share the stream out.
Can of the living quarters.
If you like
with
what we do
Sergeant Riley
here,
and
there
Sergeant
are
Hunter.
some links where you
We
can
were called
send
this
in some
afternoon for a death
donations that helps
investigation.
provide
Now going down
content
the hallway
all the time, covering
to
the
the room.
case, clipping out video
Sergeant
stuff
Hunter.
for you guys, paying
The
for
phone
open
is ringing
records
as we're
requests.
taping, and Sergeant Hunter will be answering the phone. We're in the bedroom.
We're going to play a bunch of clips during the lunch
Scanning
break.
everything. As you can see, there is a female body on the bed, which has been disturbed by the firefighters.
So they are still on break, guys. I'm paying attention. I'll flip it back as soon as they come back. Who's taking the video of the
This here
home?
is
That
the
is Detective Ratsberg.
Nightstand next to it. You have to.
Detective Ratsberg.
My
This is his second
acrobatics here haven't been that
homicide
well.
that he's ever
Adjusting
worked.
The camera here isn't
And there
looking.
are a bunch of mistakes that he did.
To focus in on
Didn't
some of the
collect
items that we
evidence.
found.
He's not wearing gloves. Didn't test evidence.
And again, it's just as one of these smaller cameras, a little hard to operate here.
There's so many
This is the
issues with this
bedroom.
case, guys.
Also now turned on the light, give you anything more that's necessary to see. The body, which at this point we haven't seen anything unusual with it, however, we have yet to examine it in any great detail. Sergeant Riley also found a diary.
We
of
have
the deceased,
evidence,
which was located in
evidence
the
that was
cabinet in the bedroom.
lost. We got mice eating evidence
Other
that
items in the room.
supposedly, may have contained antifreeze, but they didn't find any antifreeze. It's just this whole case is a nightmare. So I'm curious why some of you still think Mark is guilty and that there's not just this overwhelming amount of doubt with all of the corruption, the scandals, the missing evidence.
At this point, there was some remarks about the cloth, that it was still wet, and the shower area.
You got police reports that went missing. You got
Cloth
pathology
underneath
reports
the
that went
Westberg is
missing.
damp. This one
People
here
getting
is
fired.
dry, and this one also damp.
Patrick says, if the mice allegedly ate the antifreeze, right? Where's the mice?
The window was found open.
Where
All the
is
screen was
Fievel
attached. I
Mouskowitz
checked
at?
it on the outside.
We asked
and
the
there was
same
no
question,
sign of any
Patrick.
forced
We
entry.
asked the same question. What happened to the mice?
Leaving the bedroom now.
I think if the jury saw a dead mouse in a Ziploc bag, I think Mark would be sunk.
Now entering the children's room.
And then you hear, in that video right now.
Recording the condition that we found it in.
So he's taping the house live. This is live, right? Well, not live, but you know what I'm saying. He's not a live streamer. He's not a live streamer. He's live streaming in Kenosha right now. There's all this talk that Bobby Boyd does about, all this vomit that's in the house and specifically in the garbage can. And this detective that's taping the house is just filmed this garbage can in the bedroom where she's supposedly throwing up, and there is no vomit in the garbage can. So you see what I'm saying, where Bob likes to distort the facts, distort the testimony. He likes to just tell his story over and over and over again. And it's not even true. But a lot of you guys get so hung up on what the DA says, and you're missing a lot of key things. That's why we break these testimonies down during breaks. We stay on for another hour after the day to break down what we heard, point out the discrepancies. There is so much craziness in this case. So they are still on break, guys. I am paying attention, so don't think that we're ignoring the actual trial.
Pretty much a standard child's room. Now going a shot down the hallway. Well, the kitchen and Dan will do.
Patrick says Bob
Kitchen
repeats
area,
the
there's
same
a
narrative
cabinet
with each
with
witness. He
a
does.
lot of prescription items in them.
He does repeat it.
We will
And
be
if you guys
taking
pay attention
all that.
to when Bob talks, Bob actually screws up. And he kind of tells on himself.
Also located this here.
He's already told on himself
Inside
twice as far as Julie
It was open this up.
um,
Was one that found
being on the computer looking up
that you were
poisons.
missing on this.
That was a stupid thing for him to say. That put tons and tons of doubt in this case.
And my apologies for the shakiness here. It's hard to
There's
do
no
three things
initial
at once.
search of the poison on the
Trying to go
computer other
forward
than
here.
there's a research of these things. And we've already pointed out why it's Julie that's on the computer at that time.
You notice there was macaroni and cheese in the bedroom, along here with the garbage can in here.
He's
I would note
painted
that
Julie
I
as
think
this
that
very
macaroni and
dumb,
cheese might be somewhat
dim-witted
older, maybe this
woman
morning or
that's
last night,
not
'cause there is
smart at
garbage on
all.
top of it.
Have you guys paid attention to this? He's
Along
painted
with
her
the
like
lawn.
she is really stupid. And then through testimony, but of course Bob screws this up too, he paints that Julie is incredibly intelligent.
Case there is
And then one of the most
family
damning
camera
things that he's done to his own
Other than
case
that, everything else has
is
been pretty much
talking
found
about
where you
again
found it.
how Julie is so
Or here's where
stupid
you
and she
found
can't
it.
use a computer,
This is
and
a
she's told
mail
all these people
addressed
she
to
can't
Julie
use a
and Mark
computer.
Jensen
And then,
in
like
the
an
Kohl's
idiot,
department
he
store.
sinks himself.
And
And with Dr.
copy of
Lindsay
the
Thomas, he
newspaper,
starts talking about how
which of
Julie
course
was
is
on the
today's
computer
Thursday,
drafting
December
up a
3rd.
resume. So which one is it, Bob? Is Julie a dumb housewife, or is she incredibly straight A
And here in the
student,
living room,
person that knows how to
going
use the
over towards the
computer
bed,
and type
those
resumes?
items in
He's
there.
also pointed out the fact that
Turning off the light now.
Julie's
to
on the
save some juice
computer designing
here. The
invitations.
briefcase there that's located there right in front of me here.
That's not an
Sergeant
easy
Hunter
thing.
found, some
And
material that
right,
she laid
and
out on
she's
the
using
desk. It should be
Quicken for the
looking further
finance
into.
stuff. So there's already doubt right there.
As we
He
have,
painted a picture like Julie's
been
so
going
dumb,
through
she
the
doesn't
room
even know
here.
how to turn the computer on. She's never used the computer. And throughout this case, we have heard nothing but Julie's computer use. Pay attention to the emails that are sent. I've pointed this out a bunch. Pay attention to the emails. Because Mark is sending the emails while he's at work, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And then you have somebody on the computer, 11:30, 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, who signs into Mark's email account and is looking up emails between Mark and Kelly Labonte. Mark's not rereading his emails. And then coincidentally, the next search on the computer is about contents from the email. And then the next search is going on to the Stiffel-Nichols directory and looking up different Kellys and what branches they work at. Why would Mark do this? He knows what branch Kelly works at. He's sending her emails.
Rise.
So those that think he's guilty, I think you guys are missing some key things.
Back on the record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The doctor is still under oath. She's on the stand. You can continue with your cross, Mr. Jamboys. The jury's back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. West, I'm going to show you something that's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Have you ever seen that before?
No.
Please open it up.
And the first thing that's in there is a bunch of letters from Ameritech about harassing phone calls and tap and traces and things of that sort, correct?
There are some letters from Wisconsin Bell, it appears.
And what do they pertain to?
I believe it looks like it refers to a trace on the phone.
Now, would you go to the first page of the actual this actual book, and then go down to the about 2/3 of the way down? There's a designation headed 4296. You see that, where there's a reference to Detective Mickelson?
There are a number of items dated 4/2/96, and I do see a reference to Police Detective Paula Mickelson.
Could you please read that out loud to the jury?
4/2/96 a.m. called Kenosha Police Detective Paula Mickelson, 656-7328, and she suggested the following. 1, talk to a detective at Pleasant Prairie Police, not uniformed patrolman Mark Hunter or Paul Ratzberg, 694-7353. 2, keep a journal of everything that happens. We are accountable.
So that's where I want you to stop. So right there, Detective Mickelson apparently was advising Julie Jensen to keep a record of everything, correct?
Yes.
Now, would you please turn to page 46 of that journal?
Okay.
And what's the first entry on the top of page 46?
1998 new tactics, live on internet, calls to Mark's OFC office, asking if he's watching it and when to tune in.
Now, please go down to 4/13/98. And what does it indicate there for 4/13/98?
Email.
So Julie Jensen's indicating in this, will you now acknowledge that she was keeping a list of harassment that was being directed against her upon the instruction of Detective Paula Mickelson from the Kenosha Police Department?
I don't see the word harassment in here.
Okay. I guess what we'll do is pull up this. You've got on your screen there, pull up the first 4/2/98. Or not, yeah. Put on page 1. What page is it? Turn to page 33, please. And that's entitled, at the top of that, it's in box letters, it says partial review of past, correct?
Yes.
And go to page 34. And then what's listed on all these pages, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, 46. What's listed on each and every one of those pages is a series of actions that apparently were directed against Julie Jensen. Isn't that true?
No, I don't believe there's any indication that they were directed specifically against her.
Well, she's the one that was making the notes, correct?
Yes.
And she recorded hang-up phone calls, correct?
Yes, but I understand that to be a home phone.
Yes, a home phone, yes. And she was recording penis photos or photos being left around the house, correct? Or at Mark's place of business, correct?
I understand she did that, and I have not seen a specific reference to that, but I do believe that to be true.
And then when you go to page 36, or I'm sorry, page 40, was it page 46? Page 46 at the top, she indicates a new tactic, correct?
Yes.
And then on April 13th, 98, she indicates email, correct?
Yes.
Now, from all of this, you can't surmise that Julie Jensen was the victim, the subject of a pattern of harassment and humiliation directed against her?
No, I don't see any reference to humiliation.
Okay. Now, I'm going to actually show you the email that Julie Jensen received on April 13th, 1998. So could you put it up on the screen, please? This has already been received into evidence. This is an email that was shown to Julie Jensen on April 13th, 1998, according to her own notes. And can you read what it says?
Maybe. That's better. Here's a few for J of me soft. Also a shot I took without her knowing it of a married girl in the office I'm currently doing at a nearby hotel.
And that is from whom?
Turtle.
To whom?
Mark Jensen.
And the subject?
Me soft.
Now, I'm going to show you, and the jury, I'm going to show you these the photos that were attached to this email. So these are the photos that were apparently attached, well, that they were attached to this email that you just seen from Turtle to Mark Jensen. You can take the photos down now. So that those are pornographic photos?
Yes, they depict naked men, it appears.
And it appears as though it came from Turtle to Mark Jensen, correct?
That is what it said.
So you could see why Julie Jensen would think that these are harassing emails being sent to Mark Jensen for him to show to her, right?
I don't know what she thought they were. There's no indication of that.
Now I'm going to show you another email that appears to be from Turtle to Mark Jensen. So direct your attention to the screen. Can you see what that says? Can you blow it up?
This is the same email?
Yes, the same email, but now can you see who Turtle actually is?
From Turtle M. Jensen at execpc.com.
So M. Jensen at execpc.com. Do you have any professional opinion as to who that may be?
No, I don't have a professional opinion on who that
Do you have
is.
any opinion, any idea, any inference, any possible way, considering that we're here in the trial of State of Wisconsin versus Mark Jensen? Now maybe can you think who could M. Jensen at execpc.com, who could that possibly be?
I don't know.
You wouldn't surmise it might be Mark Jensen? Might be Michael Jensen?
I don't know.
Matthew Jensen? But you couldn't exclude the possibility that since Mark Jensen's email address is mjensen at execpc.com, might you surmise that that is Mark Jensen?
Again, I don't know.
Well, if I showed you an email from Mark Jensen to Kelly Labonte that is from M. Jensen at execpc, might that give you further indication of who M. Jensen at execpc might be?
Perhaps, but
Okay,
I'm
well-
not a computer expert, so I don't understand how emails are generated or how emails are cloned. So I can't speak to that.
I'll just show you the email and see what inferences you can draw from that. So again, directing your attention to the screen. So it's from Mark Jensen, mailed to mjensen at execpc.com, and then sent, and then it was to Labonte K at Stifel Nicholas. So does that maybe cause you to possibly consider the idea that M. Jensen at execpc.com is actually the one and only Mark Jensen?
Again, I don't know.
Okay, no further nothing further on this.
We're done with the cross?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
Just one.
Just, all right, we heard that one question.
I have two questions.
All right, now we got two.
Is there, Dr. West, is there any information you reviewed that suggested that Julie Jensen believed her husband was the cause of the photos and hang-up calls and emails?
No.
And based on everything you've been asked, do you have an opinion as to Julie Jensen's risk for suicide?
I do. And based on all the information available that I reviewed, my opinion remains unchanged that at the time of her death, Ms. Jensen was at high risk for suicide.
No further questions.
Anything on that, Mr. Jambois?
So you are aware that Julie Jensen had been told by two different police officers and a private investigator that Mark Jensen was the one leaving these photos around the house and doing the hang-up calls. You are aware of that, correct?
I don't have any indication of that.
Oh, well, assuming hypothetically that Julie Jensen had been told by both Ron Cosman and Paul Ratzberg and a private investigator named Dave Ellis that it was Mark Jensen that was doing this to her, not Perry Tarica, would she then, in your estimation, have a reasonable basis for believing that Mark Jensen was engaging in this harassing behavior?
I don't see any evidence of that.
Even today, you don't see any evidence of that. Mine. No further questions.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
We'll move exhibits 121 and 122 into evidence.
They will be received. Who's our next witness?
It's David Jensen, and I want to see if he's in the hallway.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Whoa, here we go. Chat, you guys have been waiting for this. We thought he would have been the last witness for the day, but he is coming up before lunch. So this is the older son. The moment everybody has been waiting for. During the lunch break, there are several of you that think Mark Jensen is guilty. A bunch of us don't. So what we'll do during lunch and even during our breakdown at the end of the day for trial, we will invite you onto the stream. We'll send you a link, bring you on. You can leave your cameras off. And let's talk about it.
You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, try to get as close as you can to the microphone. Try to speak loudly. First of all, spell your first and last name for the reporter.
David Jensen.
Spell your first and last name.
DavidJensen.
All right, who's doing the direct? Go ahead, Ms. Krause.
And David, I'm going to ask you to speak directly into the microphone so that the jurors can hear you, okay?
Sorry.
It's okay. David, can you tell us who your parents are?
Mark Jensen and Julie Jensen.
And how old were you when Julie Jensen passed away?
I was 8 years old.
I want to take you to December 3rd, 1998, okay? At some point, did you arrive to your house from school?
What day? December 3rd was that? What day of the week?
The day your mom passed away, that Thursday.
Sorry. Yes, we came home directly from school. I was picked up.
And after coming home directly from school, where did you go?
We came inside and Doug and I went to the living room.
And when you say we, who was with you?
My dad. It was my dad, my brother, Douglas, and I.
And after you and Douglas went into the living room, do you know where your dad went?
Yeah, he told us to wait in the living room while he went down the hallway to the bedroom to check on our mom.
At some point, did your dad come back down that hallway?
Yeah, I don't remember how long exactly it was, but he came out crying not terribly long after he went down.
So after he was in your parents' bedroom, he came back down that hallway?
Yes.
And what did you see?
He was sobbing and told us to stay there, told me to put on a movie for Doug, went to the telephone, and then returned down the hallway. We just stayed in the living room.
We're going to come back to that day, but I want to hear a little bit about what you've been doing since you were 8 years old. Okay. Did you graduate high school?
Yes, from Bradford.
And that was in Kenosha?
Yes,
What year did you graduate high school?
2008.
After high school, did you go to college?
UW Parkside. I graduated in 2012.
And what did you graduate with for a degree?
Bachelor of Science in Biology.
After graduating from UW Parkside, did you continue your education?
Yes, I worked for a year as a lab technician and then enrolled as a graduate student at the Medical College of Wisconsin.
That 1 year you worked as a lab technician, where was that?
That was also at the Medical College of Wisconsin.
So after that year, you enrolled as a graduate student?
Yes.
And that was also at the Medical College of Wisconsin?
Yes.
And what were you working towards?
I was working on my PhD.
Your PhD in what?
Physiology and biomedical science.
What does physiology and biomedical science mean?
So I was in particular working on vascular dysfunction and hypertension and diabetes with a focus on translational research from bringing basic research to the clinic.
At some point, did you get your doctorate?
Yes, I graduated or defended my thesis in 2020.
When you say defended your thesis, that means like you had to give your thesis to a group of individuals and then defend the premise.
Yes, so I wrote, all my original research was written up into like a 300-page monstrosity, and then I go in front of the entire department, give a big presentation, and then my committee decides whether my contribution has been enough to warrant the degree, and so yeah, graduated.
Was it enough to warrant your degree?
Yes.
And when did you get that?
That was in 2020.
After getting your degree, did you then go and start working?
I defended my thesis. It was the initial week of COVID lockdown. It was mine was the first virtual defense at my institution. So due to hiring freezes and stuff, I worked as a postdoctoral fellow at the medical college for a couple years, and I'm now employed by a company called Ashfield as a medical writer.
And what does a medical writer do?
So we're hired by pharmaceutical companies. I write manuscripts, Congress presentations, and educational materials based on the results of clinical trials.
And you've been doing that since 2022?
Yeah, 2022, January, I started there.
Now, I want to go back to your childhood before you were 8 years old and ask you if you remember a time that you spent with your mom.
Any time in particular, or
just any specific things you remember doing with your mom prior to her passing?
Yeah, so we spent a lot of time at this little plastic table just off the kitchen. This was our arts and crafts table. During the summer, we were absolute fish. We were in the pool just constantly.
When you say we, who was in the pool constantly?
Doug and I. Doug with his little floaties, and Drake was over. Our cousin Drake was over often in the summers as well. So he and I were closer in age, so we would be swimming a ton.
Was your mom in the pool with you, if you remember?
I don't particularly remember her being in the pool with us, just kind of watching us from the deck.
Absolutely. And you said your younger brother was in the pool.
Occasionally, as he was able.
What other things do you remember doing with your mom?
She also volunteered at my school. So whenever we had a field trip, she also came along. So always saw her there too.
Did your family do anything as a family?
Yeah. All four of us would play in the pool on the weekends, and we frequently went fishing as well on Lake Michigan or occasionally Lake Geneva.
Now, I want to talk to you about some of the activities you did with your dad prior to your mom passing. Do you remember specific things that you did with your dad?
Frequent fishing trips. Sometimes all four of us, sometimes just the two of us, just him and me. a lot of just roughhousing and wrestling on the carpet. Yeah.
When you mentioned fishing trips, sometimes just you and your dad, sometimes all four, do you remember where you went?
Yeah. We would do an annual trip down to Big Cedar Lodge in Missouri. It was just a fishing resort on a chain of lakes. And more often, Lake Michigan, we would go just outside the harbor up by the lighthouse and the breakwater and go perch fishing there.
Being avid fishermen, did you guys have your own poles?
Yes. Yeah.
And did you ever make your own poles?
My dad would buy like the blanks and then do the wrapping and building. So I'd help him with that out in the garage. We had one that we built for myself that I was particularly fond of.
Been marked as exhibit 123, 124, and 125, and ask you if you recognize these pictures.
Sorry, frog in my throat. Yes, I do recognize these. This is the base of the rod that we built for me.
How do you know it's the base of the rod that you built for you in 123?
In 123.
Oh, is that what exhibit do you have in front of you, David?
123. It's painted Dave and Dad on it, and also I was very adamant. 6-year-old David was very adamant about including Power Ranger stickers, which I can also see in the picture.
And is there a picture of the handle of that fishing rod?
Just of the base of the rod.
And then, did you and your dad make anyone else a fishing pole?
Yes, we also made one for my mom.
Before I go to the one that you made for your mom, I want to just ask you a couple of questions so that you can see the pictures. On exhibit 125, can you tell the date of the fishing pole?
It's marked May of 1996.
And is that when you remember making the fishing pole? I think you said 6-year-old David wanted Power Rangers.
Yeah, I was quite young at the time, but I remember picking out the stickers and trying to figure out which ones would actually fit on the rod and doing that out in the garage.
And exhibit 123 and 124 are just of the base of the fishing pole with the Power Ranger stickers?
Yes, correct. Yeah, it's marked Dave and Dad as well.
Now, I was just asking you if you had made a fishing pole for anyone else, and what was your answer?
We also made one specifically for my mom.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 128 and ask you if you know what that is a picture of.
This looks like one of the rods that we built. Most of them had the cork handle.
Did yours have a cork handle?
No, mine had a metal and foam handle.
And what was so special about that handle to you, the metal and foam handle?
I picked it because it looked like a lightsaber.
Right. Which would be consistent with 6-year-old David.
Yes.
And so exhibit 128, you recognize that as a fishing pole consistent with what you had made in the past with your dad?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 126. Are you able to tell from Exhibit 126 on who that fishing pole was made for? Or is that just another picture of the pole?
No, this one is marked my 3Ds, which is what my mom called us collectively, Dad, David, and Douglas.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 127. Is this a close-up of the kind of the base of the pole?
Yes.
And what does it say on there?
It's the my 3Ds and then Christmas 98.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 129, which I think is a clearer picture.
Yes, the same pole, just a little more in focus. But yeah, yes, my 3Ds and then Christmas 98.
Consistent with the picture 128 that I showed you?
Yes.
And this was consistent with one of the pictures I showed you, Exhibit 127?
Yes.
And on this picture, you can see the My 3Ds at the top.
Yes.
And then it says Christmas 98.
Yes.
And that's consistent with Exhibit 129 that I showed you?
Yes.
David, why does it say Christmas 98, if you remember?
We were making it as a Christmas gift.
And how do you remember when you made this fishing pole?
Not exactly. It would have been sometime in the winter months. The garage was heated, but it still was chilly enough to need a jacket.
And do you remember it being chilly enough that you needed a jacket?
Yes.
And who did you make this fishing pole with for Christmas?
My dad and I.
Did Douglas help?
I don't recall him helping. He was very young at the time.
And did you help with any part of making this fishing pole?
As much as I could. As a kid, I think I was there more just to provide excitement.
Did your family have a home computer?
Yes, we had one in the den.
And do you remember when you got that home computer? I'm not asking the specific date or time, just like generally, do you remember getting it?
Yes, when we got it, we also bought a table to be the desk for it, which I took upon myself to try to assemble, and my parents unpacked the box and I came and found me doing the bolts in. I liked putting things together, so just thought it was a big Lego set, essentially.
And did you ever use that computer?
Yes, there was a painting program that I was particularly fond of that I remember playing with it on.
Do you remember anyone else using the home computer?
Intermittently in the evening, we'd occasionally hang out in the den. My parents taught me to play chess in there, and I'd occasionally see my dad and my mom using it on occasion, but nothing in particular stands out about it.
Do you specifically remember seeing your dad on the computer?
Yes.
And do you specifically remember seeing your mom on the computer?
Yes.
And you said, when was that you would typically see them?
In the evenings is when I remember seeing them on it.
Can you tell us what they were doing on the computer?
I couldn't tell you specifics.
At the time, at any time did your childhood, do you remember your mom being upset or exhibiting any unusual behavior?
I mean, upset a few times, but I mean, once I went to the neighbor, asked to go out and play, and went to the neighbors across the street and the neighbors next door, and parents couldn't find me, so they were understandably upset.
Absolutely.
But there was one instance where she did get upset that I didn't. It stuck with me because I didn't understand why she was upset or what we'd done wrong.
What was that?
One summer, we were watching my cousin Drake during the day that summer, and I don't recall how we exactly got onto this, but we were playing with Hot Wheels tracks and taking them apart and sticking them in the waistbands of our pants, and I remember her just screaming at us in the bathroom and washing our mouth out with soap and putting us in a timeout. I didn't understand why what we'd done wrong to warrant that reaction.
It'd be fair though, that wasn't like a typical memory of yours that you were always getting yelled at or grounded.
Oh, no.
This is just one instance that you remember.
Yes.
And I think you said you remembered it because it just kind of stands out at you because you didn't understand why you got in trouble.
Yeah, yes.
Is there any other time that you remember your mom being upset and maybe you didn't understand why? That was the big one that stood out to me. That you remember?
Yeah.
Do you ever remember a time where Drake would have like rubbed feces on the wall?
I'm objecting to leading.
Sustained.
Do
It's
you
a pretty leading question.
Do you have any memory of you and Drake spreading anything on the wall?
I'm objecting again. This is still leading.
We'll allow that one.
No, I don't remember ever spreading things on the wall.
I want to talk to you a little bit about just like day-to-day things in your household. Who did the cooking?
My mom did most of the cooking.
And how do you remember that?
I just occasionally vague memories of her cooking. I remember my dad would grill. I'd help him with that sometimes. Yeah, my mom did most of the cooking, and in one instance when she cut herself with a kitchen knife just stood out to me. So, but yeah, she was the primary cook, I think.
You had an uncle who lived not too far away, I think Paul Griffin?
Yes. He was also in Kenosha, so not too far away.
Do you remember spending time with him?
Not very often. I remember we would there was one birthday party that we went to during the summer months over there, but we would they had they had two adopted kids, and my cousin Kim was close in age enough to me that just wanted to get together and play with her more, but didn't really get the opportunity. We tried to see them at Christmas, but we didn't actually get together all that often.
What was it specifically about Christmas that you remember?
Well, we would call them drive-by Christmases, because we would try to get together and nothing would materialize, and eventually we just drive by their house and leave their presents on the front porch.
David, I want to take you back to December of 1998. And I want to specifically talk to you about December 2nd, which would have been the Wednesday before your mom passed away, okay? Do you remember how your mom was feeling that day?
She wasn't feeling well. She was in bed.
And do you remember, you say she's not feeling well. Why did you think she wasn't feeling well?
I don't remember any specific symptoms on that day or anything. Like, it was just she was in bed, which was unusual, and mom and dad told us she was sick. So,
Do you remember if your mom gave you a note to give to Therese DeFazio?
no, I don't remember if she gave me a note.
Do you remember if you called Eric Shore that day to ask to go to his house?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you remember talking or going to his house after school?
Not on that, not any specific date, but I do remember hanging out with him. We'd play The Sims and poke around on the piano. Yeah, he was like my best friend growing up, so I was we hung out frequently.
You hung out frequently, but what you're saying is you don't specifically remember that day.
Yes, I don't remember any. Those are just collective like memories with him. I don't remember that specific day.
When you got home on that specific day, do you remember seeing your mom?
Yes, she was in bed, and I wanted to make her mac and cheese since that's what I got when I wasn't feeling well. So I remember bringing her that and some water. But
You said you wanted to make her mac and cheese. Do you remember helping make the mac and cheese?
not specifically making it. I remember that I had to be the one to proudly carry the bowl into the bedroom, but and not specifically making it.
And I think you said that you also took her some water.
Oh, yes.
When you were in the bedroom or when you took this into the bedroom with your mom, do you remember talking to her?
I mean, no particular conversation, but I mean, she was up and, interacting with us, and,
So you remember talking, but not specifically what was said.
I mean, I couldn't quote, but just generally like, oh, thank you for the food, and telling her we loved her, and her, responding to that.
Do you remember your mom volunteering in the classroom on Wednesdays with Miss DeFazio?
Yes, I remember. I mean, I remember seeing her in the classroom, but most of my specific memories are whenever there'd be a field trip. Those stand out a little bit more.
You remember your mom coming on field trips?
Yeah.
Yes. Do you remember any conversation with Miss DeFazio about your mom on December 2nd?
No, I don't remember talking to her about my mom.
I want to go back then to that, or go up forward a day to that December 3rd day, the day your mom passed away. Did you see your mom that morning?
Yes, we went to go say goodbye to her before we left for school.
And where was she?
She was in bed.
And was she still sick?
Yes, her breathing was raspy that morning, but she still, gave us a hug, told us she loved us, and before we left.
You just said that her breathing was raspy. Was that different than what you had seen or heard on the night before December 2nd?
Yes, I don't remember her having the same breathing on the day prior.
So on December 3rd, you talked to your mom?
Yes, before we left for school. The only specific like exchange that I remember in detail is just, I love you, and then her responding, I love you too.
Was she moving?
I mean, she didn't get out of bed, but she was. I mean, she turned to look at us. She gave us a hug. So she was, moving around at least that much.
That morning, did you catch the school bus?
I usually took the bus. I don't recall that. I don't remember specifically that morning. It was just kind of part of my routine, so it doesn't really stand out.
Prior to leaving the house, did you have any conversation with your dad about how your mom was doing?
Yes, we talked about how we were going to come straight home after school. He was going to pick me up, we'll pick both of us up, and if she wasn't feeling better, we were going to take her straight to the doctor.
And that was prior to leaving for school?
Yes.
That day when in school, do you remember having any specific conversation with Eric Shore about your mom?
I don't remember. I'm sure I would have spoken to him, but I don't remember any specific conversation.
Do you remember specifically what you said to him about the conversation you had with your dad?
I don't remember exactly what I would have said to him.
At some point, you did come home from school, I think you testified to earlier.
Yes.
And what you just said was that your dad said that he was going to pick you and your brother up and then go home.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yes, we got home, and yeah, we wanted to go see her, obviously, but we told us to wait in the living room so he could go check if she was asleep, or didn't want two kids just jumping on her.
And did you stay in the living room then?
Yes, we did.
And I think you
Douglas and I did.
And at some point, your dad came back out of the bedroom.
Yes.
And it was at that point that you saw him crying?
Yes.
After your dad came down the hallway, what did he say to you?
He told us to stay on the couch and asked me to put on a movie for Doug.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Where did your dad go?
He went towards the kitchen, where I heard him talking on the telephone.
After your dad was finished on the talking on the telephone, where did he go then?
He went back to the bedroom.
At some point, did police officers show up at your house?
Yes. Police officers. There's an ambulance outside too. There was one officer in particular that kind of hung out with Doug and I and showed us her baton and just kind of keeping us entertained and distracted.
When you were in with the officer who kept you distracted, do you know where your dad was?
We were in the living room and the foyer, but I don't remember him. I don't remember him being there with us. I think he was still down in the bedroom. But we never went down to the bedroom. So
At some point, did you leave your home?
yes, we went and spent the night at my Aunt Laura's house.
Did you see your dad the next day?
Yeah. Yes, he came and saw us the next morning.
And what did he tell you at that point? Or whatever you remember from that point.
Yeah. He sat us down on his lap and told us she passed. I'd kind of already knew at that point, and I don't remember what specifically he said to me. I was kind of just numb, and he may as well have been talking to the wall. I was kind of just in a daze.
Did anyone else talk to you that day?
Yeah, yes, I remember my aunt and my grandparents both sitting down with us individually too, but it was kind of the same reaction. I was kind of just numb. I spent the entire time feeling guilty that I wasn't crying. But
did you go to your mom's visitation?
yes, my dad, Doug, and I had we arrived first at the funeral home before anybody else was there, and we had a private time with her.
So you and your dad and Doug spent time alone with your mom without anyone else?
Yes.
David, when you saw your dad coming down that hallway sobbing or crying, had you ever seen him that way before?
That was the first time I'd seen him cry.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Who's doing the cross? Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
So David, I'm going to show you, Madam Clerk, what number are we on for exhibits? What's the next number? Yeah, so what would that number be? So these will be on State's Exhibit 130. And if we could just have the computer switched over to this one. So David, do you recognize who's in that picture?
Yes, that's myself, my mom, and
Little
Douglas.
And then in this picture, do you recognize who's in it?
Yes, that's also my mom with me, and then Doug in the back seat.
And then the third one, do you recognize what this is?
Yeah, my 3Ds, Dad, David, and Doug, our custom license plate.
So you knew that was your mom's license plate?
Yeah, and I can remember that red car that it was attached to as well.
Now, do you have pictures of you and your mother?
I do, yes.
And did she often take pictures with you and Douglas?
Yeah, we took pictures frequently.
And you know, not just from the license plate, but you know that you and Douglas, you were everything to your mother, right?
Yes.
Now, after your mom's death, you grew up with your dad, right?
Yes.
And you lived with him in the same household until you were about 17, right?
In the same household. So we moved a few times.
So I mean, but when you grew up, you were in a home with your dad.
Oh, yes.
Until you were at least 17.
Yes.
And during that time, after your mom's death, your dad started dating Kelly Labonte?
At some point, I don't remember exactly when.
And you don't know when he actually started dating her, right?
No.
But you know that Kelly Labonte started coming to your house, right?
The only time I specifically remember her in yeah, there's only one time I specifically remember her at the house on Lakeshore Drive.
The Pleasant Prairie house.
Yes.
And do you remember her being at your birthday party that January 1999?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember much about that party.
And then the months after, you don't remember much about Kelly Labonte being at your house?
No, I don't.
But then you moved to a house in Kenosha?
Yes, on the north side. I remember her being there.
Okay, and that's where Kelly Labonte moved into the home?
Yes.
And I've been calling her Kelly Labonte, but she was Kelly Jensen to you, right?
Yes, and yes, eventually started, calling her mom.
She married your father, correct?
Correct. Yes. Sorry.
And so she changes her last name, so she's Kelly Jensen.
Yes.
And so basically, as soon as you moved into that house in Kenosha, until the time you were at least 17, you were living with your dad and with Kelly Jensen.
Yes.
And Douglas, of course, too.
Yes.
Now, Douglas, he's 5 years younger than you?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so you were born in January of 1990?
And he was born in March of 95.
Now, after your mother died, were you able to talk about her with people in your family?
Yes, I remember talking with my grandparents about her, reminiscing, but.
And you've talked about some memories. Can you tell us what is your best memory with your mother?
Best memory. Eagle Tower up in Door County. We had family, extended family in Door County and Sister Bay, so we would vacation up there pretty frequently. to go cross country skiing in the winter or biking in the fall. And at Peninsula State Park, there's an old fire watch tower, and just climbing that with her and looking out over the bay. I loved it up there with her.
And so your mom was really active?
Yes.
And you saw the picture with the bike, she would bike with you?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about this very difficult time period when your mom passed away. But before we get to that, I want to ask you about the computer. Do you remember like the time of year when you got that computer that ended up in the den of your house?
I don't remember exactly when.
And you said you saw your mom on the computer?
Yes.
And do you have any idea what she was doing on the computer?
I don't.
So your mom actually wasn't very good with computers at all, right?
I couldn't say one way or the other.
So do you remember joking with your teacher, Ms. DeFazio, about how your mom really didn't know anything about computers?
I don't remember that.
And you had some interest in computers, right?
Yes, I liked playing on it.
So it was something that you would play on?
Yes.
And so did you joke with Ms. DeFazio that you had to show your mom what to do on the computer because you actually knew more than her?
No, I don't remember that.
And did you say anything to Ms. DeFazio about trying to teach your mom how to do things on the computer?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay, and so, you know, for a lot of these questions, you might not remember, and then for some questions you might not know. So if you don't remember, just say I don't remember, and then if you don't know, say I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm just saying you that so I don't have to ask it after every single one.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't have to say, well, do you not remember or you don't know?
Okay.
Okay. All right, so I want to talk to you about the morning of December 2nd. So that would have been the day before your mother died. So that morning, your mom was supposed to go to Ms. DeFazio's class, right?
Yeah, I guess if it was a Wednesday, then yes.
Now, you say you don't remember giving Ms. DeFazio a note.
I don't.
But your mom was sick that morning, right?
Yes.
And Ms. DeFazio asked you about your mom being sick, right?
I don't know. I don't remember.
And you told Ms. DeFazio that your mom was coughing really bad, right?
Well, I don't remember her coughing until the next day, but I don't remember or don't know about that conversation with Ms. DeFazio.
Okay, so you're not saying it didn't happen, you're saying you don't remember.
Correct. I have no recollection of it.
Now, that day, also, you ended up going to your friend Eric Shore's house after school?
On that Wednesday. I don't remember specifically on that day.
Okay, so again, it's not it didn't happen, it's I don't remember.
Correct.
And so if Ms. DeFazio says she got a note and in that note it also said you were going to Eric's house after school, you just don't remember that?
Yeah, I correct. I have no recollection of it.
Now, you told your friend Eric Shore that your mom was really sick too, right?
I don't remember the specific conversation with him, but I'm sure I would have talked to him about it.
And in fact, when you told your friend this, you demonstrated to him how your mom was breathing. Do you remember doing that?
I don't remember doing that.
That is like deep and raspy breaths. Do you remember demonstrating that for your friend Eric Shore?
I remember witnessing the breathing on her, but I don't remember demonstrating it.
Now, again, a lot of these questions you're not going to remember. And actually, you've never testified before in this case at all?
No, this is my first time.
Okay, so you might have heard a lot of other people testified around 2008, but you didn't.
I did not know.
And you know your friend Eric Shore, he's actually testified now 3 times in connection with this case.
Okay. I knew he had testified. I didn't know how many times.
Including years ago when these events would have been closer in time.
I was aware he testified during the original.
So like in 2007 and then 2008, is
Yeah.
that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was aware that he testified then.
So for you, it's tougher because you didn't testify in those times.
No, it's asked. I don't have any written record or anything of it.
Now, in terms of that day, December 2nd, again, you don't remember this, but you had that note to go to Eric Shore's house. And then after that, that was a Wednesday. Do you remember having karate on Wednesdays?
Yes, I remember having the karate class.
Now, do you actually have any memory of going to karate the day before your mom died?
Not of that week, no.
Okay. So if it was according to your normal schedule, you would have had that, but you just don't know if you went or not.
I don't remember, no.
But you do remember coming home and trying to help your mom by giving her mac and cheese?
Yes.
And your mom was in bed in the morning, right? That morning of December 2nd?
Yes.
And that wasn't usual for your mom, right?
Yeah, yes, usually she'd be up and helping us get ready for school.
Right.
So her still being in bed was unusual.
And then when you came home that night, your mom was still in bed, right?
Yes.
And do you remember trying to be extra quiet that night so your mom could rest?
I don't remember that specifically, but it would make sense.
And so I think you told us that what you remember about that night is just kind of hanging out with her in the bedroom.
I remember bringing the food to her. I don't remember if we spent an extended period of time, like watching TV or something in there. I don't remember that.
Do you have any idea during this time period what your bedtime was?
Oh, I remember it being 8:30 at one point because I would get upset during the summer because it would still be light outside, and I didn't want to go to bed when there was sunlight so I could play. I don't remember what it specifically was like during the school year for this particular time frame.
So do you think you would have been asleep on a school night around 9:30, 10?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable, but I can't remember specifically.
Okay, but fair to say whenever you went to sleep, you certainly wouldn't know what was happening after that in your house.
No.
So now I want to take you to the morning of December 3rd. That morning, when you woke up that morning and you saw your mom, she was still in bed, right?
Yes.
And that morning when she was in bed, she was breathing really badly.
Yes, it was labored and raspy.
And in fact, that morning you were really worried about your mom, weren't you?
Yes, it was clear that she wasn't getting better.
You didn't want to go to school?
Didn't want to go to school. I don't remember if I specifically didn't want to go to school. I just remember being worried about her.
And you wanted your dad to take your mom to the hospital, right?
Yes. So we talked about how just when you're sick you rest, and if you're not getting better then we go see the doctor. So we were The discussion was that if, she wasn't feeling better when we got home, we'd take her to the hospital.
Okay, so in the months after your mom died, a detective ended up talking to you at the police station. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talked to the detective about it, you told the detective that you asked your dad that morning if your mom needed to go to the hospital?
I don't remember any of like the specific questions. I remember getting picked up from school and going to the police station and like the interrogation room, which was full of Burger King bags. But I don't remember any of the specific discussions while I was there. So I couldn't say.
Okay. So again, you're not saying you didn't say this, you're just saying you don't remember. Right?
Correct. Yeah, I don't remember any specific discussion or questions during when I was there.
Okay. So you don't remember saying that, asking your dad if your mother needed to go to the hospital?
I don't.
And you don't remember your dad saying no?
I don't.
And you do remember, though, that your dad promised you that when you got home on the 3rd, if your mom wasn't better, that you would take her to the hospital, or he would.
Yes, we were going to come straight home from school and check on her.
Now, the morning of December 3rd, you never saw your mother get out of bed, right?
No, I didn't.
And in fact, that morning, your mom couldn't even speak, right?
No, I remember telling her I remember her telling us she loved us. So I think she was able to speak.
Didn't you tell your father or remind your father in April of 1999 that your mom couldn't talk that morning?
I don't remember that.
I mean, you were so worried about her, you wanted her to go to the doctor, right?
Yes.
And your dad said no.
I don't remember that. I don't remember a specific no. It was just we were going to take her home or take her after school if she wasn't feeling better.
Now, did you tell your friend Eric Shore that you wanted your mom to go to the hospital?
I don't remember the specific conversation with him that day. So I don't remember.
Did you tell Eric Shore that even though you wanted your mom to go to the hospital, your dad said no?
I don't remember.
Now, the afternoon of December 3rd, do you remember on Thursdays in that school year that you had a French club?
Oh. Yes, I do. I haven't thought about that in a very long time. Yes, I do remember. Yes, I remember I was part of that.
And you would agree you weren't at home for an hour or anything like that before the police and the ambulance got there, right?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
So when you got home on December 3rd, it was pretty quick that the police and the ambulance got there, right?
Yeah, I couldn't give you an exact time, but yes, I don't remember. I think it wasn't that long. It was pretty shortly after we got home.
So if we know that the police and the ambulance got there around 4:30 that afternoon, then you wouldn't have been home since like 3:30 or anything like that, right?
No, I don't think so.
Because actually, when you got home that day, you wanted to run to your mom, right?
Yes.
And
Wanted
you
to go check on her.
Because if she wasn't better, she was going to go to the hospital.
Yes.
But your dad wouldn't let you run to your mom, right?
No, he told us to wait in the living room so he could check on her.
And did he actually tell you to take Douglas and take the dog out for a walk?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you remember ever saying that to your teacher, Ms. DeFazio, once you got back to school?
I don't.
So when you left for school on December 3rd that morning, you were afraid for your mom, right?
I was worried about her.
And you thought she should go to the hospital.
Yes, just that was kind of my young David's frame understanding of it was, when you're sick, you rest until you get better. If you don't get better, you go to the doctor.
Now, I have a few other questions about afterwards, and then growing up in your dad's household. Your dad was pretty good with computers, right?
I'd say so. I mean, yes, he was proficient with them.
And would he tend to be more of a night owl on the computer?
Yeah, yes. I got that from him too. Bit of a night owl.
And your dad actually built a computer, right?
Oh, I don't remember that.
You don't recall that?
I don't know.
But you recall him being very good with computers?
I remember him using them frequently. When he started his construction business, he designed his own logo and did all that by himself on the computer. So, yeah.
Now, do you remember a time period after your mom's death when you no longer saw her side of the family?
I mean, we didn't see them frequently beforehand, but it really fell off after she passed. We tried for a few Christmases after to try to get together with them, but I didn't see them very often.
And before that, you'd see him for birthday parties?
The one birthday party I remember kind of stands out because it was an outlier. I don't remember seeing them very often.
You remember your cousin Kim?
Yes.
And she was around your age?
A little bit younger.
Do you have like any keepsakes from your mom?
I have a lot of the photographs. Those are the main thing that I'll go through occasionally.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right. Are we going to have any redirect?
Not from us. Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. You're excused. Thank you. When we come back after lunch, does the defense have another witness?
I think we have to talk, but maybe not.
All right.
And Judge, can I move in the exhibits?
All right,
that we
move
had?
them in.
123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 129. I don't see a 128. Oh, 128. Yes, I see it now. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You want to move in anything, Ms. McNeil?
Yeah, so the photos I showed will be on 130, and so I would move that in.
Okay, you folks come back at 1:30. Don't talk about the case. We're going to be here at 1:50. Okay, well, that might cause a problem. 1:15, folks. Sorry. I just took 15 minutes away from you.
All right, chat. So we're gonna do something a little different during the break. So Friday we did a mock jury. We invited viewers onto the stream. We sent them a link. They came on, and they basically
All right, the jury's
deliberated
outside of the
Nope, hang
courtroom.
on.
I take it, Ms. Krause, we're going to ask Mr. Jensen if he wishes to testify.
That's correct, Judge. We've had the conversation, but we just want to have the final conversation so the court can have the colloquy.
So we're ready to do a colloquy when we come back after lunch?
That's our hope. We just
Thank
need
you.
a few minutes with him, and we're trying to figure out how we can get that.
Okay. Thank you.
Holy shit. This might be over faster than we think it will be. Holy shit. Okay, anyway, so we did a mock jury on Friday. We have a clip of that out. The full live stream is for members only. You can join as a member on YouTube for as little as 99 cents, and you get access to tons and tons and tons of member-only content, including that stream. During this lunch break, we have an hour and 13 minutes left. So if you want to come on to the stream, then you can keep your cameras off. I know some of you are not as insane as I am with the camera on your face. So you can keep your cameras off. Use your chat name as the name that you put in there. And come and debate me. There's a lot of you that think Mark is guilty. I'll take the approach that Mark is innocent. I'm going to point out a bunch of evidence. You guys point out a bunch of evidence, and let's chat about it. Let's see if you can change my mind and see if I can change your mind. We'll take it one, little piece of evidence at a time. If you want to do that, if you're interested, send an email, Never.Stop.Voices@gmail.com. Let me know. So we did a poll on the YouTube channel. The question we asked is, David helping or hurting Mark's case? 86% said helping, 14% said hurting. Now, Lola, girlfriend. Lola missed a crucial piece of testimony, apparently. So let me just read this out loud, Lola, because we stream on YouTube as well. Lola is debating this part. So Lola put a comment in Facebook that said, "How is it no one realizes Mark Jensen could have been on the computer under Julie's account?" My response is, because that didn't happen. Julie didn't have her own account. The reason we know this is because Jason Ruff, the forensic computer expert from the Fusion Center, said that there was only one user on the computer, and that user was named Buddy. There were no other login accounts like we do in modern days, right? If we have a husband and wife, we got the husband's user login, we got the wife's user login, maybe there's one for the kids, right? We have that up, on the different like Netflix, right? So we can customize. They didn't have that, and that was heavily testified. So Lola then says, it is called assumption. If assuming she had her own account, he could have logged on to hers. So I'm not sure, Lola, which part of, and she just keeps arguing about the assumption. I'm not sure which part of the forensic testimony you're not agreeing with. And you keep arguing that Julie had an account, even though that was heavily proven she did not. Okay, so instead of being internet keyboard warriors, who wants to come on and tell me why Mark's guilty? Tell me the evidence that you have that shows beyond a reasonable doubt. Just pretend you're a juror. You cannot convict this guy unless it is beyond a reasonable doubt. So come tell all of me and all the chat in YouTube and Facebook, beyond a reasonable doubt, what evidence you have that shows and proves first-degree intentional homicide. We break the case down every time during lunch break and an hour after the day ends. We stay live and we talk about the testimony. We talk about, things that happened on previous days. Elizabeth on Facebook says, I don't think somebody would try to use the word unalive, people, instead of like the S word or the K themselves phrase. Try to use the word unalive. The platforms don't really like some of those phrases and verbiages, so use the word unalive. Elizabeth, I don't think that that's accurate either. I don't think she intentionally unalived herself. The defense used that same theory in 2008, and I think that was problematic. And I think it's a massive mistake that they're using it again, right? We know Julie had some serious mental health issues. There was some serious psychoses that was going on with her. She had breaks of reality. I'm just not buying that theory. And I think a lot of us, I think that's one thing that I think every one of us can agree on, that none of us believe she intentionally did it, right? Or intentionally unalived herself. Now, the theory that a lot of us have, and we all kind of have a few different theories and then kind of branches off those theories too, is that she was framing Mark for attempted murder, right? If we look at her medical schooling, she's specifically taking classes that have to do with the very subjects that we're arguing in this case today. Okay, that is very suspect. That is very convenient. Okay, they're arguing that Julie doesn't know how to use a computer, but that's been proven to be wrong. She did know how to use a computer. She typed up her resume. She's on a design program. Somebody in YouTube said that she was on, the paint program that we have on our computers, which is extremely remedial, and that's not accurate either. So you guys are missing crucial pieces of testimony. She wasn't on a paint program. She was on a design program. Okay. We know that Julie used the computer for a variety of things. So painting her to be this dumb moron woman that doesn't know how to turn on a light bulb, that's absolutely inaccurate. So our theory, if you guys saw the movie Gone Girl, who saw that movie with Ben Affleck? I would play the trailer, but we'll get a copyright strike, which kind of sucks that we can't even play like a 2-minute trailer of something. But if you saw the movie Gone Girl with Ben Affleck, I forgot who the woman is, but like Doogie Howser is in there. That's what a lot of us think. A lot of us are, the evidence kind of points to suggest that that is a possibility. And it's because probably what I think a lot of us, again, can agree on, that Mark is kind of a scumbag, right? And he is kind of harassing her and messing with her about the affair. Okay. But we think Julie intentionally staged this. And we can point out all the evidence and the timeline. And what we think happened, which actually led to her unaliving, is that because she planned everything perfectly, to the T, just perfect, something caused her to have another break, which caused her to run into the doctor's office. And we heard this. She's acting like an absolute lunatic. Okay, she's given the Z-Pack or C-Pack, whatever it's called, right? I think we said it's a Z-Pack. She's given Duravent. She's got Paxil. She's on Librium. She's on some other medication. I forgot the name of it. She's on so much shit in her system. And she does the antifreeze. Hence why the 1 o'clock in the morning search. Because she's experiencing stuff that she shouldn't be experiencing. If she planned this perfectly, she should not be experiencing any of this. The following morning, 9:42 in the morning, now she's worse. And she's panicking because it's 10 times worse. Here's one of the bigger things of why we think that this theory might be a plausible theory. If Mark is truly trying to kill her, why was there an internet search of alternatives to glycol ethylene or ethylene glycol, however you say it? Why are there alternatives? We think Julie was on the internet looking at, because there's obviously a lot of poison lookups, and Bob has already screwed up and has admitted twice in this trial that he knows Julie was on the computer looking up poisons, supposedly after Mark. Okay? We think Julie went on the computer. She finally, after all her searches, she gets to this antifreeze thing. Okay? That's why there's the assisted unaliving sites. Remember Kevorkian? Right? All of that stuff. So she realizes, oh my God, I have to drink antifreeze. And we think that she's like, I can't do that. There's no way. That's gross. Okay. So she continues her search, comes back to it as shit. This is kind of the only thing I can do. So what are the next series of searches? How to counteract antifreeze poisoning. If Mark is truly trying to off her, why would he be looking up how to counteract antifreeze poisoning? I don't buy that. The internet searches, okay, on the emails. Let's talk about the emails. Some of you are watching on your phone. That's problematic. Stop using your phone and get on your house computer. You can see the dates and times of these emails a lot better. Okay? Mark is sending emails to his little mistress while he is at work. There's email searches at night, 11, 11:30, 12, 12:30, 1:30, and there's even the weird one that's at like 4:30 in the morning. Okay? Now again, remember, Julie is on tons of medication, and we've literally looked up all these medications and read off the side effects and all these things. This woman is twacked out of her mind. She's restless. She has anxiety. She can't sleep. If you guys were here, I know some of you are new, but we have broken down every single medication, when it came out, the history of some of these medications, how they were prescribed, the side effects that people were experiencing, and then why, the medical field ended up changing the milligrams, right? The dosage amounts, because it was literally fucking people up, right? Back in 1992, these meds were really messing people up, causing them to have all types of psychoses issues, psychomotor issues. So you're hearing that in this phrase of psychomotor retardation, you're hearing that, right? And basically, obviously the R word, right, just means, some body function issues, right? So with the emails, look at just think of it logically. Okay? Think of it logically. Mark sends an email at 3:52 in the morning. We know that time from one of the emails. Or I'm sorry, 3:52 p.m. He's at work. Okay? We know that time for a fact, so I'm just going to use this one. 3:52 p.m. Mark is at work and he's sending his little girlfriend an IDLY email. Okay. Now at night, you have somebody that is going on the computer and they showed it clear as day on the screen that they pulled up all of the Kelly Labonte emails. So for the first question is, why is Mark revisiting his emails with Kelly Labonte? Okay. Why? For what? He's already sent the email. He doesn't need to do this. Okay. There are no searches prior. Okay. State's going to have you think that so much shit was deleted. This part is absolute nonsense. There are no searches for WinStar, Big Cedar, wherever else they're trying to take a vacation. None of that shit comes up on this computer. It's not there. So where is he looking at Big Cedar and WinStar and Patagonia? That was the other thing. All that he's looking at this shit at work because he sends the email to his girl about let's do a trip to Big Cedar and, the camping site of, Patagonia. For those of you that don't know, it's an outdoor apparel and gear company. Pretty good quality gear. That's beside the point. So whoever it is, let's just say whoever it is, but we think it's Julie, goes on Mark's email account, okay, shows all the Kelly Labontes. One of the emails talks about Big Cedar. The next search, people, the next search is the Big Cedar website. Mark's already sent the email to Kelly about the details of Big Cedar. What in the actual F is he going back on there for? That doesn't make sense. He's already done this. He's researched it and sent the email to Lover Girl with 17 different last names. So they start clicking around on the Big Cedar website, looking at the prices of the cabins, all of the things. What is the next search? Goes on to the Stiffel-Nichols directory, looking up all the Kellys that are in Stiffel-Nichols. Why is Mark doing that? Mark knows who Kelly Labonte is. The next search is what branch of Stiffel-Nichols do all these different Kellys, and especially Kelly Labonte, work at? Right? Does that sound like Mark doing that if he already knows all of this information? Or does this sound like a wife trying to catch her shit-ass husband cheating on her? Right? Somebody tell me I'm wrong. Who disagrees with all of that? Why would Mark tell the boys to wait outside while he checked on her? Well, probably, let's again think of this logically. When there's something wrong and we have little children, how many of you are parents and we have little children, are we not telling them lies? Let's call them lies, right? Little fibs so that our kids are not panicked. Right? So wouldn't that be a logical reason? You know what? Wait outside. Let me check on mom. Because even if, let's just say she's not trying to unalive herself or her plan is falling apart and Mark's not trying to offer, right? If she's really not just doing well, just because let's just say this is regular life, Julie's really sick, don't you think that the kids would freak out? If you were worried about your wife, why not call 911? Okay, so more testimony that you guys missed. Mark brought her to the emergency room 6 days earlier. There has also been testimony that Mark tried to get her to go to the doctor again that day, and she refused. Now, more importantly than all of this, Mark's 911 call, we have no idea when he made the goddamn call. This is one of the massive problems in this case. We have no idea when that call was made. Why, you ask? Because the 911 call vanished. It is gone. One of many crucial pieces of evidence in this case that has vanished. We don't know how he acted on the phone. We don't know what he said. We don't know when the call was actually made. We don't know any of that. Who wants to be brave enough to come on the platform? So Susan asks again, why not call 911 when you saw she was getting worse? Because she didn't want any medical attention. How much of all of the refusal of help have we heard in this case? Everybody offered to help this woman, and she turned all of it down. Patrick on YouTube says, didn't David just testify that Mark walked down the hall and went to the phone to make a call? Yep. You guys are scared to come on the show. All right, keep typing. Point out, especially the ones that think Mark's guilty. Point out some more stuff. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. For those of you that are new, all right, so let me just make this very clear. None of us on this platform like Mark Jensen. He's definitely a creepy fuck. 100%. Right? There's definitely things we know Mark is guilty of, and that is being just a scumbag husband, right? More than likely, probably is a narcissist. I think we can all agree on that. I think we can all agree that Mark Jensen should have been charged with conspiracy to kidnap a witness. Ask that question. If you guys listen to the jail phone calls, that is the most damning evidence and the only evidence that points to Mark Jensen. Why did Bob Jamboy not charge him with that as well? Kenosha would have smoked him on that. But he's never charged. That's absolutely crazy. So we know Mark's guilty of a lot of things, okay? And even in the guilty or not guilty, verdict, right? There's a difference between being innocent and not guilty. So a lot of us definitely don't think Mark is, purely innocent, right? His soul is totally clean. None of us think he's innocent, right? He's not innocent by any stretch of the imagination. However, the question is he guilty of first-degree intentional homicide beyond a reasonable doubt? The minute they prove that Julie touched this goddamn computer, they screwed up the entire case. Patrick says, yeah, it makes no sense not to charge the conspiracy. Right. 100%. Like, what in the shit? There's scandals that surround Bob about why people are fired, why evidence went missing. There's all types of allegations against this DA, but you guys love him for some reason. And the amount of females that love this DA, I don't even, there's something fucking mentally wrong with you. This guy is a scumbag when it comes to the way he treats females. I don't know how you guys, most of you don't even hear this. This is how conditioned we've become to, the way we talk to people and the violence towards women. We have become so conditioned to this that we don't even recognize it anymore. But go ahead. What do you guys have? Let's talk about the evidence. Nobody wants to come on the stream, which is fine. So type it in the chat. YouTube and Facebook, type it in the chat. Let's talk about it. Bring it up. For those of you that don't know anything about my company, so we're an independent investigative media outlet. So we investigate primarily mostly civil rights issues and corruption within systems. So that means law enforcement, district attorney's offices, courts, all of that stuff. And we investigate certain allegations very heavily, and then we expose, a lot of that stuff. So for us, this case, number one, I'm from Kenosha. So this case has history, with me. That's why we're covering it. We don't normally stream trials, but the chat has been having fun. So we've been trying to cover another trial too. And, maybe we'll cover some more trials. But normally we focused on investigative journalism. So, that's why I play the bad guy right now, because I look for, when we do our little company investigations for the articles that we write, right? When people come and tell us a story, right? The way I look at every story that is told to me is it is all bullshit. We don't believe anything that the person is saying, right? That gets rid of any bias, okay? It gets rid of any sympathy towards the person that's telling us the story. And then we go and track down all the, statements. If they said to somebody else, we try to verify that. We get, police and court records and all these different things. And then we start proving or disproving certain things. And we've turned down stories because we've proved that the story is bullshit. You know what I mean? So there you go. That's what we do. So that's why we're pointing out all of this stuff. We're catching all these weird things that are happening. And I think the biggest issue right now is that there is too much doubt in this case. But if you don't think so, come tell us. Type it in the chat if you don't feel comfortable enough to come onto the stream. If you do, send me an email, neverstopvoices@gmail.com. It's up to you whether or not you want to have your camera on or not. You don't have to. That's fine. I don't blame you if you don't want to have your camera on. But if you want to come on live and we'll have a little debate for the next 45 minutes, we'll bring 6 of you on at a time that think he's guilty. And believe me, chat, there are some things that, yes, we do still have in the Mark column. Okay, there is some evidence that could go both ways. Mark could have done it or Julie could have done it. Okay, you guys are hung up on these phone calls, these harassing phone calls. Some of this shit is done when Mark's gone. He's nowhere. He's on a business trip. And they've proven, because Bob is a moron and keeps destroying his case, this guy needs to shut up. Seriously, because if Mark is truly, truly, truly guilty, Bob's arrogance and ego gets in the way, and he sticks his foot in his mouth constantly. But the phone calls were coming from Illinois. And guess what other creepy, crazy, lunatic stalker lives in Illinois? Perry Tarika. Patrick says, I'm not sure he is innocent, but there's too much doubt to say he's guilty. 100%. Just that alone. That statement alone. That's right there. Ruben. Facebook got real quiet. How about, I'll just keep talking then, since nobody wants to chat on Facebook. How about this? This is a big thing. The original pathologist. Okay, I don't know how people miss this, but a lot of you newbies here, you guys all miss this. Okay, you heard testimony from Dr. Michael Chambliss that he had to be called in because Maureen Lavin was on vacation. No, she was not. That was a lie that he was told. So that in his testimony, he didn't lie about that. He regurgitated somebody else's lie because he thought that's what was true. But it's not true. She wasn't on vacation. She was fired by Bob Jamboy after she did the autopsy of Julie Jensen. Now, Bobby Boy's version of the story is that she wasn't board certified and she refused to answer questions about that. Well, why did you hire her if she's not board certified? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But Bobby Boy had her alone in a room. And the allegation, which Maureen Lavin was pretty vocal about, is that Bob threatened her to change her autopsy report, okay, because it didn't fit Bobby Boy's theory. And she refused to change it. And then he fired her for it. So here's the weird thing. So we have a he said, she said, right? Could go either way. So let's just pretend she's not board certified, but she did the autopsy. Where's the paper? Why is the report gone? Why has it never been found? Now, other doctors that saw the report have also testified to her findings. But conveniently, after she's fired and this report goes missing, all of a sudden, the state's doctors have a completely different conclusion. And that fits Bob Jamboy's theory. And Bobby Boy has been all over the public media and documentaries and all types of stuff about how he ran around and told everybody what happened instead of allowing people to do their damn jobs. You have a detective that's investigating the crime scene. His second homicide, not supervised by a more, seasoned detective. This guy has no idea what he's doing. 3/4 of the evidence that this moron should have taken out of that house, he doesn't take. The evidence he does take, most of that's not even tested by the crime lab because allegedly the crime lab says, oh, we don't need to test that. Are we really? Really? Do you guys honestly believe the crime lab's like, we'll just pick and choose what stuff? We don't need to test these certain glasses. We don't need to test these certain bowls. Do you really believe that? The crime lab said that? Ruben brings up a point, Jamboy being a witness. This is the other problem. This is another big scandal of why Jamboy is back on this trial today. He involved himself in so much stuff that he technically, some of it, he is not allowed to be around or near or touching or seeing or asking people. And that made him a witness in this case. And they excluded him as a witness in 2008 because he was the prosecuting attorney. It was going to cause a lot of goddamn problems. But, Angelina Gabrielle, too, the other DA that was on 2008, she's another moron that tampered with this case so badly that she made herself a witness as well. And the reason that Bobby Boy is back today is to prevent him from becoming a witness. You imagine Goofy on the stand? Four times during this trial, Bobby Boy got so nervous that he snuck in evidence that was barred. He was not allowed to do it. And one of the times, it was literally right there hanging over the fence on Wisconsin Supreme Court barred evidence. Now, he didn't blatantly come out and say, oh, the letter from the grave, but he phrased things in a different type of way. And the Supreme Court said, you cannot talk about it. And dumb fuck brought it in anyway. It's problematic. We have evidence that's lost. We have police reports that are lost. Pathology reports never been found. Mice eating evidence. But then we don't even know if the mice died. They ate the macaroni and cheese. We don't even know if they died. What happened? Just gone. A lot of you guys are talking about how the defense doesn't object. There's two reasons for this. There's two reasons for this. Number one, anytime they do object, they're getting shut down and chastised for it by the judge. That's why one of our videos of the judge yelling at the defense has, 30,000 views on it. You guys apparently love when they get shut down. They're not even allowed to preserve the record. That's problematic. The judge is creating appellate issues, procedural misconduct. This is a serious issue. If this guy is guilty, we could see Jensen 4 because of the shit the judge is doing, because of the erroneous ethical violations that Jamboy is doing. But the other reason, and one of the bigger reasons that they're not objecting to certain things, is because Bob keeps putting his foot in his mouth. All Bob is doing is regurgitating story time, and then he contradicts himself when he asks the questions because he gets so angry that he's not even thinking. I wouldn't object either. I'd sit there and let him, okay, keep talking, stupid. But we're also not in the courtroom watching the jury's reaction. The lawyers may see something that we don't. I would assume the way that some of us feel about Bob, we don't like listening to him talk, that I'm sure the jury doesn't like it. I would imagine the 7 females that are on the jury can't stand this guy. Maybe some of the men don't like him either. But I mean, if you notice, every time they object, I'd say 9 out of 10 times that the defense objects, they lose. And we know from watching 8,000 trials and lawyers breaking these cases down, we know their hearsay objections should have been sustained. Right? A lot of their different things should have been sustained. Shay says, who would have the power to make the 911 call vanish? Bob. Bob would. If you guys pay attention to like the pre-trial stuff, and this is pretty much what sucks, right? Is we as viewers, we get to see so much more of the case other than the jury, right? And the defense tried to bring some of this in because it's fucked. It's seriously fucked. But we get to hear a lot. We get to watch all the pre-trial motion, hearings and all those things, right? And then if you've been on our platform, we're playing a bunch, just hours and hours and hours of the 2008 testimony. Every time a piece of evidence goes missing, who's there? Bob. You know what I'm saying? Guys, if it was one allegation, and we joke about it on the YouTube chat a lot about the ski trips and the snow shoveling that Bob does, that refers to a specific type of drug. Okay, there's a massive allegation that Bob went and made a drug deal with the kidnapping witness, David Thompson. Okay, now it was smart that the defense was like, we don't believe this either, because that is a massive allegation to bring up in front of a crotchety judge. That's an allegation that you bring up to like the Board of Ethics, not in the middle of a fucking trial, right? So when you hear that, it's smart that they are like, look, we don't think it's true, blah, blah, blah. Okay. But they brought it up because they think it's true that Bob is making drug deals with a key witness. Now let's pretend that's the only allegation that is, sent towards Bobby Boy. Maybe we could dismiss that. Maybe if the pathology report is somehow missing, and that's the only piece of evidence that went missing in this case, maybe we could dismiss it. Maybe we kind of question it, but be like, okay. I mean, sometimes, sure, evidence goes missing. We get that. It happens. It fucking shouldn't. But yeah, okay, things happen. We get it. Right? We can kind of rationalize. We joke about it, but we can rationalize like, okay, well, you have macaroni and cheese sitting in a box for, 10 years. Of course, the mice are digging through and they're eating the macaroni and cheese. We joke about it, but sure, okay, maybe that could happen. How many more things do we have to keep bringing up that Bob is around and shit just goes missing? You have all of these allegation, and Bobby Boy happens to be in the middle of the allegation. His name keeps coming up. There's no way. This entire case was messed up from the beginning. Bob opened his mouth. You got to think, they couldn't figure out what happened. They had no idea. Asphyxiation wasn't even part of the death theory until, after Jensen is arrested in 2002. Then they retroactively add this to the case based off Aaron Dillard. And we've heard now that there's so many ways Aaron Dillard could have gotten access to Mark Jensen's paperwork, which other people have testified that Mark's just handing his goddamn paperwork out to everybody. If you guys don't know anything about jail, fucking scumbags jump on your case constantly. It happens. And it very much so happened in the late 90s. Look at Julie Jensen's college for the nursing stuff. She wasn't taking 101 style nursing classes. Somebody that's just going into school for nursing, do you not think logically that they would be taking 101, like intro to science type classes, intro to the body, right? Basic classes. That's how you start. And she's taking all of these advanced classes. And it's specifically the very arguments that we're hearing in this case. That doesn't strike people weird. And then she just so happens to quit after she gets the information she needs and starts running around telling people, yeah, it wasn't for me, I'm done. After she took advanced schooling. But again, it also goes to disprove what Bob says about how stupid this woman is. And again, he contradicts himself. How many times did we hear all about how Julie's dumb and doesn't know how to use a computer? But dumb fuck contradicted himself 14,000 times on that too. They spend so much time with the notebook and this, Post-it note that's in there that Julie's taking pictures of. And then the note just magically disappears. One of our viewers brought up because I argued that point too. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, why would Mark put a note and then there's the note, I'm like, you're crazy. And my viewers are like, well, no, what if Julie put the note, took the picture, and then took the note out? Of course, Mark's not going to see this note. Because I was like, how is he not seeing this note that she plants, right? Like, you don't make sense. But if she took the picture and then took the note out, that makes goddamn sense of why Mark has no idea about this note, where the note went, never saw the goddamn note. And Bobby Boy can't explain anything either. If Julie Jensen is actually having, let's just go with Julie is either paranoid schizophrenic, or like my viewers have said that she has bipolar 1, which has paranoid delusions in it. Okay. We just keep hearing the word depression because these doctors were dumb as fuck back in the 80s and 90s. And, they don't know about bipolar and schizophrenia, right? Bipolar, we have 2 different versions. Schizophrenia, we have 5 different versions. Okay. People are a lot smarter now with that type of stuff, but they weren't back then. So everything was just labeled very plainly. But let's just say, because we've heard a few different stories about a break in reality from Julie, I wish David Jensen would have been able to testify a bit more about the poop on the bathroom wall story. He did say, I don't remember that ever happening, but that really needed to be fucking driven home. And it wasn't, and you can't press it because defense can't lead, but the state can, right? Or on cross you can. So that sucked on that part. But for a decade, Julie's having all types of mental health issues. And then she's got family members that are dying. If you got serious problems, bipolar 1 or paranoid schizophrenia, all these things are going to contribute. Okay? Let's talk about this. This is one of the first things I brought up in this case. And the jury doesn't get to hear it, and it's good, but it's bad at the same time. Let's talk about the letter from the grave. Okay? Let me bring it up for you guys. Let me screen share. Let me screen share this letter. I gotta find the goddamn thing. Where did we put the letter? Here it is. All right, let me. All right. Here's the letter. Okay. Now, this is one of the first things that I brought up in this case is the letter. There's something wrong with this letter, and I'm not buying it. Here's why. There's two statements in this letter, right? And obviously at the time, guys, again, I'm from Kenosha. One of our legal counsel for my company is actually a former Jensen attorney. Now, they didn't tell me anything about the case because they can't. Otherwise, this fucking makes me a witness. But they were excited that the case was coming back. So I was kind of like, oh, well, okay, maybe there's something to this, right? So it sparks my curiosity and we start digging. That's why we do all these breakdowns. We spend the weekend sometimes, doing 16-hour streams, showing you guys all kind of backstory and history and all these things. But there's two statements in this letter, and I read this letter over and over and over and over again. And knowing some of the backstory before we kind of went live with you guys, I was sitting here going, there's something wrong with this letter. It doesn't make sense. If you sort of look at a timeline, she's writing stuff that hasn't even fucking happened yet. And then she's very specific. Now, because of the types of investigations we do, certain things stick out in my brain, right? Plus, some of you know, I was a PI in Illinois, worked for a company, right? I did loss prevention, busting shoplifters, but it's not as simple as just, watch the person steal a toothbrush. Sometimes we have to do investigations with, check fraud or credit card fraud, right? We got to work with the FBI. We've got to work with the DEA, right? Because if you guys remember, like baby formula in Walmart, right? These people are emptying shelves of baby formula, right? And the baby formula would show up at flea markets, but you can also make a specific type of drug with it. It's an ingredient. So we got to do like some cool shit. You know what I mean? So I'm reading this and I'm going, something's wrong. It doesn't make sense. And she writes in here, let me get the exact verbiage. Anyway, I don't smoke or drink. My mother was an alcoholic, so I limit my drinking to 1 or 2 a week. Mark wants me to drink more with him in the evenings. I don't. So let's examine that statement for a second. If Julie Jensen is writing a letter because she is freaking out that her husband is trying to unalive her, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Right? And you're like, oh, Kevin, but it's because he mixed the antifreeze with orange juice. No, he did not. Why is she putting this in there? This letter is written in October, 2 months before serious shit starts happening. No, this hasn't happened yet. It's not even attempted. It's not even searched. Why is this in this letter? Here's the other thing. And this is how we know Julie's a lying fucking piece of shit. And, God rest her soul, but fuck her though, too, at the same time. The next thing she says, I regularly take Tylenol and multivitamins. Occasionally take over-the-counter stuff for colds, Zantac, or Imodium. Have one prescription for migraine tablets, which Mark use more than I. Are we kidding right now? We've heard testimony of a decade worth of this woman getting psychotic medications from doctors. And the amount of shit that was in her system in the month to 2 weeks leading up to her death that Julie went and got. Doctors prescribing this woman all type of meds for a decade. And the 2 weeks leading up to her death, the amount of bullshit that these doctors stuffed into her body. So this woman writes a letter in October and blatantly lies in the letter that she doesn't take medications. Now, we know this is bullshit. Now, the jury doesn't get to hear this letter because this is barred with the Wisconsin Supreme Court because of the Confrontation Clause changing in 2004. Okay? So it's kind of a good thing, but it's kind of a bad thing too. I'm almost at the point I kind of want them to read this fucking letter. We've talked about everything else. Jamboy's brought in everything else he's not supposed to. We might as well talk about the goddamn letter at this point. They've pretty much read the letter out loud. You know what I'm saying? So why not put the letter in at this point? What is the point of the Wisconsin Supreme Court saying you can't do anything with this fucking letter? But we heard the contents of the letter throughout the whole trial. So just show the fucking jury the letter now. But we have, I don't get it. She lied. She lied. We know damn well Julie is taking all type of medications. Here's the other fucked up thing, and this is why I'm telling you guys, stop watching this shit on your phones because you're missing the dates and times of these emails. Okay? When they're doing the computer searches, you're missing dates and times of some of this stuff. And the other thing with the emails, real quick before I jump back to the letter, the other things with the emails is the state is reversing the order on some of the stuff, and you can see that and compare it with the times. They're putting the order of the internet searches in the fucking storytelling that they want to tell the jury. And if the jury's listening and not paying attention to what's on the screen, you're missing that certain internet searches happened before the other one. This is what I'm saying. Like, I'm sitting here and I'm taking notes, and obviously some of you can't be sitting in front of your computer all day because you got fucking jobs and all type of shit. But so do I. I got investigations I got to do. But I'm over here taking notes and I'm writing down dates and times. Okay? Pay attention to that stuff. So here's the other part with this letter. The time Julie writes this letter, she gives it to Ted Voigt, the neighbor. And all the neighbor stuff is very weird as well. She's telling people she really doesn't know that her husband is trying to offer, but the people closest to her, her little book club girlfriends, her brothers, none of them know anything that's going on. But the strangers, the driveway hellos, they know. Get the fuck out of here with that. So she gives the letter to Ted Voigt. Don't open the letter unless something happens. Well, you know what happened during this time? Julie is violently ill at the house. You know who's not at the fucking house? Mark Jensen. You know where he's at? He's at the Blueprint fucking meeting. Where was that? Denver, right? Chat, correct me if I'm wrong there. I think that was in Denver. He's at the Blueprint conference. Now, the theory goes that Mark poisoned her, jumped on a plane, went to Denver. He's not home. Now he's got an alibi. Okay, we'll put that in the Mark column. Sure. But it doesn't actually add up. And Julie is violently ill. Okay. Violently ill. Puking all over the house. And then there's other searches on the computer. It doesn't make sense. So there's several of us. We'll put three theories. One, Mark tried to whack her and then he went to the blueprint thing. Okay, we'll go with that, sure. The other thing is that Julie actually tried to attempt it right then and there. She was going to poison herself, hands the letter to the neighbor. Because remember, it's framing Mark for attempted murder. Or if you go with the defense's thing, framing Mark, revenge murder. Okay, so she does it on purpose. She's going to get sick and hands the letter to the neighbor. And then she's going to make the call to 911 to have them come rescue her. Okay, there's the attempted murder. He poisoned me. He poisoned me. Or she actually tried to unalive herself intentionally and fucking failed because maybe she didn't drink enough. But there's a lot of things that just don't add up with all of this. And the timing of shit is way too fucking coincidental. And guess what else happened during this time? This is also during the email time that Julie really finds out that Mark and Kelly are planning their life together. And again, the searches on the computer reference just that, and the searches for the poisons and looking up Kelly and all these other fucking things that, again, Mark is not doing this. And then it just so happens that she hands a letter and then she's violently puking all over the house. Come on, guys. How are you guys missing most of this stuff that I'm saying, if not all of it? I know my chat that has been with me, they're hearing this stuff. We're pointing it all out, but all you newbies. So keep tell me who doesn't agree? Who thinks that we're crazy over here? Did I make some of you think, or are you guys looking at me like I'm fucking smoking that shit? Stacy says, yep, I agree. Hang on, I gotta mute the mic. I gotta send this message. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. Defense needs to use hypothetically from now on to bring in stuff. Well, hypotheticals are fucking stupid. Lynn says, I've only been watching since day 8. Okay. We got all the streams up. If some of you guys want to go back and try to catch up on some stuff. make things easier, we clipped out testimonies. This way you're not having to sit through 9 hours of trial day and skip around and jump around. So individual testimonies are on the YouTube channel for members. So you can join as a member for as little as 99 cents. Nana says you're making perfect sense. He's not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I think honestly, there's a majority of you that are convicting him because you don't like him, and you can't do that. I worry about some of you being on a jury sometimes. I don't like this fucking guy either. I don't like anything about him. He's a piece of shit. We can all agree on that. But, you know, we can't let our feelings get in the way of facts. If we did that, then, you know, we'd all be in goddamn prison. So who's watching that still disagrees? Bring up a point and let's chat. Let's bring it up. What's up, Scout? Welcome to the Scout. Do you want to come on? Can you come on and chat? Maybe they'll listen when you come on. We only have 14 minutes. What are your thoughts on the last cross? I don't know. They're fucking idiots. The state is getting desperate. You know what I mean? They just are. They're getting desperate. Out of all the witnesses that both sides brought, Dr. Stacey Hale for the defense was by far the most credible witness. And her toxicology stuff, she absolutely shredded the state's case that day. Absolutely shredded it. And then got talked to like she was the world's biggest piece of shit by another fucking narcissist. Scumbag Bob. Plus, for those of you that, you know, you're not aware either, like if you're from Kenosha or Kenosha County, you already know that the county and the city is corrupt. There's corruption. It's really bad in Kenosha. This is why we investigate Kenosha so hard and we expose so much bullshit, especially with that city. It's where we're from. We know tons of history of this city and we know who's basically on, you know, some BS. We investigate Kenosha hard. You know, and this is not, the Jensen thing is not the only scandal surrounding Bob Jamboy. There's a lot. This guy's got a documented history of intimidating witnesses, losing evidence. You know, I wanted to tell you guys too, like when you guys hear about like whatever city you're in, right, in your states, okay, and you hear that your district attorney's office has a 97% conviction rate, 99% conviction rate. You know what that means? That means absolutely nothing. Okay, it's not like they're taking things to trial and they're just fucking smoking everybody because they're that good. So the example I'll give you is like Kenosha. This is what baffles me about this case of why Bobby Boy didn't trump on all types of charges, because there's 20 more he could have, you know, tapped onto this case. Kenosha likes to hit you with 20, 30, 40 different charges for one single crime that you did. That's not an exaggeration. That's real shit. Okay? And they make it so overwhelming that the amount of years you're facing is basically life in prison, so that you take a plea deal. Okay, 2, 3, 4 of those, you know, 10, 15, 30 different crimes they charged you with. You get stuck with 2 or 3 of them. And people don't want to be sitting in jail for years at a time waiting for trials. That's why these cities trump on so many charges, because it scares the shit out of them. And then they don't have to go to trial and they get their little conviction. They get their little deals. The 1%, 2%, right, that's left over, it's because people were smart enough to say F you to the county. I'll see you in trial. And guess what? The majority of those, the county fucking lost. Susan says they do not, they do that. Say your thing again. They do that in every county. Get real. Are you yelling at me to get real? Or are you disagreeing? I don't want to yell at you if you're agreeing with me. Can you make that statement a little more clear? Ma says, all right, and let's be more clear again. I'll ask one question instead of doing compound questions like Bob. Are you agreeing with me? They do this in every county, trump up the charges. Ma says, hashtag free creepy Mark. Hashtag lock BJ up. It's so funny. Try to speak in complete sentences, guys, so I know what you guys are saying. So who still thinks Mark is guilty? Like you think you know the case so well, you got the evidence. Who still thinks he's guilty? I want to put it in the chat. Put not guilty. And the only reason I say not guilty is two reasons. One, because he's not guilty, or two, because we can't convict him beyond a reasonable doubt. Put not guilty in the chat, or put guilty if you think he's, guilty of first degree intentional homicide, not some other shit that he's not even charged with. You can't convict people off character. You can't convict him because maybe he likes looking at nudie pics. We definitely can't convict him of conspiracy to kidnap a witness because Dickface never charged him with that. So who still thinks he's guilty? Oh. There's weird shit happening with this fucking jury. Susan, she was agreeing with me. Okay. They throw every charge along with the worst with the case in every case. I know this with real experience. You charge with the worst and then add all the others on just in case. Yeah, exactly. I thought you were disagreeing. And that's fine if you disagree with that, because some people just don't know how this stuff works, right? Because you're a good citizen, you've never been in trouble. You unfortunately and stupidly and blindly believe what law enforcement tells you and what the fucking corporate media regurgitates. You know what I mean? So some people don't know this, and this is why we try to educate you on what is actually happening. Okay? But yes, Susan, you're 100% right. If they committed a crime while jaywalking, it just comes like that. There's a lot of you guys watching, and we had a bunch of people arguing that he was guilty. And then, just like Bobby Boy, misstating, facts, not in evidence. So come on, please tell me. Somebody disagree with me. I really want to talk about it, guys. I really do, because I want to help point out some things that you're missing, or I want you to point out some things that maybe I missed. Marilyn, be very surprised if he's found guilty. My only concern, Marilyn, is that it's Kenosha and they need to save face. And Kenosha likes to pull a lot of bullshit just to not lose, right? You guys got to think, right? And we've written a bunch of articles that talk about these types of things. But usually with the police departments, when it's like a police involved shooting, something like that, right? It's about money and image. That's all this shit is about. That's why you hear all the lies, and then years later or whatever, the lies are exposed, and you know what I'm saying? And then you guys are like, oh, fuck, that's crazy. Well, it's because it's about money and image. That's all this is. So the city has an image to protect right now. And that's a pretty good reason to be on some bullshit and lots of corruption behind a case, especially something as magnificent as this, right? So my fear is that they're going to be found guilty, that he's going to be found guilty because it's an image thing. And there's some fucked up shit happening with this jury right now. There's some fucked up shit. And I don't want to publicly repeat that, or not like exactly. I don't mind saying what I just said, but I don't want to go too far into that. I'm always very cautious when it comes to jury shit, because we can get in trouble for that. We can get fined. We can, there's a lot of bad things that could happen, but we have some details that are sent to us. There's some fucked up shit that's happening with the jury, and I don't fucking trust it. Something's wrong. I don't like it. And I'll be honest, that's one thing I don't know a lot about, is how the jury thing works. I've never been a juror. I don't know what the rules are surrounding a lot of jury things and alternates and people being swapped the fuck out and just weird shit. I don't know how that stuff works. So, that makes me, I have to call and ask some questions, and I got to get educated myself on things. But I'm going to tell you right now that over the last several days, since that juror, let me put it this way. We know since that juror, and maybe some other things have happened prior that we don't know about, but we know since that juror, they publicly named that fucking juror, okay, which we all said was, that's not, something's wrong here. This is not right. They should have never done that. And then they kept the juror. That's dangerous, right? Since that juror incident happened, there is some wonky shit happening with this fucking jury right now. And I don't trust it. Something is fucking wrong. And we're not hearing about it. This is what I'm saying. And that's about as specific as I can get with you guys right now. There's things happening and we're not fucking hearing about it. It's not being put on a fucking record about shit that's going on back there. And some of that I think maybe needs to be. And that is, I don't understand any of that. Susan says, I'm the wife of a police officer and proud of it, a good officer and tired of all the crap. And you know what, Susan, I agree. I agree that there are good officers. I do wholeheartedly. I have to believe that. And why I do what I do, because we get accused all the time that we hate police, and we don't, right? But we investigate law enforcement because we want the shitty police officers gone. Right? Because that puts the good police in harm's way, and then they can't do their jobs the right way. It's problematic. We've exposed entire departments that have done some illegal bullshit, and then have not, when like female officers, the men are messing with female officers, and then when they need them on high-risk felony calls, they're not. Their male counterparts are not coming to help them. So that's why we do what we do, because there's some bullshit. And, I've said this before on the platform too. I have a little bit of personal bias towards all of that as well, because a lot of my family is police, fire, and military. So, when you hear about fire department that is not allocated funding because law enforcement fucking takes it all. That's bullshit. And I got my cousin walking on top of a fucking roof with fire coming out of it and the lack of safety equipment that they have is ridiculous. 9/11, Rudy Giuliani spends $13 million building a bunker underneath the fucking Trade Center like a clown. And because of that, the fire department doesn't have enough working radios to be spread around. And then 9/11 fucking happens. And how many firefighters died? How many would have survived if dumb fuck didn't spend $13 million on his own personal, video game room? You know what I'm saying? So that's the kind of stuff we do. We talk about, we expose. Why are we spending $350,000 on militarized vehicles and we got police officers that have bullshit fucking vests, right? They have a vest that a fucking toy gun could go through. What the fuck? Then they got to put the rifle plates in there that are heavy as shit, and they don't walk around with them. There's maybe, if they're lucky, sitting in the trunk. Why? There's soft armor now these days that are rifle rated. Why can't they have the $1,000 vest instead of the fucking $300 vest? You know what I'm saying? So we talk about that stuff too, because most times the taxpayers don't realize what they're paying for and what they're not paying for. You know what I'm saying? So it's cool. I have no problem with your husband being a cop as long as he's not a fucking scumbag. Perfect. We know there's good cops out there. It's an unpopular opinion in protest world, but it is what it is. Susan says, you choose your elected officials, do something about it. If you don't like it, don't just complain. Well, the problem, Susan, with that is that, elected officials are not always honest. And sometimes elected officials don't have a running mate. There's a lot of things. We're about to expose an elected official in a certain area that lied during his campaign, which dramatically would have affected his election. Dramatically. So if this fucking trial would ever end, I could get back to that story. But we're about to expose that. So it's not about just fucking complaining. But it is also, it's more importantly, a lot of the times, constituents are just not educated about a lot of different things. The problem is that you guys are too busy, right? The world moves too fast. Quick. We need everything fast and we need it bigger. But when it comes to fucking give me the details, we want the shortest amount of it. And unfortunately, that's how society is these days. That's why we get our cliff notes from corporate media that has vested fucking interests, and then nobody knows what the fuck to believe, regardless of whatever channel you watch. It's crazy. Those of you that watch Fox 6, maybe you should learn the fucking history about Fox. You blame all the other channels for, fake news. Know your fucking history about Fox. Okay, nobody was brave enough to come on the platform. Part of the problem with that too, Susan,
Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314.
Part of the problem with that is that we've become so goddamn divided that even if the opposing candidate might be a better candidate for the people, we just intentionally don't vote for that person because they represent a certain side. That's fucking crazy too.
Attorney Krause,
but they all suck.
This is the appropriate time in the trial for that decision to be made, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is the defendant ready to answer the questions I'm going to ask him?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Jensen, I'm going to ask you some questions. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. First of all, do you understand that you have a constitutional right to testify?
I do.
And do you understand that you have a constitutional right not to testify?
I do also.
And do you understand that the decision whether to testify is for you to make?
I do.
Has anyone made any threats or promises to you to influence your decision?
Not in any manner.
Have you discussed your decision whether or not to testify with your lawyer
I have.
or your 3 lawyers?
I have.
All right. Have you made a decision?
I have.
And what is your decision?
I want not to testify.
You're not going to testify?
Correct.
All right. And then, Ms. Krause, have you had a sufficient opportunity to thoroughly discuss this case and a decision whether to testify with the defendant?
I have.
Are you satisfied the defendant is making this decision knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily?
I am.
You want to add anything for the record?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right. The record should reflect we did indicate to the defendant his right to testify, his right not to testify. He's discussed his decision with his attorneys. He's made his decision on his own, and he has indicated to the court that he wishes not to testify. And based upon that, I'm going to make a finding that the defendant has knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waived his right to testify without the jury being in the courtroom, and the record should reflect that. With that, then, Ms. Krause, is the defense going to rest?
We are, Judge.
All right, we'll bring the jury out. We'll put that on the record. And then one more other housekeeping matter. Is the state ready to do their rebuttal once we do that?
We are.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury out.
Okay, defense rested. It's a little bit earlier than we thought they would. State is going to come with their rebuttal witnesses. We'll see how long this lasts. We may get to deliberation today, chat. We may. If the jury gets it today, I'm not going to start restreaming the Murdaugh thing like I planned to do because we're behind on that and we're trying to catch up. I'm not going to do that. We're gonna stay live, and we'll stay live for a little bit. And again, I'll offer if you guys want to come on. I don't care who it is. You guys want to come on and you want to chat about the Jensen thing, point out some things. We'll talk about it. Let's have a big discussion. Let's get some people on. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if the jury gets it before 5 p.m. today. Ooh, I'm nervous, chat. Who's nervous? No, they didn't say last week he was testifying. Nobody ever said that. I don't know where you got that bit of information. Nobody said that. Go back and rewatch that. Nobody ever said that.
We're back on a record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The jury is back in the courtroom. The appearances are all the same. I'll ask Ms. Krause, does the defense have any further witnesses?
Judge, the defense does not have any further witnesses. We rest.
All right. The defense now has rested. And with that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state has an opportunity to call any rebuttal witnesses they wish. With that, do you have a witness available, Ms. McNeil?
Yes, we do, Judge, and the state will call Jill Polera. And so let me try to find her number. It would be number 60.
Number 60, Jill Polera. All right, if you could remain standing and raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony of this man to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You can get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Jill Polera, Jillpulera.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Ms. Polera, were you married to Paul Griffin?
Yes, I was.
And is that Julie Jensen's brother?
Yes, it is.
Now, currently, are you divorced from him
Yes, I am.
and remarried?
Yes.
And when about did you separate from Paul Griffin?
2010.
Now, before that time period, and I want you to think about essentially the 1990s, during that time period, did you know Julie Jensen?
Yes, I did.
And did you live near her?
Yes, we did.
About how far away did you live from Julie Jensen?
A mile or two.
And can you describe for us what your relationship with Julie Jensen was?
Julie and I were close. We spent a lot of time together. I babysat the kids. She was my daughter's godmother.
And were you godmother to any of her children?
I am to David, yes. And Julie was in my wedding as well.
Now, during this time period that you knew Julie Jensen, did you come to know Mark Jensen?
Yes, I did.
And did you know them for about the duration of their marriage?
They were married when I came into the family.
And do you remember about what year you would have started to get to know Julie?
Probably around 1985, 86.
Now, when you came to know Julie Jensen and Mark Jensen, did you make any observations about their relationship?
In the beginning of when I first met them, their relationship seemed fine, but as time went on with the kids, things became strained.
And how would you describe, first, let's talk about David, because he's the oldest child, right?
Yes.
How would you describe how things were in the Jensen marriage when David was a baby?
When David was a baby, he was born with, he was very colicky when he was born. And so Paul and I would go down there in the evenings to help Julie out with the baby. She did, the cooking and preparing of meals, and David would be real fussy at that time. And so we would go down and help her with the baby.
And did you see Mark assisting with David?
No, Mark didn't have a lot of interaction with David when he was a little baby.
And was that a source of stress to Julie?
Yes, it was.
And did you see anything else in terms of the interaction of Mark and Julie Jensen after David's birth?
Mark was very demanding of Julie's time. When the baby was fussy or needed attention, Mark also seemed to need attention at that point.
And did you make any other observations apart from their baby about how Mark interacted with Julie?
Mark was very demanding of Julie's time. He could be very condescending to her when she would speak.
And Julie became a stay-at-home mother, right?
Yes, she did.
Not too long after David was born, right?
Right.
And did Mark have an opinion of stay-at-home mothers?
Yes, he did. He did not respect stay-at-home moms. I know he told Julie, you can either be a mom or you can work.
And so Julie was aware of that negative opinion?
Yes.
And was these observations that you made about these interactions between Mark and Julie, was that pretty consistent up until 1998?
Yes.
Now, would you frequently talk to Julie on the phone?
Yes, we had a lot of conversations, especially revolving around our kids.
And do you have a daughter named Kim?
Yes, I do.
And was Kim friendly with David?
Yes, Kim and David are only 2 years apart in age.
And because of their close age, did that cause you and Julie to be together a lot?
Yes, especially when the kids were younger.
Now, what about holidays or birthdays? Would you ever spend those with the Jensen family before Julie died?
The birthdays, we always shared the kids' birthdays together. We were either at the Jensen house or they were at our house for kids' birthdays. Holidays were mostly Julie and Mark were at the Jensens, and Paul and I were at my family's home.
So like on Christmas itself, you might not see the Jensens?
No, not on, but we would always get together for the holidays at a different time.
And would you exchange gifts, especially with the children involved?
Yes.
Now, I want you to think back to around the time period of Thanksgiving of 1998. During that time period, did Julie speak to you at all?
Yes, she called me the day after Thanksgiving and getting prepared for Christmas shopping.
So was she asking you about things for your children?
Yeah, she wanted to know, what they wanted for Christmas, the sizes they were in, those kinds of things.
Now, obviously, you didn't celebrate Christmas with Julie that year, but had she gotten your children presents?
She had, yes.
Now, when you had this conversation with Julie, did she say anything about her marriage?
She did. She was complaining to me about Mark during that conversation, that he had been staying out a lot, going on a lot of business trips, not coming home, some heavy drinking, and she knew he was having an affair. She told me that she didn't want to ruin the holidays, but after the holidays, she planned on leaving Mark.
So was your impression, based on that conversation, that she was going to divorce him?
Yes.
That was her plan?
Yes, it was.
After the holidays?
Yes.
Now, was there a prior time, sometime after Douglas was born, when Julie had contemplated divorce and told you about it?
Yes.
And what in particular did Julie tell you in terms of her contemplating divorce in that time period?
I know she was just unhappy again with the marriage, the way things were going, but she was afraid to leave Mark because he said she wouldn't see the kids.
And that time period would have been shortly after Douglas was born, or
I don't recall when it was exactly.
but it wasn't the 1998.
No.
But she had previously expressed that Mark had said she wouldn't be able to see the kids after divorce.
Yes.
Now, you knew Julie for years, right?
Yes.
Was she someone who was a drinker?
No, never.
Would she ever be drunk during the day?
No.
And at some point, did you learn that Julie had had a miscarriage?
Yes, sometime in between David and Doug, but I don't remember exactly when it was.
So it would have been at least some point after David was born and before Douglas was born.
Yes.
As far as you're aware, she had one miscarriage?
That's all I knew about, yes.
So I would like to talk to you about the time period after Julie had died. In that time period, was David's birthday coming up?
Yes, David's birthday was at the end of January.
And was there a party for David?
Yes, Mark had a party for David.
Did your family attend?
Yes, it was Paul and myself and my 2 children.
And at that party, did you meet Kelly Labonte?
Yes, we did.
And based on your observations at that time, end of January, did she seem familiar with the home?
Yes, she did.
Now, did you and Paul try to stay in touch with David and Douglas after Julie's death?
Yes, we did.
And were you able to do that?
It was sporadic. Paul would be in contact with Mark and would want to, if we had Christmas presents or something for the kids, and we would go see the kids then.
Did you feel welcome at the Jensen home?
Objection relevance.
This is
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
I mean, Mark would let us in. He would let us in the door and, we would be able to speak with the kids and everything. But it was uncomfortable because Kelly was there.
And did Paul at least make an effort to stay in touch?
He did, yes.
And you did too?
Yes.
At least until 2010?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Pardon?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I have no further questions. Thank
Who's
you.
doing the cross?
I am Judge.
Go ahead.
Ms. Polera, you said that you and Paul at the time when you were married lived about 1 to 2 miles from the Jensens? Yes. And that was from what year to what year? Well, we were married in 1986 and purchased a house right after that. And Mark and Julie were living in an apartment. They built their home and we built a home, again, a mile or two apart. So from 1986 until Mark moved to the north side. So 1999. Mm-hmm. So you lived 1 to 2 miles from the Jensens from the time you built your house to the time that Mark moved to the north side. Correct. And during that time, you said that you did have contact with Mark and Julie Jensen. Yes. And you had contact with the boys. Yes. You went to birthday parties. Yes. And that would be one for David in January and one for Douglas in May. March. In March, thank you. And then they would come to your house for your children's birthday party. Correct. You also testified that for holidays, you didn't spend the holiday together. Correct. Although you would get together at a later date. Yes. Did you go on family vacations together? No, we didn't vacation, but I did a lot of babysitting for Mark and Julie when they needed someone to watch the kids. So when they went on family vacations to Door County with other families, you weren't a family that they went with? No. Now, you were testifying a little bit about Mark's perception of women that stay home. Yes. And you are aware that Mr. Jensen's mom was a stay-at-home mom? Yes. You talked a little bit about Julie contemplating divorce. Yes. And that was prior to 1998. Yes. And you were aware that she had an affair in 1990, 1991. Yes. And that was with a man by the name of Perry Tarika. Yes. And were you aware of that affair before you received the letter in the mail addressed to you? No. So at some point you became aware of that affair? Yes. And was that after you got the letter in the mail with your name on it, care of Julie Jensen? Yes. Or Julie's name on it, care of you, correct? I don't remember. That's the first time you found out about that affair? Yes. Julie hadn't told you about it prior to that? No. You testified a little bit about helping Julie when David was born and had, was kind of fussy, had colic, is that what you said? Mm-hmm. And that Mr. Jensen wasn't as helpful. Correct. Were you with Miss Jensen and Mr. Tarika when they had play dates with their children together? No. Were you there on the weekend at all when Mr. Tarika spent the entire weekend at her house? No. Were you aware that David was in the bedroom next to them that weekend? No. You weren't aware of the length of that affair? No. She didn't confide in you about that? No. Did she tell you that in 1991 she filed for divorce? I don't remember. And she actually asked for full custody of her child? I don't remember. Do you remember talking to her about that? No. Do you remember hearing anything about a divorce in 1991? I remember that she had talked about divorce. I don't remember what year it was. You also testified that Miss Jensen talked to you sometime around Thanksgiving of 1998. It was the day after Thanksgiving. Thank you. So that Friday. Yes. And she talked to you about the state of her marriage. Correct. And she was unhappy. Yes. She told you she was thinking of getting a divorce. Yes. After the holidays. Mm-hmm. She didn't tell you that she thought Mr. Jensen was going to harm her in any way. No. She didn't say that she was afraid of him. No. but she told you that she was planning on getting a divorce.
Yes.
Did she tell you about a conversation her and Mr. Jensen had in October in which they had decided that the marriage wasn't working and they were going to go their separate ways?
No.
They were just waiting for the right time?
No.
You were asked a few questions about the contact you had with David and Douglas after Miss Jensen passed away. There were times that you contacted Mark Jensen to see the boys.
Yes.
And he allowed that to happen.
Yes.
You went to the house.
Yes.
You were able to have conversations with the boys.
Yes.
You were able to give them presents if that was the plan.
Yes.
There was never a time he said, no, you can't see the boys.
I don't recall that.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Is there any redirect?
Just to clarify, when that letter from Perry Tarika arrived and Julie found out about it, she was pretty embarrassed about that, right?
Yes, she was.
So she didn't want that to happen.
No.
And you were asked about Julie during that conversation the day after Thanksgiving about Julie being unhappy. Did you think she was depressed?
No.
And did you ever see Julie showing any signs of mental instability?
No.
That she was in some way not seeing reality correctly?
No.
And she talked to you frequently on the phone?
Yes.
Even if she didn't see you in person?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Any recross on that?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Next rebuttal witness.
The state calls Therese DeFazio.
Remain standing. I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. And spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Therese, Therese, DeFazio, capital DE, capital FAZIO.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
And Ms. DeFazio, you can adjust the microphone so it's in front of you. So Ms. DeFazio, we know you as David's third grade teacher, right?
Yes.
All right. So I want you to think back during this time when David was in your class in third grade. Was there ever a time that David said anything to you about his mom and the computer?
Judge, I'd object. This is hearsay, and she's already testified to this.
This is David's statements that he could not recall, and so this is rebuttal.
Judge, this has to be outside the presence of the jury.
Go take a break, folks.
Okay, more arguing. Chat. So we talked about the letter a little bit, and one of the other things to point out about the letter is the effects of alcohol. And it's convenient that she puts that she doesn't drink alcohol.
All right, the jury is outside of the courtroom.
I remember David Jensen's testimony. He basically said, I couldn't remember. So he didn't deny it. So where are we going with this then?
Well, I think it's appropriate for the teacher who recalls the statement to testify to it then, because David did not recall it.
What do you want to say?
I would just say he didn't deny saying it. They didn't try to refresh his recollection with any document. And there's a case about, I don't remember, but in that particular case, the court had doubts about the witness's memory and thought the witness was saying, I don't remember, just not to testify. And the Supreme Court of Wisconsin held that where a witness denies recollection of a prior statement and where the trial judge has reason to doubt the good faith of such denial, he may in his discretion declare such testimony inconsistent and permit the prior statement's admission into evidence.
So what does that mean?
I think that the court would have to make a determination that David Jensen said he didn't remember in order to get out of answering.
Well, Judge, David also did testify that he saw his mother on the computer, and I think this would contradict that because he was pretty much laughing with Ms. DeFazio about his mother could not use the computer. And
That's a different question.
So, but it's the same topic. So her answer would address that issue as well.
Did he say he didn't remember that either?
Well, he described something contrary to what Ms. DeFazio would say.
Well, the question that he didn't remember, I'm not going to allow you to ask this question on rebuttal. If it's a contradiction, you can get into it.
Well, I think this computer does contradict what David said about seeing
We'll
his
let
mom.
you get into that one.
So just to be clear, so she can ask if David told Ms. DeFazio whether his mom used the computer, because that was the question to him, is whether his mom used the computer. And we already have testimony from others that she used the computer, specifically in regards to Quicken. So what statement is it that they're allowed to get into, I guess?
They can ask a question that the witness answered regarding the computer. They're basically saying that this witness will contradict his answer.
That this witness will contradict David saying he saw his mom on the computer.
Correct, Ms. McNeil?
Well, what I believe she's going to say is David blurting out that his mom doesn't even know anything about computers, that he's teaching her about computers and she doesn't know.
And what was his answer to that?
Well, his recollection of his mom and computers was, I saw my mom on the computer. I don't know what she was doing. I saw her on there. And so
We'll go into this limited area and that's it, because there sounds like a contradiction.
well, I also have questions for this witness about what David said regarding his mother's condition.
Are they contradictory answers?
Well, David said he couldn't remember.
I'm not going to let you go into areas where you didn't remember.
So then I have, for this witness, I'm going to ask her about what Julie told her about Laura Coster, which would be a direct contradiction of Laura Coster's testimony.
We'll let you get into whatever contradictions we have. I'll let you get into it.
Okay.
All right, bring the jury back. For the jury.
Please be seated.
Right, the jury is back in the courtroom on the record and on Mark Jensen. The appearances are the same. The witness is still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
So do you recall David saying anything to you about his mom and computers?
Yes, I do. At
Go ahead. What was that?
It was at open house. I was looking for someone when she volunteered to help me. I asked her if she knew anything about a computer so that if I asked for help in computer lab, she could help.
And so my question is, do you remember David saying anything about his mom? And
Yes, he said, no, he kind of laughed and said, no, she doesn't know much about computers. I've been teaching her. And then he, another time in the classroom when we were talking about computers, he was saying, yeah, my mom doesn't know anything. And we started having a conversation in the classroom about how many of your parents probably don't know how to use computers because back in that time period, computers coming in the home was very rare. It was just starting to come into homes.
So David blurted that out about his mom, and that started your class discussion.
Right. We had a whole class discussion about parents and their children teaching the parents.
Now, after David had returned to school, after his mother's death, did he say anything about what had happened when he went home on December 3rd, the day of his mom's death?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, once again, I think he gave a contrary account.
It's overruled. Go ahead.
So what, if anything, did David say in terms of what happened when he got home the evening of his mother's death?
Judge, I object as to hearsay. This is what we specifically just talked about when the jury was out of the room.
She said it's contradiction, so I'm going to let her do it.
It's because of the I don't know.
Well, I disagree.
Back in the jury room, folks. Sorry.
All right. This is very typical, guys. Very typical unrebuttal witnesses. A lot of statements get challenged from, all the testimony during a trial. This is standard. It's kind of a shitty thing that they're making the kid look like a liar. It's kind of shitty.
Yeah, jury is outside the courtroom. I might not have been clear, but I think I told the attorneys if there's a contradiction, I'm going to allow it for impeachment. And now you're telling me, Ms. Krause, this question and answer was not a contradiction?
I don't know, because what we talked about was, I thought what the court ruled is if it was asked of David Jensen and he said, I don't know, the court wasn't going to allow cross-examination on that. So I guess I don't know. If specifically because he did say, I don't know to some of the things about when he got home or what he told Ms. DeFazio.
What answers are you saying that he has a contradiction answer to?
So David gave an account of coming home, his dad telling him and his brother to stay in the living room and not go to the mom's room. What David had told Ms. DeFazio was that when they got home, David wanted to see his mother, but the defendant told him to take Douglas and the dog for a walk. So it is contradictory to what David said occurred.
Okay. I don't have any issue with that. I thought we were getting into the other stuff. So unfortunately, Judge, I just didn't know, because when we talked about it during the break, when the jury was out, that wasn't discussed.
Let's do this so we don't have to keep bringing the jury back. Go over what areas you think you're going to get into so we have an understanding of whether we need to discuss it without the jury here.
So Judge, I'm just asking about that, what David told his teacher had happened when he got home, and then about the conversation that Julie had had with Ms. DeFazio about Laura Coster.
All fine.
All right. Yep. We all on the same page?
Yep. Thank you, Judge.
Wonderful. Bring the jury back.
Very typical in the judicial system to attack victims. I mean, what do you guys think? You think David was lying to protect Dad, or you think he's got so much goddamn trauma in his background that he doesn't know? He doesn't remember stuff when he's 8. And we were talking about this in the chat before the break, how does David not know anything at 8 years old, right? But the
All
8-year-old
right, the
friend,
jury's back. Thank you for your
the
patience.
8-year-old
this
friend
afternoon,
remembered
folks.
everything word for word.
With that, you can ask your questions, Ms. McNeil.
So Ms. DeFazio, I was just asking you, once David had returned to school, did he say anything about what had happened the late afternoon when he returned home on the day of his mother's death? What did he say his dad had told him or had occurred?
When he got home, it was after 4 o'clock because he had been at a French class at school. And it was dark. He went to the door like he was going in, and his dad stopped him and said, "You take the dog and Dougie and go for a walk." He wouldn't let them go in to see his mother. He wanted to go and see his mom.
And by that time in the evening, it would have been dark.
Oh, yes. After 4, it's in November, it's dark. And on Lakeshore Drive, there are no street lights at that time anyway. And only lights would be the lights of the yard, lights of the residents out there.
Now I want to ask you about one more conversation. So you had told us in detail about the conversation you had with Julie Jensen on November 25th of 1998. During that conversation, obviously you heard some disturbing things. Did you ask Ms. Jensen whether she had told anybody else her concerns?
Yes, I asked her if she told anyone else, and she said she had told a police officer at Pleasant Prairie, that a friend that she knew.
Just strike as unresponsive and hearsay.
Overruled, go ahead.
And from the motion and limine, Judge.
Overruled, go ahead.
So I'll just ask you very directly, did she talk to you about telling her sister-in-law, Laura Coster?
Yes, she did. She told me she told Laura everything she had told me that day.
And that included her concerns that the defendant was going to kill her.
Yes, it included that. And she told me that her sister-in-law is a friend, actually. She's more than a sister-in-law. She's my friend. And she said she warned her to be careful, that you don't know what he can do.
I have nothing further.
Who's doing the cross?
I am, Judge.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Ms. DeFazio, you had this conversation in your classroom about computers.
Yes.
And it was during that time David said, "I've been teaching her."
Yes.
You don't know what David was teaching his mother.
He said he taught her how to turn on the computer. She didn't know where the button was,
Did he
and
tell-
how to open programs.
Did he tell you that he had seen his mom on the computer?
No, he did not.
Did you know that Miss Jensen did the home checkbook on the computer?
No.
Did you know that David enjoyed doing a painting program on the computer?
I'm not sure if I remember that, but he might have.
The conversation that you had with Miss Jensen on November 25th, that was about a conversation she had with Miss Coster.
Yes.
The thing you just testified about.
Yes.
You weren't present during that conversation.
No.
It was also part of your conversations with Julie Jensen that she told you her husband was controlling,
Yes.
that he wouldn't let her get a job,
Right.
that he wouldn't let Douglas be put in daycare.
Right.
This was around the same time as those conversations.
Into an extra daycare. He was already in daycare in the morning.
All day school.
The afternoon was going to be a special needs partnership we had at the school. And so it
I
would be
remember
different.
that from your direct
I'm objecting to her interrupting the witness. The witness is
Let
trying
the
to-
witness answer.
Sorry,
Go
Judge.
ahead, Ms. DeFazio.
I thought she had finished. I'm sorry, Ms. DeFazio.
It's all right. It's a peer helper program. And if he turned 3, and he was just about to turn 3, he could then apply. Doesn't necessarily mean you get in, but you apply for the program to be a mentor for children who have special needs. So a regular, normal child with children who have unusual learning styles.
And I remember you testifying about that a couple of weeks ago. And it was your understanding that Mark would not allow Julie to sign Douglas up for that.
That's right.
And the conversation about Miss Coster was around the same time as those conversations. November 25th.
And I'm trying to think if that was all the same date. Yes, I think it was.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Rebuttal witness.
The state calls Paul Ratzberg.
All right. You remain standing, Lieutenant Rasberg. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name again for the reporter.
First name Paul, Paul. Last name spelling, Ratzburg.
Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Just a few specific questions for you. Shortly after Julie Jensen's death, did you receive a phone call from a person who identified herself as Laura Coster?
Yes, I did.
And what did this person say in the phone call?
She was concerned. She identified herself as Laura Coster and said something to the effect, I think my brother killed my best friend.
And this was a short conversation, I take it?
Very short, yes.
But after that, did you attempt to have a much more thorough and long conversation with Ms. Coster?
Yes.
Were you ever able to do so?
I was not able to hook up with her.
And she eventually declined to speak with you?
Correct.
I have an exhibit to show you. I've showed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 131. You recall testifying about the Jensen home computer and seizing the Jensen home computer, correct?
Yes.
And so how does Exhibit 131, how does that relate to the Jensen home computer?
This is a Dell receipt for the Jensen home computer. I can remember comparing the serial numbers on it, and it's dated 7/2 of 1998.
So based on that receipt, that would indicate that the Jensens received that computer sometime in July of 1998?
Correct.
And that receipt, is that something that you got from the residence, the Jensen residence?
Yes.
So I would just move 131 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, 131 comes in.
And just to clarify the timing of some things, you had the detailed conversation with Mark Jensen on April 21st of 1999?
Yes,
and it was that same day that you talked to David Jensen?
it is.
And do you recall when Mark Jensen was talking to you, him making references to things that David had said?
Yes.
And he knew that you were talking to David as well?
He gave me permission to speak with David.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any cross?
Just a couple of things.
Nothing at this time?
Just a couple of things.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. The opposite of what you thought I said. Good morning. Or hoped, right? Yeah. The conversation that you testified just now about with Laura Coster.
Yes.
Did you review your police reports prior to coming here today?
Yes.
And is there a report of that conversation with Laura Koster?
In my report?
In your
Yes.
summary, correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's, are you able to say which date Laura Koster contacted you?
I could not, no.
It's not in there, right?
It is not.
Okay. Did you ask her questions?
I did not.
So she called you and made this statement and you asked no follow-up questions?
Well, I asked follow-ups, but the voice on the phone was emotional. She was crying, and she, so to speak, hung up on me. And then I made efforts in trying to recontact her several times.
You remember it as her reaching out to you?
Absolutely. She called the police department, the main line, and then she asked for me, or at least she inquired who was handling the Julie Jensen death. And then the call was transferred to me, and I happened to be in my office, and I picked up the phone, and then we had that brief conversation.
And we don't know when that was.
It was in December of 1998.
But your report doesn't say when that was, right?
No, it does not.
And do you have separate notes of that conversation?
No.
Do you have notes of what precisely you asked her?
No.
Or her responses to any questions you may have asked?
I didn't ask any questions of her.
Oh, you didn't ask any questions of her?
Yes, she disconnected with me shortly after she made that statement. She seemed to be rather emotional. And then I made efforts in trying to recontact Laura Koster, and they were unsuccessful.
You had made a call where the Kosters scheduled a time to meet with you, correct?
That is correct.
And then you got a call from Ms. Koster's husband asking to postpone that, correct?
Correct. That would have been in December of 1999.
Now, your report doesn't indicate this, but you never contacted the Kosters to reschedule, correct?
I did. In fact, there's, if you look further in my report, there's a conversation in 2002 that I had with Mr. Koster with a hearing from here that I asked if I could meet with him, and that I've been trying to get in touch with him.
Oh, I see. So, because the conversation you're talking about is 1999, or 1998, I'm sorry.
Just, and it can get confusing. The phone call that she made to me, or at least identified herself as that, was in December of 1998.
And I don't want to cut you off.
Okay. And then in December of 1999, we had a scheduled appointment. I believe it was 12/11 of 99. And then Todd Koster called me and canceled it. And then in 2002, I met them out in front of the courthouse here, and I talked to Todd, and I asked him again if we can, I'd like to talk to Laura.
Well, I'm really glad you clarified this. So the phone call that is referenced but doesn't have a specific date, that was December of 1998, you believe?
It was December of 98, yes.
And then you scheduled a follow-up meeting with them more than a year later?
Yes, that would be correct. Yes, in 99.
In December of 1999?
Exactly, yes.
That's the meeting that got put on hold, correct?
Well, Todd Koster called me and he canceled the meeting.
Did he say in December of 1999 that they wanted to get through the holidays?
He could have said that, but I don't recall that specifically.
And then the next attempt you made to reach out to them was in 2002?
No, I made several attempts to recontact them between 1999 and 2002. They were here for a hearing as well as I was in this courthouse, and I saw them, and so to speak, I kind of cornered them and said, hey, I still want to talk to your wife, Laura Koster. I'd like to find out what information she has on this case, and he said he'd get back to me.
So your first attempt at scheduling a meeting with them was more than a year after Julie Jensen had passed away?
No, I stopped by their house after I received that phone call. I was extremely concerned. Obviously, she had some important information. So I made numerous stop by the house. I left my card in their door and also made any phone attempts. I stopped by the house 3-4 times after that phone call and attempted to contact them to interview Laura Koster.
And what you were finally able to schedule with them was over a year later.
Correct, yes.
The computer receipt that you just talked about,
Yes, sir.
is it your awareness from investigation and review of records that this was their second home computer?
I'm not sure what you mean by the second home computer.
This wasn't the Jensen's first family home computer.
That I don't know.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember any talk about a computer previous to the one I seized on December 3rd, 1998.
Nothing else.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I do not wish to violate a rule, but we do have a video.
All right, how long is the video?
23 minutes.
All right, I think we can do that one. And which exhibit or which video is this?
So I'll have to have this marked.
All right, let's mark it.
Oh, yeah. Exhibit 132, and this is Ted Voigt.
And Mr. Boyd, we have a new court reporter, a different one than the last time that you were here. So could you please state your first name and spell it, and then state and spell your last name?
It's Tedus Voigt, TADEUSZWOJT.
And Mr. Voigt, you've already talked in the past about a number of conversations that occurred between you and Julie Jensen. I want to direct your attention to one particular conversation. Do you recall any conversation that occurred between you and Julie Jensen in the weeks preceding her death, where Julie Jensen was describing to you a conversation that she had had with the defendant's sister, Laura Koster?
Yes.
Tell us what you can remember about the conversation that occurred between you and Julie Jensen, where she was describing this conversation between her and Laura Koster. First of all, can you tell me, when did this conversation occur between you and Julie Jensen?
I would say it happened around week and a half, at least week and a half before Julie died, and it was after I got back from Chicago from work, so around 3 o'clock, 2 something.
Tell the jury what you can remember about that conversation insofar as it relates to Julie's description of a conversation she'd had with Laura Koster.
Well, at the time, Julie told me that that Mark's sister, she saw Mark's sister today. She was over, that she told Mark's sister what was going on, and she told me what Mark's sister said, that she lived with him for 18 years and you don't know what he's capable of.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Alder?
Mr. Voigt, I take it you took no notes of this conversation?
No.
You met with Detective Ratsburg for a couple hours on December 4th, 1998, the day after Julie Jensen's death, right?
Yes, I did.
He interviewed you regarding your knowledge of facts in this case?
Yes.
He asked you about conversations you'd had with Julie Jensen, correct?
Yes, he did.
He asked you to tell him whatever you thought were important details in this case, correct?
Actually, we were telling him.
Yes, you. And
He was listening, we were telling.
Right, and you were trying to give him the important details in this case, right?
Yes.
You did not tell him about any such conversation regarding Laura Coster, right?
At that time, I don't remember.
You've seen that report from that conversation, correct?
And like I stated before to
Yeah,
you.
Mr. Voigt.
Objection.
No.
You could answer the question. Have you seen the report?
My report, yes, I did.
You've seen the typewritten report of Detective Ratsburg containing the statements you made on December 4th, 1998, true?
I don't think so. It was a typewritten report. It was a handwritten report.
Are you telling me that you've never been shown? Is the prosecutor have the answer for you? He's looking.
What?
He's looking over in this direction. I'm just.
What direction? I'm looking in this direction.
Is December 4th, 1998, did you ever read that police report regarding your first interview with Detective Ratsburg?
Probably I did.
And it's not in there, is it?
At that moment, I cannot recall.
All right. And then you did there was a handwritten statement 1 year later, December 4th, 1999, correct, Mr. Moore?
No, actually, that's what I referred to. The handwritten statement was done in 1998 at that time. That was the first statement.
Well, you talked to Detective Ratsburg the day after Julie Jensen's death, true?
Yes.
And you told him many things you thought were important, correct?
Yes.
You did not tell him anything about this conversation with Laura Coster, true?
I don't remember everything.
It is you have no memory of saying any such thing about Laura Coster, true?
You're talking about December 4th?
December 4th, 1998, right?
Yes.
You did not say anything about it, right?
I told you I don't remember.
And then you've seen the handwritten statement you wrote, right? Or Detective Ratsburg.
Yes.
Detective Ratsburg hand wrote out a statement after
Yes.
You need to let me finish for the court record. After he interviewed you on December 4th, 1999, he hand wrote out a statement.
1998. Handwritten statement and happened in 1998. And I did report the date is wrong on it.
I didn't hear you, sir.
The date is wrong on it. The year on the report is wrong.
Let me show you Exhibit 327. The handwritten report.
Yes.
Is your signature there?
Yes.
The date is December 4th, 1999.
That's what the date is on it, but it happened because he showed up on Friday in my house. We asked Mr. Redwood to show up when my kids are in school. And December 1999 is Saturday.
This one.
Saturday. He was on Friday in my house.
What was the last part?
He was in Friday. It was Friday when he was in my house.
Right. Well, Mr. Voigt. Let me show you, that's Exhibit 328. It's a report of Detective Paul Ratsburg indicating that on December 4th, 1998, he spoke with you and your wife.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
And have you read his summary of that conversation?
I really don't know if I read that.
Have you ever seen this document?
I probably did. I just don't go over those documents. I'm just saying what I know.
I'm still not sure I understand, Mr. Boyd. Have you read this document at some point?
Probably did.
And do you have these documents? Were they provided to you? The
Yes, it
documents?
is provided to me.
So you do have all your past statements, right?
I don't know if all, but I do have some of them.
And this says nothing about any conversation with Laura Coster, correct?
And
Is that right?
no, I really don't know. I will have to read it.
You've read it before, right?
I read a lot of things before.
Have you seen any statement that you've ever done at any time in this case in which you talk about Laura Coster?
I really don't remember. I know I said it about it. I told the court about it. I told people, police. I did say it.
Mr. Boyd?
Yes.
Is it in here?
I told you.
Is it in here? Take a look.
Do you want to
Go
read
ahead.
them? 'Cause I-
Sure.
because I'm reading them, so.
Unless you recall whether it's in there or not, read the statements, please.
Well, this is Mr. Crossman. I mean, Mr. Redwood report. That's not my report.
Right, but
That's what he put up with me. I didn't put those things.
Detective Rasberg didn't write down anything.
No, he didn't. In this report, he did not.
I'm sorry, Mr. Boyd. For the court reporter's benefit, you're going to need to let me finish my questions. Did Detective Rasberg write anything in that report about his conversation with you in which you mentioned Laura Coster on December 4th, 1998?
No, he did not.
Okay. Could you please take a look at the handwritten statement that's dated December 4th, 1999, and tell me if there's anything about Laura Coster in there?
No. There's nothing yet.
And then in July 2002, Defendant's Exhibit 329, there's another statement of yours that bears your signature on July 22nd, 2002, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything in this statement regarding Laura Coster? No. You testified in this case at the preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
At the preliminary hearing, Mr. Boyd, you didn't say anything about Laura Coaster and about this alleged conversation, did you?
I really don't remember.
Would you like to review your preliminary hearing testimony?
Oh, no.
Just trying to find out if you've ever mentioned this before.
They did mention this before.
Have you ever testified about it?
I really don't remember.
It's not in any report that you've ever seen, is it?
And like I said before, that the first time Mr. Raspberry showed up in my house, we were talking for about good 2 hours. And what he put in the report, that's what he told us, at the point he wanted to put it.
It's not in any report, right?
I know, he didn't put it.
It's not in any report at any time, correct?
I really don't know. And this one, what you hold me, I'm not sure. I'll have to take it and study.
Never ever testified in any case in this. You testified at the preliminary hearing. You testified in July as well, right? July
Yes.
2007.
Yes.
When's the first time you told the DA about this? It's before. It was after this trial began, right?
Oh, no, I told it a long time ago. I told many other things, and that's what one of the things that was very upset that
Can you tell me?
saying it's not on the paper.
Mr.
You realize when you said, sir.
The stuff I was saying to the police or my testimony, actually it wasn't my voice, it wasn't on the paper.
Mr. Boyd, you wrote the first paper in 1999, right?
Me?
Yes. Well, Mr. Radsberg wrote it out for you, right? And then you had another chance in July 2002, right?
Yes.
And it's not on your paper then either.
Objection, Your Honor.
What paper are you talking about in July 2002? You want the transcript of his
No, I'm
testimony?
talking about his statement that was typewritten and that he signed, Exhibit 329, that he just acknowledged does not contain any such statement about Laura Coaster.
You understand, do you recall the question?
I really, and again, the same statement, it's not my exact words, it's not everything what I said.
And you took no notes yourself at any time, right?
No, I didn't.
Can you identify any written note anywhere, Mr. Boyd?
My written note?
Anybody's written note.
I testified before the last time, and I told you before those notes, the testimony which you got in the front of you, actually like Mr. Raspberg took it, the last time we went to, everything was put very short version.
Mr. Boyd.
Because that's what we were upset about.
Mr. Boyd.
Yes.
Could you please answer my question? Are you aware of any written note anywhere that contains this information?
Objection. This question's been asked and answered several times, Your Honor.
Can you answer the question?
I just don't remember. Really, I don't remember.
You don't know of any?
Yeah, I just don't remember. I know
And
I
yet-
said it, but
And yet you claim 9 years later to remember these exact words.
no. What I said before, and just people didn't put it down. I said it many times before, and I said many other things, and I not see on that piece of paper either.
Mr. Boyd, you claim to remember the exact words 9 years later, even though you have no note that you ever took documenting those words.
Because I repeated many times those things would happen.
And just nobody ever thought that it was important enough to put down. Is that what your
To
testimony
me, it
is?
was important, to some other people, it wasn't important. Yes.
And you remember that this conversation took place at exactly 3 o'clock.
No, what I said, actually, I came back from Chicago from work, and I usually used to leave Chicago about 1:20 to the traffic. And I got home around after 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And I remember talking to Julie that day because she told me that Laura was there, Mark's sister, the conversation. And she said exactly what Laura told her.
Didn't you say that this was at 3 o'clock?
Who said that?
I thought you said this was at 3 o'clock.
Around 3 o'clock.
That's all I have.
Can we be quick?
Well, let's go through that conversation that you said it was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes, it was around 3 o'clock because Julie was still outside and Mark wasn't home at the time. And that's what I used to get home because I leave Chicago 1 o'clock because otherwise I will get stuck at the traffic for 2 hours.
And so when this conversation occurred between you and Julie Jensen, where did the conversation take place? Was it in her yard or in your yard, or do you remember?
No, it was just between it, just in the border, I would say.
So how far away was she standing from you as she was having this conversation with you, would you say?
I would say 3 feet to 4 feet.
And were the children home at that point, or don't you remember?
No, I don't remember.
Was there anybody else present when you had this conversation with Julie? No. How long would you say you were talking with Julie that day?
I would say we probably talk about, I would say 20 minutes to half hours. Yeah.
Well, even today, as you're sitting here, have you been asked questions about every single thing that you can tell us about Julie Jensen?
No.
There are still things you could tell us about Julie Jensen.
Yes.
As you're sitting here today, do you remember how many people you've spoken to about this particular conversation that you had with Julie Jensen, where she mentioned her conversation with Laura Koster?
Hearsay.
Say it again.
Okay. Could I ask the reporter to read it back? I want to make sure that it's read back exactly the way I said it.
As you're sitting here today, do you remember how many people you have spoken to about this particular conversation that you had with Julie Jensen, where she mentioned her conversation with Laura Koster?
Overruled.
That means you can answer the question, sir.
I probably said at least to 3 people. One of them will be my wife.
And when did you first, do you remember talking, when do you first remember talking to your wife about this conversation that occurred between you and Laura Koster? Between you and Julie Jensen about Laura Koster?
Because that was our daily base, we talked about what was going on.
Who else can you remember talking to about this case?
I'm sure there's some neighbors,
I'm sorry, I got that question wrong. Let me ask.
Sorry, you still answering the question. I'd like to hear the rest of it.
I couldn't hear a thing because I was gone.
I misspoke, so I want to restate the question.
You're answering the question. And you can't stop them in the middle of a question.
Read back what you took down, Mrs. Delaney.
The question was, who else can you remember talking to about this case? And then he started answering, I'm sure there's some neighbors like.
You can finish the answer.
well, I'm sure I told some neighbors across the street, the neighbors, because we did talk about things, what happened after Julie died.
Now, and I said the case in that question. What I meant to ask you was, who are the other people you've spoken to about this particular conversation that occurred between you and Julie Jensen, where she mentioned her conversation with Laura Koster? Now, can you remember who else you talked to about that particular conversation besides your wife?
Actually, not really.
Well, did you ever talk to me about it?
Yes, we really did.
And you ever talk to Ms. Gabrielle about it?
Yes.
Did you ever talk? Do you remember Susan Karaskevich, Assistant Deputy District Attorney Susan Karaskevich?
Yep. And I'm sure I said it. I think so. One in the police station about it. when Mr. Radford took me to police station, asked us to appear, we said about this, that's what happened.
Now, in the course of the conversations or interviews that you had with Detective Ratsberg, was it his practice to take down every single thing you told him?
Objection, calls for speculation by this witness.
Well, when you say practice, you're talking about during the interview?
Yes.
The objection's overruled.
That means you can answer the question, sir.
Well,
Did the detective write down everything you said?
no, he didn't. That's why I used to get upset that he wouldn't write down everything what I was talking. Even one of the time I asked him just take me back to my shop because I was upset. What I said the last time I didn't see on the statement, or did they forgot about it?
Thank you for the questions.
Any questions?
These statements that I showed you that were prepared,
Yes.
you signed them, right?
Yes, it did.
You didn't make any additions to those statements, right?
I didn't go to police next day to talk to them again. I didn't.
Is that correct, Mr. Voigt? You didn't make any additions to those statements, right?
I made the statement. I did make the additional statement to those statements.
You didn't, after these statements were produced, you didn't write Mr. Ratsberg a note or say, well, let me add this. You just signed it and left it as is, right?
Yes.
So that's the end of State's Exhibit 132, and the state would move that into evidence.
All right, it'll be received. 132 is accepted. All right, I think it's a good time to take a break. Again, folks, don't talk about the case. We'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. All right, before we go on our break, how many more rebuttal witnesses do we have today? One? All right. It'll be a live witness? All right. And before we go further, does the defense have any rebuttal they wish to do?
Need to chat briefly.
All right. I think it's called rebuttal, but the statute says rebuttal from both sides, but talk about it. Thank you.
Now, out of the 4,000 or so autopsy cases that you've been involved in, have you ever seen a case like this one before?
Not in the cases I've personally been involved in.
But you followed up on this case, didn't you?
Yes,
You did some research on your own.
yes,
You compared suicides by ethylene glycol to homicides by ethylene glycol.
yes.
And how many different suicides by ethylene glycol were you able to examine?
I looked at 15 of them.
And how many homicides by ethylene glycol poisoning did you examine?
Well, this one I examined directly. There were about 10 that, were public knowledge.
But you didn't get all the tox screens from the homicides.
Not all of them.
But you got tox screens from some of the homicides.
Yes,
And you got tox screens from the suicides.
yes.
What did you find in this analysis of ethylene glycol poisonings, suicide versus homicide. What did you find about, what inferences did you draw, or what patterns did you see concerning the amount of ethylene glycol in a person who died by suicide versus
Judge.
a person who died by homicide?
Judge, I have an objection. It involves 971.23.
Take a break, folks. And what statute number did you say, Mr. Perry?
I was referring to the discovery statute 971.23. Ms. Mainland is testifying. Mr. Jamboys obviously knows what she's about to testify. He's leading her to it in terms of these comparisons, this follow-up, these studies comparing suicides to homicides. And I don't believe I have. I don't believe I've been provided with that.
The information that he's asking this expert witness about?
That's right. That he, I think, plainly knows that she's done this and what her answers are going to be.
What's the state's response?
I don't, first of all, she didn't produce a report to me. She and I talked about this yesterday. And that's when she told me about it, that she'd been doing this research on her own and she came up with this information yesterday. So it's true. Maybe I should have told them about it yesterday, but I didn't. What I'd like to do is, what's that? I looked at 971.23, or actually I'm going to look at it right now. And so let's examine my statutory obligations. We produced, first of all, they've already have her testimony from the last hearing. And of course, she didn't testify about this, but they were aware of what her testimony was going to be as to cause and manner of death. And I'm going to pull up 971.23.
Under sub E, it talks about results of scientific tests, experiments, comparisons that the district attorney tends to offer in evidence at trial, and it talks about experts. So
I mean, I didn't object to the other things that, you know, I did know about her prior testimony and the cause and manner of death opinion, didn't know about this, and I would suggest this is not a reasonable amount of time before trial. I'd ask that this be prohibited from being gone into.
Do you have something in writing as to what she was going to testify?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Do you have anything in writing as to what she was going to testify as to the comparison tests?
I don't have anything in writing. I don't. I don't have a report from her. I talked to her about this yesterday, and she was indicating that the average amount of ethylene glycol on board in a suicide is 2,000 micrograms per milliliter.
Because the statute then also talks about if the expert does not prepare a statement, there should be a written summary of the findings of the subject matter of the testimony. So we don't have a written statement. We don't have a written summary.
I don't, Your Honor. What I have is what she told me yesterday, and I suppose I could have told about it yesterday, but that's when I found out about it.
For the record, we're not going there then, based on 971.23 sub E.
Okay, well, Your Honor, at this point then, I would at least like to have her produce those notes, and I will make copies of them, provide them to defense counsel, because it may be something that we'll go into on cross-examination of one of their experts, and it may be something we can go into in rebuttal after the defense has rested its case.
You're welcome to do that.
I'd ask that jury be instructed to that prior testimony as it related to her doing these comparisons be stricken and instructed to disregard it.
If I'm listening, hopefully I'm correct. We never got into the studies. She just talked about them, right?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, she talked about having.
We didn't get to the,
what
what did you find, right?
I objected in time for that, but she did talk about.
You did a good job, Mr. Perry.
Thank you.
So you want me to just say, hey, don't, the last test transcript or the testimony, she said that they are tests that's stricken?
That she's done these comparisons, that be stricken.
All right. And then, Mr. Jamboys, you free to give the defense a summary of?
Well, I've got to look at it first.
All right. You guys can go and watch the rest of that video. It's like a 25-minute long video clip that we have up on the channel. So that is a major discovery violation by old Bobby Boy Jamboy. I don't know how a lot of you like this guy. He's doing unethical, amoral, and illegal things. He tried to just have a witness testify to stuff he found out the day before, violating discovery rules. It's unreal. And they just, during, testimony that we just heard on with these rebuttal witnesses, there are two main things that the Wisconsin Supreme Court barred from coming into this case. One is the letter from the grave. And we've already heard the whole goddamn letter 47 times every time Bobby tells his story. They just haven't said there was a letter. The second thing are two voicemails that were left for Ron Kosman and the content of those voicemails. They're not allowed to come in. The content of the voicemails are not allowed to come in. And it did. Specifically, the second voicemail where Julie says, "I think my husband is trying to kill me." And Kosman was out of town. He didn't get the voicemails until after Julie died. And Bobby Boy, well, the state, I think it was the lady attorney that was questioning, snuck it in. So she's just as shady as he is. That is barred by the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Did anybody else catch that? How close is everybody paying attention? In the 2008 trial, with all the footage that we've shown over, the course of this trial, we know that Craig Albee filed or asked for 3 mistrials because of the shit that Bob was doing back then. So I don't know if the defense is just kind of walking on eggshells around this or what, but anybody else catch any of that? All right, I'll just talk to myself over here. Make sure you guys like the stream, share it out, follow all the pages, all of that fun stuff. If you guys like what we're doing here, there's a pinned comment. Any donations that are sent in help with continuously providing content and editing videos, leads towards our investigative articles, all of that fun stuff. And although I heard it, wasn't familiar with the Supreme Court rulings. Why was the note inadmissible? Because in 2004, the Supreme Court changed the confrontation clause under the 6th Amendment. And when the whole thing went to trial in 2008, 4 years after the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court changed the law in Crawford v. Washington, Judge Schrader, who's a goddamn historian to the law, should have known that. And he made a bad ruling and allowed the voicemails and the note in when he shouldn't have because the law changed. That's why we're here today. That very reason is why we're here today. And these motherfuckers just let it in. The biggest problem I have, guys, and we're pointing out all these things, all this weird shit that's happening in this trial. But the biggest problem I have is that if this guy is legitimately guilty, okay, and let's go with that. If he is legitimately guilty of this, there are so many issues that have happened throughout this entire trial. This is now the 5th time that Jamboy's little team has introduced evidence that has either been ruled on that's not admissible during pretrial motions, or Supreme Court rulings that it's not admissible. Amongst the countless other things that have happened in this trial, I'm telling you, this is going, you know, they're going to file an appeal anyway if he loses, just standard, right? It's always, your attorneys would have to be stupid if they don't. It's just automatically. But they're going to have some valid arguments. And this could end up going, you know, the appellate court may kick it back down to the state again, the same as what happened in 2008. That's why this case bounced to multiple judges in the Kenosha County Courthouse, went to the appellate court, comes back, goes to the Wisconsin Supreme Court, comes back, now the U.S. Supreme Court. I'm telling you, dude, we may end up seeing a Jensen 4. I don't have it in me, chat. I don't have it in me to listen to this shit again. I really don't. I don't ever want to see Bob's face across my computer ever again. I already want to investigate him because he is so dirty. It's not even funny. Unbelievable. He's not letting the defense preserve the record, which they have every legal right to do. He shuts them up, doesn't want to hear it. Are you done? Just ignores them. They have every right to preserve the record. The same as y'all cheered on corrupt, lying Judge Doro for preserving the record to make sure Dickface doesn't get a fucking appeal. The defense is allowed to do that as well, and he just ignores them. All these objections that he just lets go through, there's so many appellate issues right now. It's unbelievable. It just baffles me how closely you guys all paid attention during Brooks and cheered on Doro for her, preserving the record so great. And then you don't give a fuck about what happens in this case. If this guy is truly a murderer, you may end up seeing him walk free over legal issues that Bob is doing, his co-counsel is doing, and the judge is doing. And that's just not even factoring in any of the doubtful evidence that's already happened in this trial. Ma says, I heard it, shifty bastards. They are. And that's what I'm saying. The state they are panicking. I think they started panicking when Stacey Hale went up there. I'm telling you, that toxicologist ripped their entire case apart. And we started seeing a lot of shitty things from Jamboy. That was when he started panicking and getting real aggressive with people.
Do you love getting high, but smoking hurts your lungs?
Whoa.
I've got.
Fuck you, commercials. Let's switch the feed since that's obvious. Do you love getting high? Great. Thanks for bringing that on my fucking channel. Shifty bastards. What a weird fucking thing to be. What the actual fuck is that, dude? That was so random. That was so random, dude. Holy shit. Dude, in the chat's like, yep, yes, I do. Safety meeting. Holy Christ. Oh, my world. Chat. That was that was Jamboy snuck that in. He's out doing a snow patrol. Dude, and for real, how many times do we have to listen to the same shit over and over again? We watched, no bullshit, we watched the whole Ted Voigt testimony from 2008, and I think we all wanted to unalive ourselves. You know what I mean? And here's the thing too. This is crazy. This outlines another potential corruption in this case. I have no reason to doubt what Ted Voigt says. I think Ted Voigt and his wife are very, credible witnesses. I think they were very naive. And we've said this before. Okay. Julie's running around lying to people and telling people all kind of bullshit. And then they're just regurgitating her lie. So to them, it's truth. So they're, and that's why they look like they're credible people on the stand. But it's Julie's lie that they're telling, right? And this poor goddamn guy, his wife's like, man, don't get involved. Just let it go. And then he comes home and says, look what happened. He told me not to get involved and our neighbor is dead, right? This fucked these two up mentally for years. And Margaret's dead. Ted's old, senile. You know what I'm saying? So if what he says is accurate, that Julie tells him more bullshit, right? And then he tells the police this, but the police are not writing this down in the report. Don't you think that that is a pretty crucial piece of statement about all this? Her sister-in-law is saying all these things, blah, 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 but it's not in a single goddamn report. Chat, come on, you guys got to be calling this out. You know what I mean? This is why we investigate stuff, dude, because there's weird shit. And then the fucking report date changes. How many cases, how many articles have we written already outlining corruption because of falsified reports, dates changing because they're backdating stuff? How many articles have we written where we have exposed that bullshit? You know what I mean? Dude, this is... I'm like banging my head on a wall with this shit. Charlie says random stuff is funny. Yup. We've had porn come across the computer screen because they forgot to not broadcast it live. How many of you that are new to the channel saw that on some other stream? Literal porn, facials. Very graphic, very graphic. How many saw that? That's why sometimes we play the clip. We had to, that took me like 3 hours to edit that.
We are back on the record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. Appearances are the same for the record. The jury's back in the courtroom. And who is the next rebuttal witness from the state?
Dr. Mary Mainland, Your Honor.
Right, doctor, can you come up here and I'll swear you in again? You solemnly swear the testimony is meant
Here we go, chat. Exactly what I just played you. $100. $100 says she's going to testify to this discovery violation bullshit.
Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Mary Mainland, MaryMainland.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jambois.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Mainland. Thank you for coming back all the way from Florida. We appreciate that. And I'm going to start by talking to you about the distinction between bruises on Julie Jensen's rib cage and lividity. Did you see any evidence of lividity on the left side of Julie Jensen's rib cage when you looked at the autopsy photos?
Yes.
But did you also see evidence of hemorrhaging?
Yes.
And I just showed you another photograph that we had, correct?
Yes.
And does that photograph more clearly delineate between the hemorrhaging and the lividity?
Yes.
Would it assist you in explaining this to the jury if we put that up on the screen?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this will be Exhibit 133. I'll direct your attention to the screen. And Madam Clerk, could you ensure that the TV is, that my computer's connected to the TV, please? Thank you. Now, can you see that adequately from where you're seated?
Yes.
And is this a better photograph, a better picture of the injuries to Julie Jensen's rib cage?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you this. I'm pointing out this kind of darker area here and here and here and here and here. And can you tell me what those somewhat darker areas, what those reflect?
Lividity.
So in your opinion, that appears to be lividity on the left side of Julie Jensen's rib cage.
Yes.
Now, what about this dark spot right here, this dark spot right here, and this dark spot right there? Can you tell us what those 3 marks are?
They appear to be hemorrhage.
And the hemorrhage is quite significantly different from the lividity, isn't it?
In this photo, yes.
And certainly the person that had the best view of these injuries was Dr. Chambliss. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Because Dr. Chambliss wasn't looking at a photograph. He was looking at the actual injuries.
Yes.
And Dr. Chambliss's diagnosis or his determination of these injuries, how did he describe this injury here and this and this? How did he describe those?
May I refer to his autopsy report?
You may.
On page 3, it says, upon reflecting the skin and underlying soft tissues, there's a small amount of hemorrhage involving the soft tissues and muscles attached to the left second, third, and fourth ribs.
So this is the second rib right here, looking at the...
Yes.
And this is the hemorrhaging he's referring to?
Yes, I believe so.
And this is...
Speculation with the, I believe so, and what is he referring to?
Why don't you just rephrase it?
Do you have an opinion in looking at this photo as to what it is that Dr. Chambliss is likely referring to when he's referring to hemorrhaging on the second, third, and fourth rib?
Yes.
And what is this right here?
That's hemorrhage.
And that's on the second rib, correct?
Yes.
And what's this right here?
Hemorrhage.
And that's on the third rib, correct?
Yes.
And what's this right here? Let's see, right here.
Hemorrhage.
And that's on the fourth rib, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor. Now, I'm going to change topics here. We'd also heard from a medical toxicologist in this case who said that she couldn't draw any inferences at all about the cause or manner, about the manner of death, just based upon the amount of ethylene glycol that was in the decedent's blood at the time of blood and stomach at the time of her death. Are you able to draw any inferences based upon that small amount of information?
If you, you would need to take into consideration the rest of the, the rest of the history. Julie Jensen's progress from the time she had her first dose until the time that she was deceased.
Well, one of the things that you know is that Julie Jensen received no medical intervention from the time of her first dose to the time that she died, correct?
Correct.
Now, have you examined or have you seen the case studies of persons who died from ethylene glycol suicide? And did you familiarize yourself with their blood alcohol or their blood ethanol glycine content at the time of their death with respect to these suicides?
Judge, I do have an objection to this. It's a topic that we discussed during Dr. Mainland's previous testimony.
Is that the same area that we're going into, Mr.?
Yes, Your Honor. And
I thought I made a ruling.
You did. That.
Pull out, folks. I'm sorry I got to do this.
Told you. I told you. Here we go. He's going to try it again, guys. Look how, listen to me. There's a massive allegation that after he fired Dr. Maureen Lavin, the first pathologist, that he went and intimidated and threatened this lady too. Look how fucking scared she looks on this stand. Dude, this poor woman, bro. I'm telling you, Chad, there's too many allegations around this fucking scumbag fuck. I am getting so angry.
Right, of the courtroom, and I remember I didn't allow that testimony in, so.
Yes, and which is why we didn't use it in our case in chief. However, at that time, you said the reason for it was that the defense did not have an opportunity to have their experts to opine on it or talk about it. And so at that time, I'd indicated, well, then the state may reserve the right to use that in rebuttal. And I had not heard that we were not going to be allowed to use it in rebuttal.
Mr. Perry?
I don't remember the latter part of that.
I'm starting to remember, I think I did say, after we had you an opportunity to voir dire her, that if your experts testified and we came back with a rebuttal witness, I was going to allow it in.
I have an additional objection to it.
All right, what's the new objection?
Based on the voir diring of Dr. Mainland on this, that this is largely based on inadmissible hearsay. This is not something that's been published. This is her own compilation. And as she explained in court the last time, she had her own handwritten notes summarizing other reports that she relied on without the ability to provide those reports to defense or in court.
Wouldn't you think that would go to the weight of her testimony?
Well, I think it goes to just basic discovery in terms of the underlying data that she relied on to come up with this. So she relied on reports that she obtained through her own employment, is what she explained. And then she went on to explain that she doesn't have those reports. And so she relied on things and then came up with her list, but was unable to provide what she relied upon to the parties in this case. And so that's the reason for that objection in terms of basic, like the foundation for this is inadmissible hearsay that she has, that we don't have an ability to cross on because we haven't been provided it.
Go ahead, Mr.
Well, Your Honor, first of all, this witness should be allowed to testify about this, and that you are right, it does go to weight, and they can cross-examine her about the information that she looked at and coming to these conclusions. But what she'll testify to is that she examined known ethylene glycol suicides, and she examined what the blood ethylene glycol test results were in cases where there'd been no medical intervention, which is exactly what we have here. And she'll be able to testify that the amount of ethylene glycol in the blood at death of ethylene glycol suicides, where there was no medical intervention, is somewhere between 40 and 200 times higher than it was in this case.
I'll give you one more shot if you want to say anything.
I really don't have anything else to add. It's this is her summary of underlying data that we have not been provided with and there's no ability for us to review it. And so it's her list, and as she explained, the bulk of it, she had none of the underlying reports to provide us.
Well, I know we did the voir dire, and the defense had an opportunity to get into this area, so they were aware of that. And I remember mentioning that it would have been helpful for the defense's experts to have that information. So I didn't allow it in the state's case in chief. And the defense obviously was aware of this after that because we have the exhibit. What number is it for the record? Was it marked?
Defense counsel, or my able co-counsel says she thinks it's exhibit 90.
All right, exhibit 90. So it was marked. And then the defense had an opportunity before their expert witnesses testified to have that information. And that was my concern at that time. Now there's an objection as to what data she used. And I think it goes to the weight. Mr. Perry, you are free to ask her that question. And obviously that goes to the weight of what she's trying to tell the jury. So I'm going to allow it in rebuttal. So bring back the jury. All right, we're back on the record on Mark Jensen, 2002. CF 314, the appearances are all the same. We're on a rebuttal witness, Dr. Malin. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. You could ask your question, Mr. Jambois.
Thank you. So, Dr. Mainland, in the course of your evaluation of this case, did you happen to examine other ethylene glycol death cases that you became aware of?
Yes.
And did you notice any pattern in terms of the distinction between ethylene glycol suicides and ethylene glycol homicides?
Yes.
What was that you noticed?
In suicides, typically, the amount of ethylene glycol in the decedent's system is higher.
And when we talk about higher, what do you mean by that? Tell us what your findings were when you looked at ethylene glycol suicides, what the average ethylene glycol, ethylene glycol ratio was.
All right, I was able to find 15 cases locally and in Florida. And of these 15 suicides, the average amount was 2,072 milligrams per liter of ethylene glycol.
So that would be, and that's about 40 times higher than it was in this case.
Yes.
And the range was what? I mean, what was the highest amount that you found in an ethylene glycol suicide?
The highest was over 9,000.
Was it 9,746?
Yes.
Okay. And now some of these people that had died from ethylene glycol poisoning as a consequence of suicide, some of them had received medical attention, correct?
Yes.
And the people that received medical attention, how did their blood alcohol level or the blood ethylene glycol level compare to those who had not received medical treatment?
Well, there are two on the list where the ethylene glycol was not detected post-mortem. I believe, speculation, I'm sorry. Those two cases were cases that had received medical assistance and had survived for quite a while in the hospital.
Now, there's been discussion about metabolic rate, but isn't the first question that we need to address when we're looking at the amount of ethylene glycol in the stomach is the absorption rate, correct?
Correct.
So tell the jury what the difference is between the absorption rate and the metabolic rate.
You know, before you can metabolize or break down a drug or a poison or anything, it needs to be absorbed into the system. So the first step, you know, in ethylene glycol metabolism, in the breakdown of this compound, is that it has to be absorbed. So it's absorbed in the stomach and in the small intestine, and it's absorbed directly into the blood.
Now, how long after an initial dose, say, of 30 milliliters of ethylene glycol, after initial dose of 30 milliliters of ethylene glycol, how long would you expect that to take to be fully absorbed into the system?
Again, there's a range within the literature. The literature says rapidly and completely. An hour is a figure that I've seen quite a bit.
And that's really, since you're talking to a bunch of people who aren't medical doctors or forensic pathologists, ethylene glycol is absorbed much like any other alcohol, isn't it? Isn't it absorbed in the system much the same way?
Yes.
And so most of us, unless we're teetotalers, have consumed, say, in my case, we'll say 2 glasses of wine. So after I've absorbed 2 glasses of wine, 1 hour after I finish the last glass of wine, you would expect both glasses of wine to be fully absorbed into my system, correct?
We're talking about if you were on an empty stomach at the time.
So if I had an empty stomach, after an hour after I finished my last glass of 2 glasses of wine, how much wine would you expect to find in my stomach?
Little to none.
So certainly 24 hours after I've absorbed a glass of, or consumed a glass of wine, you would expect to find no ethylene glycol in my system.
Correct.
So say 24 hours after Julie Jensen absorbed or consumed her first, assuming she had a dose of ethylene glycol in the evening hours of December 1st, 1998, you would expect that by December 3rd, 1998, that ethylene glycol would be fully gone from her stomach, correct?
Yes, if it were, unless it were a massive dose, in which case she probably would have died earlier on in the course.
Now, if she was manifesting symptoms of ethylene glycol poisoning in the early morning hours of December 1st, and then on December 3rd in the afternoon, at the time of death, she still had ethylene glycol in her stomach, would that be reflective of a second dose of ethylene glycol?
Yes.
Now, we also heard from a medical toxicologist who said that you just can't draw any inferences at all from the amount of ethylene glycol that's in one's stomach at the time of death. You can't draw any inferences at all about how much ethylene glycol they've had to consume. Is that true?
Again, you have to take into consideration the history, the medical course of the person.
So looking at the course that we have here, Julie Jensen received no medical treatment for any ethylene glycol poisoning. Is that true?
Yes.
And she was manifesting signs of ethylene glycol poisoning at, say, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And then she was manifesting signs of ethylene glycol poisoning in the evening hours of December 2nd, 1998. Is that true?
Yes.
So is that consistent with two doses of ethylene glycol?
Yes, it could be.
Now, had you also examined cases of ethylene glycol homicide?
I have not studied them or I've looked at a few individual case reports, and unfortunately, most of the homicide, the information on ethylene glycol homicides is out on the internet. It's public knowledge. I don't have a whole lot of scientific data from those cases.
Well, we'll stick to the data that you employed here. The data that you collected related to suicides, correct?
Correct.
And according to the data you collected, on average, the average suicide death at the time of autopsy, the decedent had an ethylene glycol concentration of 2,072 milliliters per liter, which would be like 2,072 micrograms per deciliter, which is...
No, the units are off.
Well, in this case, Julie Jensen had 55 micrograms per deciliter in her blood, correct?
No, she had 55 milligrams per liter or micrograms per milliliter. They both mean the same thing.
Okay, and it was expressed as 55 micrograms per milliliter in this case, correct?
Yes.
And that would be and what was, using the equivalent terminology, the average suicide had how much in their system?
2,072 micrograms per milliliter or milligrams per liter.
So approximately 40 times the amount that Julie had in her blood.
Yes.
Oh, there was one other thing. The jury's heard testimony that if Mark Jensen did exactly what Aaron Dillard said that Mark Jensen did, that they would expect to find that the decedent had vomited. Would you expect necessarily that Julie Jensen would have vomited if Mark Jensen sat on her chest and shoved her face into the pillow?
I can't say one way or another.
So that means you wouldn't expect it, or you would not. You'd neither expect it nor not expect it?
That's correct.
Okay. So the fact that she hadn't vomited at the time that it's alleged that Mark Jensen sat on her chest and shoved her face into a pillow, that's not indicative of anything to you one way or the other?
That's correct.
The time of Julie's Jensen's death, there was a moderate amount of urine in the bladder, and her stomach was distended with 660 milliliters of substance in it. Is that true?
Yes.
Does the fact that there wasn't much in her bladder and her stomach was distended, does that mean that she was out and about and using the bathroom, or what does it mean to you?
I can't make any conclusion from that.
When the kidneys shut down, does the body continue to produce urine?
It will slow down and then it will stop.
So, and there were oxalic acid crystals in Julie Jensen's kidney tubules. Is that true?
Yes.
And what would that do to the kidney functioning?
It would interfere with kidney function.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Who's doing the cross? Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Just a moment, please. Dr. Mainland, you're not a toxicologist, are you?
No.
You're not a clinical toxicologist?
No, I'm not.
Not a forensic toxicologist?
No, I'm not.
This is this study that you're referring to. How many cases did you look at?
I looked at a total of 21.
Okay, and what are the dates of those 21 cases?
They range from sometime in the 1990s to several years ago to about 2018.
And where did you find those?
I found them in Florida, in Tampa, Florida, in Milwaukee, and in Kenosha counties, Wisconsin. And there were 2, I believe, from Waukesha County.
And who decided that these were suicides or accidents?
The medical examiner in charge of the case. Typically it would be the one who did the autopsy.
And in each of these cases, did you have information as to ethylene glycol levels?
Yes, I believe so.
And information in terms of when the ingestion of ethylene glycol took place?
In some of them, yes, some of them, no.
In some of them, yes, some of them, no?
That's correct.
Okay. And in the ones that you didn't, did you somehow determine when they had ingested ethylene glycol?
No.
And exactly how much ethylene glycol each of these had ingested?
No, there was no way to tell that. Unless, of course, they made a statement.
Do you have specific, can you look at your list and tell me the weights and ages of each person on this list?
I can tell you ages, I cannot tell you weights.
Can you tell me their each person's individual half-life for ethylene glycol?
No, I can't.
You mentioned that this came up when you testified before in this case a week or two ago. I don't know. It's all a blur. And you said again, you said on direct that a figure you've seen for absorption rate is an hour. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
Then I asked you on cross that the figure actually that's commonly cited is 1 to 4 hours. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
And you agreed with that 1 to 4 hours is what's commonly cited.
If I agreed to it, I agreed to it.
Okay. Does that seem like something you have not read?
No.
Okay. So it's consistent with what you've read is 1 to 4 hours for absorption rates.
Yes.
Do you have your study in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure. I'm going to see if there's an electronic copy of this. Judge, I'm going to ask for a moment so we can scan this in so I can publish this to the jury.
Go ahead.
All right, real quick, for those on Facebook, we can only stream for 8 hours, so we have like 50 minutes left. I don't know how long all of the rest of today is going to go, but we do a breakdown at the end of the day. I have a feeling we may be on for a little while because we are going to play the full clip that I was trying to show you guys during the break. We're going to talk about some other things. You guys will get a chance to talk. Again, we'll invite you guys onto the stream if you want to. And don't pay any attention to me on the camera right now because I am losing my mind. More shit in my house has been fucking broken. This dude is so corrupt, it's not even funny. Look how scared this.
Do you see what's up on the screen?
Yes.
Does that accurately reflect what's in front of you?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and the only difference I suspect is that in the upper right corner I had written S90, and that's the that's the exhibit, what's marked on the sheet in front of you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Aside from that, absolutely consistent with what you have?
Yes.
On the left-hand side, it lists suicides, correct?
Yes.
And this is milligrams per liter?
Yes.
And milligrams per liter is, that's the level, you put that in there because that's what Julie Jensen's measure was?
Yes, and it's also the one that that I commonly use, so that I'm most familiar with.
Okay. You have up there that the average of these 15 instances is 2,072.
Yes.
And again, with the caveat that we don't know when any of these people ingested ethylene glycol, correct?
Correct.
And we don't know if they had ingested second or third doses of ethylene glycol.
Correct.
And we don't know the amount of ethylene glycol that any of these individuals ingested.
We know some of them, but most of them we do not.
And we don't know anything about these individuals' metabolism of ethylene glycol.
Correct.
And we don't know their absorption rates of ethylene glycol.
Correct.
The average is computed by adding them all up and divided by 15, right?
Yes.
You see several on here that are well below 2,072, don't you?
Yes.
You see one on here that says less than 20.
Yes.
That was determined to be a suicide.
Yes.
You see two on here that say not detected.
Yes.
Also determined to be suicides.
Yes.
In the middle column, you have accidents, correct?
Yes.
And on the far right, you have undetermined.
Yes.
What does NT stand for?
Not tested. In one case, there was no specimen available. The body was buried. And in the other case, it was a late report. The body had already been cremated. It came through over the phone.
So we have 21 cases on here total, correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony, as I understand it, that from looking at this, you're saying that a higher level of ethylene glycol is consistent with suicide than with homicide.
I would say that it's more consistent with suicide.
And you have no homicides listed on this sheet, do you?
No.
I think you testified that, you can take that off, yeah, thank you. That a large enough dose early on would kill somebody.
Yes.
Okay, and what precisely would they have died of if it was a large enough dose?
Ethylene glycol poisoning.
And would this be in phase 1 that they would die?
A person can die in any of the 3 phases.
If it was a large enough dose, are you suggesting that they would die in phase 1 of ethylene glycol?
I'm suggesting that the larger the dose, the more likely.
That what would happen?
That the person could die in phase 1.
Of ethylene glycol poisoning.
Yes.
You're familiar with the concept that what people die of with ethylene glycol poisoning is not the ethylene glycol itself, right?
It's the breakdown products.
And the breakdown products haven't occurred in phase 1, right?
Right.
Mr. Jamboys, could you put up exhibit, I think it was 133, the picture of the ribs? We testified about what Dr. Chambliss described as soft tissue, small amount of soft tissue hemorrhage to the ribs before, right?
Yes.
And you had reviewed all the autopsy photos before?
Yes.
Before testifying a couple of weeks ago?
Before testifying a week ago.
A week ago?
It's all a blur, like you said.
It could have been this morning for all I remember. Yeah. Had you seen this photo before?
I believe I have.
Okay. And do you see a shadow on this photo?
Yes.
I'm going to, well, I hope he's okay with this. I'm going to have to use his cursor so I can ask you questions.
Here, I'll be my guy.
I don't want anyone to mistake me as being a prosecutor. This right here is what you said is you identify as hemorrhage?
Yes.
And how about this?
That's shadow.
That's shadow? Not hemorrhage, shadow.
Shadow.
What's behind the shadow?
Soft tissue.
Soft tissue. Can you say that there is no hemorrhage behind this shadow?
I can't say what's behind it because I can only see the surface.
Because you can't see it, right?
Correct.
Because of the shadow.
Correct.
This little mark right here is what you said is hemorrhage?
Yes.
And how about this mark right next to it?
That may be hemorrhage.
Might not be?
May not be.
And how about this right here?
Yes.
Yes.
That looks like hemorrhage to me.
Okay. And how about this right here?
That may also be hemorrhage.
How about this right up here?
That may be hemorrhage.
Okay. How about this area right here?
That I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looks similar though, doesn't it?
Yes, it's in shadow.
It's in shadow, but it looks similar?
Yes.
We talked about this soft tissue hemorrhage, what had been identified by Dr. Chambliss when you testified a week ago, right?
Yes.
You agreed it could just be congestion.
It could be.
You agreed it's a non-specific finding.
Postmortem congestion is non-specific, yes.
That postmortem lividity could cause what we're seeing in that picture.
Yes, I believe that's what I said.
Because when you're laying face down or on a side, the blood pools.
Yes.
You agreed that if it is hemorrhage, you have no ability to say when that injury occurred.
All I can say is that it appears to be fresh.
There's no injury on the that was noted externally on Julie Jensen's ribs, correct?
Correct.
There's no injury on her back.
If you count her buttock. No.
I mean, I guess her back opposite the side of the ribs.
No.
No fluid in the bed.
No.
Nothing aspirated.
No, Dr. Chambliss did not report any aspiration.
Your understanding from review of all the records that Julie Jensen was drinking a lot of water, right?
Yes.
From review of the autopsy, does it appear that her body was able to produce urine?
Yes.
And I think you described it as a moderate amount of urine.
I forget what I said. Probably.
Is it a moderate amount of urine?
Yes.
Was it your testimony just earlier today that you think it was a second dose because there was some amount in her stomach?
Yes.
The half a teaspoon?
Yes.
You remember all the discussions about gastroparesis that we had, correct?
Yes.
And delayed gastric emptying.
Yes.
And the need to be able to say what was in those 22 ounces of stuff, to be able to say whether or not that half a teaspoon would have been absorbed into her system.
Could you put that a different way? I don't quite.
She had 22
I think
ounces.
I get what you said, but I'm not.
She had 22 ounces of gastric contents, right?
Yes.
Aside from the description that it was green and had potatoes and pepper in it, we don't have a great description of it, do we?
We have quantification as far as the potato and pepper, and we have the word fluid.
Yeah,
I believe that's what he used, the word fluid.
and we talked about what can cause delayed gastric emptying, right?
Yes.
And we went through a laundry list of things, of variables that may, in Julie Jensen's system, have caused her, I guess, sort of GI system to shut down.
Yes, we did.
In terms of the possibility, or even just the likelihood, that this half a teaspoon could have been a remnant from an earlier dose.
Yes.
You'd agree that 55 micrograms per liter is almost an undetectable amount of ethylene glycol in her blood.
55 micrograms per milliliter.
And now I screwed that up, right?
It's near the threshold that some laboratories use for reporting. Some laboratories use the threshold of 50 micrograms per milliliter. And if they see a number under that, they may report as not detected or as less than 50.
So it's near the cusp of what wouldn't even be detected by labs.
What wouldn't be reported. I'm not saying that they can't detect it. It's just that at a certain number, a lab will choose to either report a result or not report a result. You could have 30, for example, and they would report less than 50. But less than 50 doesn't mean necessarily zero, is what I'm trying to say.
I've got nothing else. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Chairman?
Very briefly,
Go ahead.
Counsel, could you do me the kindness of putting Exhibit 90 back up on the screen again? Okay, thank you. Now, Dr. Mainland, you indicated that among the suicides, there were 2 not detected and 1 less than 20 milligrams per liter, correct?
Yes.
And do those 3 have anything in common with each other that you know of?
Beside the fact that they were suicides?
Yes.
I believe that 2 of them had received treatment. I know that 1 of them had not.
Okay, so of the 2 not detected and 1 less than 20, of those 2, 3 of them had received medical treatment, correct?
No, two of them,
Which two? You said two of these three had received treatment?
yes.
Okay,
If
which
I-
two? Do you remember which two?
No, if memory serves me, I can certainly find that out for you. It'll take a while. One of those was a personal case of mine, and that's why I remember that person had not had any treatment. I believe the other two did.
Okay, and the one that was a personal case of yours that had not had any treatment, you don't remember if it was the not detected or under 20?
No, I don't remember.
But all of the rest of them, excluding those three, all of the rest of them had ratios of 570, not less than 570, and up to 9,746 milligrams per liter, correct?
Yes.
So if you excluded those three, then the average would actually be higher than 2,072, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And by the way, I haven't already done so. I would move exhibit. Well, you can take that down now. Thank you. I move exhibit 133 into evidence.
It's received.
Sir, were you aware that what Mark Jensen has said about what Julie Jensen had been eating or drinking in the day or two before she died?
I know Mark Jensen said she had been drinking a lot of water. As far as food, I don't recall.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Perry?
Briefly,
Go ahead.
if you had excluded those three, the average would be higher, right?
Yes,
If you had looked at even fewer cases, the average would be higher.
depending on which few.
Sure, if your study listed, there's one that says 7,400, correct?
Yes,
There's one that says 9,746,
yes,
and then we'd have an average for what it would take, what would be found in a suicide, right?
in those three, yes,
And it would be even higher, wouldn't it?
yes,
This isn't by any means a comprehensive analysis of ethylene glycol poisoning deaths in America over any defined period of time, is it?
no, it is not.
This is what you found based on your particular access from a few offices of information that you believe is related to ethylene glycol, isn't it?
Yes,
And nothing else,
nothing else.
with all the limitations that I described earlier about lack of knowledge.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for coming.
For real? Your Honor?
You're good.
You're absolutely, positively, unequivocally, completely finished. Yes.
We have the exhibit. There's no exhibits over here.
Oh, Your Honor, I will say this. With respect to Exhibit 90, I inadvertently altered it. I wrote, as for my own notes, I wrote MG/L. That was not on the original exhibit, so I've doctored the exhibit, so I want to make it, put on the record that I did that. I can either white it out or put my initials next to it.
Why don't you put your initials next to it? I think that's the correct way of doing it. 90 moved in, and 133. Said they're done with their rebuttal? All right, does the defense have any rebuttal?
We do not, Judge. Thank you.
Everybody take a big sigh of relief now. We are done with the testimony. All right. We got to do our work now, folks. We got to talk about jury instructions. We got to talk about other legal issues. So you get to go home. We can stay and work. But come back 8:30 sharp. Please don't talk about the case. We're getting really close where you can deliberate, okay? Have a good evening. See you tomorrow.
Those of you on Facebook, I don't know if you caught this, but the chat on YouTube did. This is another piece of evidence, an exhibit that Bobby Boy wrote on intentionally to confuse this jury again. He did it with Dr. Stacey Hale. He's done it here. He's done it before.
Right. The jury is outside of the courtroom. I believe a couple of days ago I did mention jury instructions. And then Mr. Jambois had indicated there were instructions from the last trial. Has the defense had a chance to look at those instructions that were used?
I have had a chance to review them. I have not had a chance to talk to co-counsel about them.
Okay, you want to do that right now?
I would like to, Judge, but before we do that, can I just put an objection on the record?
Sure.
Okay, so when Ms. DeFazio was testifying, I objected and said it was based upon the motion in limine because she had testified that Julie told her that she had told police officers about being in danger or about telling police officers about thinking Mark was going to kill her. And I believe that is outside of, I think that's inconsistent with the ruling this court made that no statements to law enforcement and the letter were not coming in. So that's why I made that objection.
All right.
I didn't ask for any additional instruction because I thought it would just.
It's noted for the record.
Thank you.
Okay, you want some time then to look at the jury instructions?
Please.
Did the state want to do the same thing?
Your Honor, I think what I'd like to do is this. I'd like us to go back to our office and then prepare the proposed substantive jury instructions and procedural jury instructions that we want in this case and provide them to court and counsel, and we can discuss them then tomorrow morning. I did not look at I knew that there were instructions obviously for the last trial, but I haven't read them, so I don't remember what was done or what was
Only
said.
one that I noticed that was a little different that I have not seen. There was a specific instruction as to Laura Costner. I don't know why. Maybe somebody could tell me, but that was the only one that stood out that was different. All the other ones were the normal ones used in a criminal trial with the elements of the crime.
Well, I thought the reasonable doubt instruction was different too, because I thought there was a sentence added into the reasonable doubt.
I didn't notice that.
But I'm the only one here that was at the last trial, and I have absolutely no recollection of why we had a special Laura Costner instruction. No idea at all.
It was probably made by the defense. That's my reading of it.
Well, I certainly wasn't going to ask for a special instruction. I don't even know what the instruction was. I think that we should just use the same standard substantive instruction with respect to first-degree intentional homicide. I think we should use the standard reasonable doubt instruction, and I don't think we should have any instruction for Laura Costner.
Well, I think we should have the lawyers give a chance to look at it. I released the jury. Obviously, they don't have any other duties today. We're just going to have to wait as to the defendant leaving. But what I want the attorneys to do then, take your time this evening or whatever time you're going to do it and come up with some instructions for me. And I'll look them in the morning and we'll go through each one of them. Okay? A couple other housekeeping matters while we are waiting and we have the time. I don't want, I shouldn't start it out that way. Let me ask the state, who's doing the closing for the state? Who's doing the closing for the defense? Okay. I gave you an hour and a half for your opening. Are we going to do an hour and a half for closing? I'm not talking about rebuttal or anything.
Yeah, I think it will be similar in length, and I know it was somewhat shorter than an hour and a half.
Okay. And Mr. Perry, any idea?
We don't have the rebuttal, so I do think it'll be a little longer.
Okay. The reason I bring it up, because the poor court reporter has to take it. And when we're doing a closing, there's no time where we're not talking. It's talking continuous. And I got to figure out when to do a break for the jury. So if I have some idea, I can look at the clock and say, okay, she said an hour and a half. He said, hour and a half, I can figure it out. We're not going to do both closings in my instruction straight through. That doesn't work. The jury can't take it. The court reporter can't take it. So give me some idea when you come back tomorrow. The other thing I wanted to bring up, obviously, we have 16 jurors. So I am going to strike 4 tomorrow. It'll just be random. I'm just going to use numbers, but I'm not going to release the 4 that I strike. I'm going to put them in a separate location in the courthouse. They're not going to leave. They're not going to be able to discuss the case. But if we need to take one from the 4, we'll bring that person in. I don't want to send them home and then something happens. We've gone too long in this trial for something to go wrong. So if anybody has an objection to that, say it now.
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to that. It's just I seem to have some vague recollection of case law that says that you can't bring in an alternate and put them back in the pack with the jury without the defendant's consent.
I know.
So the defendant's got to consent to
I
it.
understand that, but I don't want to send the 4 home.
You don't need our consent. You don't need the state's consent, but I do think you
And I know Judge, you guys always quote Judge Schrader from the last case. He kept the jurors. I think he had 8 alternates, and he kept them in the courthouse. He didn't let them go home.
I did read that, Judge, and all I would ask is allow us time to just talk about it and we can let the court know.
Yeah,
in the
if you
morning.
got a different idea, let me know. But here's my problem. If I send the 12 back and they deliberate and the 4 went home, something happens to the one in the that are part of the 12, what do we do?
And I understand the court's concerns based upon the length of this trial. I just want a chance to look at the case Attorney Jamboys is talking about and talk to it with counsel. But we can let the court know in the morning.
I know you can, if there's a agreement, you could take a verdict with 7 jurors. I know that, but it has to be agreed, right?
Unlikely, but yes, that we would agree, but yes, you can.
So think of that. All right. Any other housekeeping matters from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense? All right. Let's make sure the jury's gone before we take back the defendant. So we'll see you at 8:30. We'll do jury instruction. Okay. Have a good evening.
All right, we're gonna wait until Mark walks out of the room. I am so glad that she brought that up. She said exactly what I said. It is a violation of the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruling that the letter and the content of the voicemails do not come into this goddamn case. They are trying to fuck this guy in 18 different ways. And again, chat, if this man is truly guilty, if he truly is, you just fucking allowed for Jensen Part 4. Because the Supreme Court will lose their fucking minds that happened. And because Grouchy Milosauskas did not remove that jury immediately and fucking admonish Bobby over that, he can get into serious legal trouble for that. And then, right? And then what? How much more money does this case cost the fucking taxpayers? How many more witnesses are going to be fucking dead that we got to sit and listen to 2008 testimony and 2023 testimony through fucking video screens? Do you see the goddamn chicken scratch handwriting on her summary? That was an expert summary from her own thing that they found out about the day before it's brought up in court. Are we serious? Well, they've already talked about everything in the letter. They've already said it all. Everything that letter says. They've fucking said it. Let's read the letter, and then you tell me, guys, if there's anything in the fucking letter that's not been goddamn said. Let's hear it. Let's pull it up. They just didn't say that there was a fucking letter. But let's pull up the contents of the fucking letter. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with these fucking people, dude? I'm going to lose my fucking mind, chat. I swear to God, dude. That's I don't know what I'm more pissed at. Just the sneakiness of everything, or the fact that like you're so scared that you're willing to do unethical, illegal violations of the law that potentially, dude, if they would have filed for a mistrial over that and that would have been granted, if he's truly guilty, you just let a fucking murderer walk free because of your ego. If you guys are new to the platform, we use naughty words here, a lot of them, and we're probably going to use a bunch during this breakdown. I'm really upset, chat. I really am. I don't know how many of you guys are. This is the most bizarre shit I've ever seen in my life. Here's the letter. It says, Pleasant Prairie Police Department, Ron Kosman or Detective Ratsberg. So Julie knows these people. We already know Julie has a personal friendship with Ron Kosman. Okay. I took this picture and am writing this on Saturday, 11/21/98 at 7 a.m. What fucking email happened on 11/21? Who fucking remembers what email? And where the fuck was Mark at? Jesus Christ. This list was in my husband's business daily planner, not meant for me to see. I don't know what it means, but if anything happens to me, he would be my first suspect. And basically, the list is some fucking grocery items. Get the fuck out of here. Our relationship has deteriorated to the point this fucking bitch can't even write, to the polite superficial. Right? Is that what that says? Jesus fuck, dude. I know he's never forgiven me for the brief affair I had with that creep 7 years ago. So even Julie thinks Perry Tarika is a fucking stalker. That dude skeeved me out. I don't know how many of you thought he was skeevy, but he was skeevy as shit. Fucking weirdo. Mark lives for work and the kids. He's an avid surfer of the internet. Very convenient that she writes this. Pay attention to the date, 11/21/98. Anyway, I do not smoke or drink. My mother was an alcoholic, so I limit my drinking to 1 or 2 a week. Mark wants me to drink more with him in the evenings. I don't. Kind of a weird, convenient statement for somebody who knows the effects of fucking antifreeze, that it makes you appear intoxicated. Told you this letter's sus, big time. I would never take my life because my kids, they are everything to me. I regularly take Tylenol and multivitamins, occasionally take OTC, so over-the-counter stuff, for colds, Zantac, or Imodium, have 1 prescription for migraine tablets, which Mark use more than I. So we already know you're a lying fuck. You lied. You're a liar. You're an absolute liar. We heard a decade's worth of shit in your stomach. So this letter's fucked already. Just that statement. She's a liar. And you guys believe this woman. And I know, dude, chat, listen, I'm going straight to hell. I already know I am. I'm going straight to hell. If this poor woman was fucking murdered, God is going to strike me the fuck down. I already know it. I'm aware, chat. I'm aware. You guys can fucking hate me all you want. I already know God's going to fucking strike me down. I pray I'm wrong and nothing happens, but I am suspicious of Mark's suspicious behaviors and fear for my early demise. However, I will not leave. I can't read the fucking statement. It says, hang on, I gotta pull it up. Something about the 3Ds, my 3Ds. I can't read it because it says something about I will not leave my 3Ds, Daddy, Doug, and David. So I mean, we've heard the whole contents of the letter. We've heard it. You know what I'm saying? We've heard it. They just didn't say that a letter was given to the neighbor. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the problem is I can't my computer's like twacking the fuck out. There's like a little screen that comes up underneath. Hang on, let me pull it up on Facebook. I'm trying to pull this up on the laptop, but fucking there's like this weird tiny screen that wants to be showing other pictures. I don't want to show all the shit. This case got me stressed out, guys. Oh my God. I'm not invested in these cases whatsoever. I'm just not. I'm just playing for you guys and whatever. The Rittenhouse case fucking stressed me out even more because obviously I was part of that. I was in Kenosha when all that shit happened. So that one I was losing my shit. We had the mic on for that one. You heard me losing my shit, screaming at witnesses about lying, and then playing video to show that they lied. This case got me fucked up, dude. I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack over this case. Hang on, I'm trying to find the actual thing on the Facebook post, but I got 8,000 court documents. Here's the letter. However, I will not leave. It says David and Doug or Doug and David. It's redacted on this copy, but my life's greatest love, accomplishment, and wish my 3Ds, Daddy Mark, and then the two boys again, Julie Jensen. So I don't know where you're seeing the divorce comment. Somebody said read the last sentence about fearing about the divorce. That's not in here. All right, let's watch. I want you guys to see this clip. It's up on the YouTube channel. We played some of it, and I was going to just have you guys watch the rest of it, but it fucking came in. So, hey, everybody owes me $100. I told you, I bet you $100 it was coming, and what the fuck happened? It came. As soon as I got done playing the clip, it came. Like, we already knew this shit was coming yesterday. Fucking scumbag. All right, here we go. Listen to the whole thing.
Now, out of the 4,000 or so autopsy cases that you've been involved in, have you ever seen a case like this one before?
Not in the cases I've personally been involved in.
But you followed up on this case, didn't you?
Yes,
You did some research on your own.
yes,
You compared suicides by ethylene glycol to homicides by ethylene glycol.
yes.
And how many different suicides by ethylene glycol were you able to examine?
I looked at 15 of them.
And how many homicides by ethylene glycol poisoning did you examine?
Well, this one I examined directly. There were about 10 that were public knowledge.
But you didn't get all the tox screens from the homicides.
Not all of them.
But you got tox screens from some of the homicides.
Yes,
And you got tox screens from the suicides.
yes.
What did you find in this analysis of ethylene glycol poisonings, suicide versus homicide? What did you find about, what inferences did you draw? What patterns did you see concerning the amount of ethylene glycol in a person who died by suicide versus
Judge,
a person who died by homicide?
Judge, I have an objection. It involves 971.23.
Take a break, folks. What statute number did you say, Mr. Perry?
I was referring to the discovery statute 97123. Ms. Mainland is testifying. Mr. Jamboys obviously knows what she's about to testify. He's leading her to it in terms of these comparisons, this follow-up, these studies comparing suicides to homicides. And I don't believe I have. I don't believe I've been provided with that.
The information that he's asking this expert witness about?
That's right. That he, I think, plainly knows that she's done this and what her answers are going to be.
What's the state's response?
I don't. First of all, she didn't produce a report to me. She and I talked about this yesterday, and that's when she told me about it. That she'd been doing this research on her own, and she came up with this information yesterday. So it's true. Maybe I should have told him about it yesterday, but I didn't. What I'd like to do is, what's that? I looked at 971.23, or actually I'm going to look at it right now.
So I'm gonna pause right there. So we heard this when I played it originally. I just found this out yesterday. I probably should have told them yesterday, but I didn't. We know you should have. He intentionally didn't. If you're trying to come over on YouTube, it's Never.Stop.Voices on YouTube. But yeah, but I don't know why Facebook doesn't have the link actually be clickable. So you got to back out of the stream. You should see it, but it's if you just go to YouTube, it's Never.Stop.Voices. That's the channel. Absolutely, Stacy. See you guys when you jump over here. This is a major discovery violation, guys. You cannot do this because, like Perry's going to explain, and seriously, Jeremy Perry for president at this fucking point. It doesn't, and even if the defense did this, you know what I mean? You cannot do this. It's a violation of the Supreme Court rules when it comes to court cases. There's like all these rules, these statutes. That's why you hear them citing these things, right? You can't do this because it doesn't allow the other side time to get an expert witness or be able to research to debunk whatever is written. So this is more sneaky shit that Bob is doing. You know what I'm saying? And you guys are freaking out like, why isn't the defense objecting? I'm telling you, I think it's because they are very confident. I'm nervous as fuck, dude. This case, I'm going to have a grabber, bro. Seriously, this case got me so stressed out, it's not even funny. But this guy, he just keeps doing shit. And we saw it. Oh, God, chat, I can't even talk. I'm so angry. Were you guys looking at me in my little camera? Can you see me just losing my mind over here? Yeah, Pat, I mean, it's going to go to appeal anyway, right? I mean, it's just going to. So, like, even if the case was just totally straightforward, you know what I'm saying? Just like we see a lot of these other trials, it's pretty straightforward. You know what I mean? Fucking, the losing side, well, not the losing side because the state can't appeal, but the defense, they just file the appeal. They have to, right? I mean, it's like Brooks, right? There's no way dumb fuck is getting an appeal. Well, that's not true. That's false too, because there may have been, Doro may have committed a Brady violation. I fucking told you guys that too. I told you, and a bunch of you motherfuckers attacked me on my page about it. I fucking said that he may have been competent to stand trial, but not competent enough to represent himself, and it's a fucking Brady violation. And I got attacked like a motherfucker over that. People yelling at me like I'm pro fucking Brooks. I hope that motherfucker burns in fucking hell. You know what I'm saying? And I got attacked over that. And look, all these legal experts are fucking saying it may, that might be grounds for an actual appeal. God fucking help that, dude. Oh my God, the shit that'll happen in fucking Waukesha over that. Holy fuck. But anyway, yes, that side, they're just going to have to appeal no matter what. It's just how it is. You know what I mean? It's just how it is. But when you get a case like this, where you have Supreme Court rulings, the judge should have immediately shut that down, removed the jury, admonished the shit out of Bob. He should have fucking held him in contempt. He should have sanctioned him. The defense should be filing fucking ethics violations with the regulatory fucking board. This motherfucker should be getting disbarred over this shit. Or at least suspended at the very least with his law license. You know what I'm saying? This is insane. So let's go here. This is the ruling. The whole conversation about this discovery violation. This is big too. He should have been fucking sanctioned for this. I don't even, bro. All right, let's listen.
And so let's examine my statutory obligations. We produced, first of all, they've already have her testimony from the last hearing. And of course, she didn't testify about this, but they were aware of what her testimony was going to be as to cause and manner of death. And I'm going to pull up 971.23.
Under sub E, it talks about results of scientific tests, experiments, comparisons that the district attorney tends to offer in evidence at trial, and it talks about experts. So
I mean, I didn't object to the other things that, you know, I did know about her prior testimony and the cause and manner of death opinion, didn't know about this, and I would suggest this is not a reasonable amount of time before trial. I'd ask that this be prohibited from being gone into.
Do you have something in writing as to what she was going to testify?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Do you have anything in writing as to what she was going to testify as to the comparison tests?
I don't have anything in writing. I don't. I don't have a report from her. I talked to her about this yesterday, and she was indicating that the average amount of ethylene glycol on board in a suicide is 2,000 micrograms per milliliter.
Because the statute then also talks about if the expert does not prepare a statement, there should be a written summary of the findings of the subject matter of the testimony. So we don't have a written statement. We don't have a written summary.
I don't, Your Honor. What I have is what she told me yesterday, and I suppose I could have told him about it yesterday, but that's when I found out about it.
For the record, we're not going there. Then, based on 971.23 sub E.
Okay, well, Your Honor, at this point, then I would at least like to have her produce those notes, and I will make copies of them, provide them to defense counsel, because it may be something that we'll go into on cross-examination of one of their experts, and it may be something we can go into in rebuttal after the defense has rested its case.
Welcome to do that.
I'd ask that jury be instructed to that prior testimony as it related to her doing these comparisons be stricken and instructed to disregard it.
If I'm listening, hopefully I'm correct. We never got into the studies. She just talked about them, right?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, she talked about having.
We didn't get to the. What did you find, right?
I objected in time for that, but she did talk about.
You did a good job, Mr. Perry.
Thank you.
So you want me to just say, hey, don't. The last test transcript or the testimony, she said that they are tests that's stricken.
That she's done these comparisons, that be stricken.
All right. And then, Mr. Jambois, you free to give the defense a summary of.
Well, I've got to look at it first. I don't know if she's got it with her, but let me. Holding up the sheet of paper.
So this is the bullshit sheet of paper that we saw on the screen.
All right. And we'll mark it.
And the problem, let me pause real quick. The problem with this, guys, is that they didn't have this sooner, right? Which one, it's biased because she did this study by herself. Okay. There's no like medical backing to this. I don't know the right verbiage, but like when you do these independent studies, right, you get them published or whatever, certified. So the reason Jamboy's sneaking it in today, conveniently, you know, after this toxicologist testifies, right, because the toxicologist destroyed their case, And the reason Bobby's like, oh, all of a sudden I just heard about this. Well, it's because they're trying to rip apart the toxicologist testimony, right? This woman conveniently didn't bring anything with her. Conveniently, the stuff that is public, they printed off. I don't believe a fucking word she says. Bobby Boy printed this shit off. And it's to discredit the toxicologist, which we all know. It's to discredit her. But they're trying to bring in all this additional shit that they don't even have a chance to question the toxicologist about any of these things. This is serious, serious stuff. This is not like a no big deal. This is major. No, he tried to slip it in because it wasn't a report, right? So like every expert is required to do a lengthy summary. So that's why it's not a lengthy summary. He would have gotten fucking really smoked on that. So he's trying to sneak it in because it's not a summary. It's not a report. Like you hear him arguing that. It's not a summary. It's not a report. And then the judge looks at it and goes, oh, I'm going to take it as a fucking summary, even though it's pretty ridiculous. But that's his sneaky shit. That's intentional. That's why I can't stand this guy, dude. He's unethical as shit. There's no integrity to anything he does.
Break then?
Yeah, I was going to say, we're not going to bring back the jury and then tell them we're doing a morning break at 10:30. We'll just take our morning break, and then when they come back, I'll instruct them. And I just want to, on the record, that the defense is getting a copy of this report, so we're going to wait, and then we'll take our break.
Yes, Your Honor. And then I was hoping that I could do a brief voir dire of the witness about this information so that they will have that information, so that if I cross-examine their expert on it, they'll have that information. And
which he never does.
That much of a report from the witness.
We'll do it after the break.
Yes, Your Honor.
He never uses this information to fucking cross-examine their expert because the expert is already off the fucking stand. It's so stupid, bro.
Well, let's wait for the report because you marked it. I want that part of the record.
Okay, I am going to mark it. I haven't marked it yet, but I will mark it.
Brought in the courtroom by the bailiff. Reissue and a summary report that Dr. Malin provided regarding some tests that she was looking at regarding the issue of suicide versus homicide regarding the poisoning issue. You wanted to do some voir dire questions, Mr. Jambois?
Yes, Your Honor. And first, I'm going to provide you a copy so you know what we're talking about.
All right. It's been marked, correct?
90.
All right, 90 has been marked. The defense has a copy. Correct, Mr. Perry?
That's right.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Mainland, the judge had described this as a report, but it's not actually a report, is it? It's just,
No, just some notes.
Just some notes that you had obtained by looking at suicide, ethylene glycol suicides,
Yes,
ethylene glycol accidents,
yes,
and then undetermined.
correct.
Now, in the suicides that you looked at, the ranges of ethylene glycol that were found at the time of autopsy, and this is expressed in micrograms per milliliter, is that correct?
Milligrams per liter.
Milligram.
Micrograms per milliliter and milligrams per liter are the same thing,
Okay,
but you don't have to remember that.
so
So this is comparable to the units that Julie Jensen's blood, the
So-
reports
okay.
use.
So the first one is 570,
Yes,
7400,
yes,
2640,
yes,
not determined,
not detected.
not detected. Okay, 740,
Yes,
1200,
yes,
830,
yes,
less than 20,
yes,
259,
yes,
9746,
Yes.
1200,
Yes.
966,
Yes.
4600,
Yes.
not detected,
Correct.
and 930.
Yes.
Now, where had you found these ethylene glycol suicide autopsy reports?
These are cases that came through some of the offices where I worked, Milwaukee, Tampa. I think there were a couple in there from Waukesha.
Now, when you saw some of these autopsy reports reflect not detected or less than 20, did you examine those reports to determine whether or not medical intervention had occurred?
Yes.
And had medical intervention occurred?
Yes, in most of them.
In
I
the
think
cases where medical intervention had not occurred, the results were higher?
Generally speaking, yes.
And overall, in looking at the suicides, the average amount of ethylene glycol, number of milligrams per liter of ethylene glycol was 2,072,
Correct.
which is about 40 times the amount that was in Julie Jensen's blood.
Something like that.
Now, I'm not going to ask you any more about this report, but
Okay.
I am going to ask you about why one might expect to find less amount of ethylene glycol in a homicide rather than as opposed to a suicide. And you can answer that without looking at this report and referring to this report.
Okay.
You knew that before you did this report, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we're ready to proceed then, Your Honor.
Can I ask some questions about this report?
I think we should allow you to ask.
I don't have a problem with that, Your Honor.
Dr. Mainland, did you receive these autopsy reports in these cases?
Yes.
And you have those?
I have some of them.
Not all of them?
Not all of them.
I'd move for production of the ones that she has, for one.
Well, first, let's find out, where are they?
They're the ones from Milwaukee and Waukesha. I basically took notes from the cases, so I did not copy any part of the case file. I have a few from Tampa with
Do you
me.
have them here or do you have them back in Tampa?
I have a few from Tampa, I believe, with me. Hang on.
Do you see already why this is such a fucking problem? From Milwaukee and Waukesha, for those of you that are not from Wisconsin, okay? Kenosha, so I live in Milwaukee. Kenosha, if you drive relatively quick, it's a 35 minute drive. You drive normal, 45 minutes. Waukesha, probably 50 minutes to an hour drive from Kenosha. We don't have these reports that are fucking 30 minutes away. Really? But the Tampa ones, we have the Tampa ones. The problem is that the defense doesn't get to look at the full fucking file for any of these cases to be able to question anybody on this. You know what I mean? This is such a serious problem. And then the judge allows, he denies this shit to come in, and then he fucking allows it the next day. This is a problem, bro. That's why we clip this shit and, you know, we put these things out because people need to pay attention to this. That's why, you know, like our platform, a lot of you hate me for this, but our platform exposes corruption and we highlight these things because this shit is real. This stuff really happens. This is the most bizarre shit I've ever seen in my life. I've seen some bizarre shit studying these fucking cases and all type of crimes.
I have no objection, Your Honor, to her producing the stuff that she has. I just want to know what she had with her and what she didn't have with her.
Whatever she has, we can produce.
I'll wait while you look.
Yeah, I have 5 cases here from Tampa.
Just wait. The reporter's plugging your
Oh,
machine in.
sorry. All right, I have 5 case reports here from Tampa, and then the rest of what I have is handwritten notes.
Of course you
taken
do.
From
this
case
motherfucker, bro.
files in Milwaukee and Waukesha.
fucking
And Kenosha.
notes.
I'd request that, would you have a problem with us making copies of those and providing you with the originals back?
Nope.
Okay, Your Honor, request that the bailiff make 2 copies. And are these going to be marked as exhibits, Counselor?
I don't
guess
know.
we'll-
They can be.
Just do 2 copies and you can make a decision later.
And maybe we should wait for the copying until I'm done asking questions in case there's
That's
more.
how you want to proceed? Go ahead.
Do you have, are you able to look at these numbers with the records that you have and tell me where each one of these is from and the date of death?
Yes. I only have, as I said, 5 records with me. Actually, some of the notes, I think I can tell you the date of death.
Okay, did you receive these autopsy reports and toxicology results? Did you receive those electronically from people?
I probably looked at them physically.
They were mailed to you.
No. I did this a while ago while I still had access, physical access.
This is the other problem. This lying fuck here. I did this a while ago while I still had access. Remember, sweet little grandma, Mary Mainland, is fucking retired, okay? And she consults on some fucking cases now. She did this a while ago while she was still a medical examiner and had access to the computer systems. Why the fuck was this not brought up in fucking discovery and argued during pretrial fucking hearings? Do you see the jam move by Jamboy?
In Milwaukee.
You did this while you were working in Milwaukee?
No, but I was able to go and look at cases.
Okay, before you moved to Florida.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
She don't even know when the fuck she looked
Do you
anything
have
up.
the sources for who made the determinations that these were a suicide, an accident, or undetermined?
No, I don't have the physician's name.
Do you have the reports that accompany them to support how they came to that conclusion?
No,
You just have
just the 5.
for 5 of them.
Yeah.
And for those 5, you don't have the things I just asked you about.
For the 5, I have the physician's determination of cause and manner. I have the initial investigative report, and then I have the toxicology report.
Do you know which on this list, which 5?
Yeah, the 5 from Tampa. Let's see. It would be 2 of the undetermineds. Hang on. 1. And the other 3 are suicides. Wait. No, 1 is an accident, 2 are suicides, and 2 are undetermined. Those are the cases I have with me from Tampa.
Right. Which ones on this list, please?
The 2 undetermineds. Well, you see that, and they're just 2 of them. The suicides. Hang on. None detected. 1 was 460 milligrams per deciliter. That's 4,600 milligrams per liter. And the last one, 930 milligrams per liter.
And the rest you have no details on with you.
I don't have any, all I have is my notes with amounts.
Which is really just reflected on this sheet.
Correct.
So no supporting documentation.
I have, well, Only my notes. I've notes as to day of death and a little bit about the circumstances,
Okay,
et cetera.
And there are 21, if I can
Right.
do addition, there are 21 different things listed on here, right?
Yes.
And you can tell us, you have details about 5 of them, right?
Yeah, I mean, official details, yes.
Okay. I thought you testified at the start, I thought when this, you were first explaining this, that you compared suicides, accidents, undetermined, and homicides. Was homicides
yes.
a category that you had compared?
I did, but the homicides were those are from public knowledge. I have, fewer toxicology reports.
And those aren't on this list.
No, they aren't. I don't know of any other ethylene glycol homicides either from here or down in Tampa, which is where I pulled this stuff from.
Aside from your opinion about this particular case.
Correct.
That's the only ethylene glycol homicide that you think exists, that you're aware of.
In this area, yes.
Okay, so in terms of comparing your study, comparing ethylene glycol fatalities of what's seen in a suicide and what's seen in a homicide, on the suicide list, you have 15.
Yes.
And your homicide list, which isn't on here, would be 1.
Yeah, actually there are, but I don't have amounts for most of them.
You don't know the amounts.
No.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
That's all I have. I think it's, there's a separate objection just simply to relevance in terms of the
That's a different objection.
That's a different objection. It's not coming in anyway right now.
Right.
I would still ask for production of those notes at this time, though.
We'll have
Your Honor, I will just say this. First of all, I think it should come in now because now they've been provided the report. They've actually been able to cross-examine the witness about the report. They've had plenty of opportunity to discuss the report. So now the report should come in. This is normally what happens, instead of evidence just being excluded, the court will give the opposing party the opportunity to voir dire the witness. And that's what they've just done. They've voir dired the witness. So now this report, her testimony about this should be admissible.
Well, let's go make the copy. Yeah, let's try to do one thing at a time here.
Look at this little fucking bitch ass getting all fucking irritated. Smug ass fucking look.
It is Exhibit 90, right? Is that, do I got the right number?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, thought it wasn't a report. Which one is it?
It's not a report, Your Honor. It's just a list of her notes.
I'm going to correct
As you
myself.
see, it's not a report.
What I would
But he just
consider
argued that it's a fucking report.
written summary.
This is what I'm saying, guys. If you're
pretty
not
small.
paying attention to this guy,
I mean, I don't want to say this is
Ah.
extensive, but it's pretty small.
In terms of her conclusions from it and her opinion based on this list and the list of the 5 examples that I don't have yet, and all of the other limitations to this, I think the reason that statute 97123 talks about a reasonable amount of time before trial and gives actual deadlines for expert summaries, expert reports, is for it's logical, right? We have experts in this case that we would consult with, and we would, in order to cross-examine Dr. Mainland on this, have an opportunity to find out, okay, well, what are the stats that would compare to be able to effectively cross-examine on this. And so finding out the details of her notes of, which we don't actually have at this moment yet, of really 5 cases, and then her just numbers listed for 21 different cases is not within the meaning of that statute a reasonable amount of time before trial. And so I would maintain the objection that I thought had been sustained.
Well, it had been sustained. I'm not disputing the fact that the court had sufficient grounds at the time you sustained the objection. What I'm saying is that there are two potential remedies. When there's been this kind of what I would call an inadvertent discovery violation. It was my fault. It wasn't
Inadvertent.
Dr. Malin's fault.
Shut
And
the
she told me about
fuck
this
up,
yesterday.
dude.
And when I got it, I guess I should have immediately notified defense counsel, and I just forgot to do that. But one of the other options, instead of excluding the evidence, is to allow the defense or the opposing party to voir dire the witness. And that's what's happened here. So I think now the stuff that defense counsel's raised here goes to weight, doesn't go to admissibility. And I think that it should be admitted.
Would you think it would be beneficial to the defense's expert witnesses to have this information prior to today's cross-examination?
Well, you mean so that they could then consult with the defense attorneys about it?
Correct.
Yeah, it probably would be, Your Honor.
I think it'd be pretty beneficial. So it's not coming in on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, bring the jury back.
Did we get those copies back?
So that was the fucking dude. That's a serious, it's a fucking problem, bro. It's a problem. Do you hear the bullshit and the lies that are fucking told in all of that? You know what I mean? There's so much in there. There's another one. I thought it was during hers, but I watched Mary's thing before, and there's another discovery violation where the judge actually fucking snaps. And I've been trying to find that again because I want to clip it. And I thought it was during hers over this situation, but it's not because he didn't yell at them. But he snaps on fucking Bobby Boy. Now, the other thing I want to play this for you guys because this is I've been saying during today and every goddamn day. Okay? And one thing I really want to point this out, and the jury doesn't get to hear it, and it's a goddamn shame. And the defense tried to get it in. Okay? When Julie died, they brought her body to the autopsy place, and the original pathologist was Dr. Maureen Lavin. Okay? Don't listen to this fucking bullshit you're hearing in the trial with Michael Chambliss, who's another fucking liar who got exposed on the stand. Okay? Maureen Lavin did the autopsy, and her autopsy is consistent with a lot of things that we heard from the defense people. Okay? Bobby Boy, who's running around telling everybody how to do their job, and he solved the fucking crime of the century, didn't like her fucking report. And he fired her. And the report is gone. It's missing. It's never been found. That's a problem. Then they go and tell Maureen or Dr. Michael Chambliss, who's out in motherfucking Waukesha, okay, an hour away from fucking Kenosha. Oh, you know what? Maureen Lavin's on vacation for the weekend. We need you to come down and do an autopsy on this body. Conveniently, Michael Chambliss's report matches exactly to Bobby's theory. Then the medical examiner, Dr. Mary Mainland, who's the boss, also looks at the body and now conveniently concurs with Michael Chambliss. Now the allegations are these. Bob says we're gonna play it. We're gonna play it. Bob says, no, that's not true. We fired her because she's not board certified. How the fuck are you a pathologist if you're not board certified? Somebody figure that out. I don't understand that. How do you get the job and then you're fired later? You know what I'm saying? It's because of the rules, Pat. There's no, it's not double jeopardy because here's the problem. In 2004, Crawford v. Washington went to the Supreme Court and challenged the confrontation clause under the Sixth Amendment. That case, which is an iconic Supreme Court case, changed the confrontation clause. Jensen's trial didn't go until 4 years later. So Schrader made a mistake by allowing in evidence that the Supreme Court under Crawford v. Washington stated should never have come in. Schrader disagreed, and a lot of the argument was when the defendant unalives somebody, is that, did he intentionally do something where, you can't confront somebody? So that's where it's a lot of the argument. And Schrader makes the decision that these things are able to come in, even though the Supreme Court changed the rules 4 years earlier. That's what got him the retrial. So it vacated everything. And so even when he gets arrested in 2002 for the crime, she dies in 98. It takes him 10 fucking years to figure out Mark Jensen did it, right? So then he gets arrested in 2002, $500,000 bond. He bonds out, marries little Kelly Labonte with 47 fucking names in 2004. Okay. Then all of a sudden we have all 40,000 fucking jailhouse snitches saying, oh, Mark did this, Mark did that. So in 2007, and this is why all these testimonies are all fucked up. Shit that was never said in 98, wasn't said in all the other years, wasn't said in 2002 when he got arrested, wasn't fucking said in 2004, wasn't said in 5, 6. Okay. 2007, now all of a sudden, Bobby files paperwork in the courts to revoke his bond, right? So it's not like a bond hearing that you guys see, right? Like we're watching with like the Delphi murders or like Brian Kohlberger in Idaho, where it's like 5 minutes and then they're done. They did a fucking mini trial. So the news is there. All the details of the case are coming out now. Every fucking witness is aware of what's going on. The entire public is aware of what's going on, right? They revoke his bond. It's a bond forfeiture hearing. Revoke it. So now he goes back to jail. He's been in jail since 2007. The following year, 2008, this goes to trial. There's all kind of fucking crazy that happens in that trial. Very interesting and boring at the same time. And he gets found guilty, life in prison without the possibility of parole. Then it goes, they challenge all the decisions. It bounces around the courthouse, the appeals court, Wisconsin Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court, all this shit, whatever. And we get to where we are today. So there was documents filed in 2010, documents in 2016, 2017, all kind of fucking box of crazy. I think it was like 3 judges in Kenosha County Courthouse that it went in front of. So we know, like, I know it was obviously in front of Schrader. It went in front of Kirkman. I want to say it was one other judge. So that's kind of why we're here today. Okay. Now, a lot of these allegations come up. And if you really listen to Bob, and this is why I keep saying this during these trial days, pay attention to what he's saying, but sort of don't at the same time, because people get hung up on him telling the fucking story. And it's real easy to start buying into his bullshit, but he hangs himself and he puts his foot in his fucking mouth. And if you listen closely, the allegations that are out there against this guy for the bullshit he's doing, he fucking admits to it while he talks. And there's a documentary on fucking YouTube, Judgment of Mark Jensen, Court TV. You guys, it's a 44-minute documentary. It's obviously very one-sided because it's fucking Bob and his twat fucking wife talking, right? It's one-sided, but it's still interesting. You guys should definitely watch it. All right. And he bolsters about how he fucking told everybody what was happening and what the case was and how he solved it. He like pops up in the fucking chair during this documentary. He's real braggadocious about this, right? Listen to when Aaron Dillard is on the stand during this trial. And Aaron Dillard, if you pay attention, Aaron Dillard is not really fucking saying the shit that Bobby wants. And Bobby fucking gets right into it and he starts threatening him. Didn't I tell you I'd come after you? Didn't I tell you I'd find you? Like, what the fuck is that, dude? He's threatening witnesses in open court. And people are not catching this, but we've watched all these other things and we're documenting all this shit. You guys are not catching some of this stuff. So I want you guys to watch the pathology thing. And when we're typing in the chat and we're fucking saying like he intimidated this fucking witness and he did it again today. Look how she was more credible the first time she talked, even though I didn't think she was fucking credible, because I know too much about this fucking case and these fucking people that are talking, right? There is a fucking allegation that he intimidated Maureen Lavin, and Maureen Lavin wouldn't take his shit, and that's why he fired her, and that's why that report is fucking forever gone. Then there's another allegation surrounding this that he intimidated poor little fucking Mary Mainland over here, who made this incredible fucking career after this goddamn case, that he intimidated her to testify a certain fucking way. And here we are. Here we are today. And then we have weird discovery violations. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I think, dude, honestly, chat, I might stop streaming trials, because I told you guys when I do this, I have to leave a fucking day job to do this, and I'm not making fucking money doing this right now. I'm fucking broke. That's why my phone is shut the fuck off. My wheelhouse, chat, is fucking investigating corruption and writing articles about it, exposing it. I am so fucking furious right now over this fucking case. I've never wanted a creepy motherfucker to be out of jail so bad as I want this motherfucker. Seriously. I am honestly thinking about saying fuck the Alex Murdaugh trial and going back to fucking work so I can make money, because I think this really needs to be investigated, and not the guilt or innocence of fucking Mark, but the fucking corruption behind this. And that's kind of where I'm at. It's kind of where my brain is at right now. That's how angry I am about this. And for those of you that are new, if you read the articles on the website, you look at the YouTube channel, the amount of things that we've exposed about Kenosha, because I'm from there, like, it's fucking disgusting. And this makes me sick to my stomach with the shit that I've seen during this trial. So let's play. I want you guys to hear this, because some of you are new to the thing and you may not have seen this stuff. You may not have been paying attention to it. I want you to fucking see this. Let me just make sure my screen is. This is only a couple minutes long. It's not as long as the other one.
You're familiar with the phases of ethylene glycol poisoning?
No, I'm not.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Were you at one time?
No, I'm not. I wasn't at one time either.
Wouldn't be able to testify at all about.
No, I would not.
Okay, so
Not about ethylene glycol. I'm not an expert or even very comfortable going through the different pharmacokinetics of ethylene glycol.
So if you testified in 2008 about the phases of ethylene glycol, do you wish you hadn't?
I wish I hadn't.
So right there, I'm just going to pause. Oh, fuck. We got a fucking commercial. Hang on. Can't do anything about commercials. That's how we make our half a fucking penny. Chat, day one of this fucking trial, we made 60 cents. That's how much we made. Hang on. Nothing I can do about these fucking commercials. Okay, here's the allegation part. Okay. We did our marathon stream. Okay, because when the trial first started over the weekends, we have all this access to all this 2008 footage, all this stuff. So we were doing, 16 hours of streaming on Saturdays and Sundays. And we were playing so much 2008 trial stuff. This stupid motherfucker testified all kind of bullshit about fucking antifreeze. All kinds, like he's a fucking expert on it. And then here we have in 2003, this motherfucker saying, I don't know anything about antifreeze. I literally don't. Basically, like, I don't even know fucking antifreeze goes inside of a car. That's how dumb this fuck is. And he was a key witness that convicted this fucking guy. and then we catch him lying. Like, Jesus fuck, man. This whole thing I don't know how you don't scream mistrial. I don't know how you don't fucking impeach the witness right there on the spot. You know what I'm saying? Tell the jury that his testimony, it needs to be disregarded. Like, what the fuck? And the problem is that if you got, the problem is a lot of you sit on fucking Law and Crime and Court TV and all this other fucking bullshit ass streams, right? And then fucking corporate media, fuck them too. And you guys have so many questions and you don't know who to believe. And you're listening to fucking Bobby because he just fucking yells all the time. And I know I yell too, but I'm oh God, Chad, I'm sorry. And I'm getting worked up. But it's like, and you don't know the fucking stuff. You know what I'm saying? You don't know the stuff. And this is why we point these things out. This is why I fucking go broke all the time for doing this journalism shit, because it's like we get lied to on a daily basis by law enforcement, courts, bullshit corporate media fucking networks. And like, we don't know what the fuck to believe. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's because of this fuckery that's going on here. So here's the allegation. Listen very carefully.
I do have one issue. If the parties want, I don't know if it's going to be an issue. And Mr. Jambo, you could probably respond. Was there an issue as to the termination of Dr. Maureen Levin?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense had sought to cross-examine Dr. Mary Mainland about Dr. Lavin's termination of employment. Of course, Dr. Mainland was not here at the time that Dr. Lavin was terminated. The state believes that any testimony any information regarding Dr. Lavin's termination from employment is not relevant to this case. Dr. Lavin was the medical examiner for Kenosha County at the time this case was on December 3rd, 1998, the date that Julie was killed.
Let me pause right there, because I did not make a false allegation, right? She was the fucking person when Julie died. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Chat, I'm gonna lose it. I'm sorry. If you have kids, put some fucking earphones in. Put them in right now, because we don't need the babies here and me fucking screaming my brains out.
But she testified at the preliminary hearing. But while preparing this case for trial, she refused to answer questions in my office about whether or not she was board certified. We knew she was not board certified. We were simply asking her questions about this, and she said she wasn't going to answer it. And I said, well, you understand that when you go into a courtroom, if you refuse to answer questions that are put to you in defiance of the judge's order, you may leave that courtroom in handcuffs, and you are required to answer questions in court. And furthermore, when you're sitting in the district attorney's office and he's asking you questions, you are obligated to answer those questions as well. And if you don't, you're going to be terminated. And she refused to answer questions about her board certification. And as a consequence, she was terminated. It had nothing to do with her opinions concerning any of the evidence in this case. It had nothing to do with her theory of her prior testimony as to the cause or manner of death in this case. It was simply because she had not become board certified and she refused to answer that question.
So she never testified in Jensen 1, right?
No, she did not testify in the
And
trial.
Dr. Mary Mainland testified?
Yes, Your Honor.
And she was obviously the medical examiner for Kenosha County at the time, or from another county?
She was our medical examiner at the time of the Jensen trial.
So what would she know about the termination of Dr. Levin?
Well, as she indicated, she really didn't know that much about it. And she had heard things about it, but she wasn't here at the time that Dr. Levin had been terminated. I think what the defense counsel was trying to elicit from Dr. Mainland was that she was intimidated into rendering these opinions by the district attorney, because the district attorney...
And that was you?
Yes, because the district attorney had gotten the previous medical examiner terminated. But She was not terminated because she refused to agree with the prosecutor's theory of the case. In fact, the prosecutor's theory of the case has always come from the medical examiners. It's not the other way around. But she was terminated because she refused to answer questions pertaining to whether or not she was board certified. It has nothing to do with the development of the evidence in this case. So it's completely.
Did we ever find out if she was certified or not?
She was not board certified. That's why she refused to answer the questions.
But Judge, I think the concern is that as it relates to the cross-examination of Dr. Mainland testified that she was aware of some of this information, maybe not everything that Attorney Jamboy said, because she wouldn't have had that information unless Attorney Jamboy told her that information. But she was aware that there was an issue as it related to the Jensen case and her findings that caused Dr. Mainland was aware that there were issues with Dr. Lavin and her findings in the Jensen case, or her testimony in the Jensen case, that caused her to be terminated from her employment.
Did she testify to that in front of Judge Schrader?
She testified that she was aware that Dr. Lavin was terminated.
While you're looking at those other transcripts, see what she said in Jensen.
Well, Your Honor, I can tell you this. The whole theory of the cross-examination of Dr. Mainland was to suggest, plant in the jury's mind, that Dr. Mainland was somehow intimidated by the prosecutor into rendering the opinions that she rendered in this case. Contrary to what defense counsel just said, there was nothing about Dr. Lavin's testimony.
That's what I'm saying. Get the transcript and let me take a look at it.
Okay.
So remind me, that's another issue for the pretrial.
And then in the pretrial, he fucking denies all of it.
The first one that I want to deal with is the testimony that.
So that's what this is. This is the pretrial. So we clipped a lot of this fucking shit, and he denies all the fucking bullshit. He's like, "Fuck it, it's none of it's coming in." And we were watching. So for those of you that like you don't know anything about what I'm talking about, and you have never seen the 2008 trial, and you're only seeing this. Look at the way he talks to all these females that are on the stand. How he towered over and tried to intimidate Stacey Hale, screaming at the fucking quack doctor today that we fucking heard. I don't like them fucking doc. I think they're bullshit personally, but that's just me. That's the only thing I agree with Bobby on is fucking bullshit, goddamn doctors. But the way he fucking went at the goofy doctor today. You know what I'm saying? Like the way he fucked with Lindsay Thomas. You know what I mean? Here, we're not done. We're not done. I'm going to show you guys this one too, because this one, so this is more controversy surrounding this stupid fuck, but it goes back to talking about Maureen Lavin. And how this is what I'm saying is, you know, we had other doctors in 2008 that fucking used Maureen Lavin's test, her pathology report to help make determinations on shit. And, you know, we don't even hear from these fucking doctors now. You know what, bro? Well, listen to this shit. Listen to this shit. This is what I'm saying. Bro, if there was one allegation towards the guy, right? We could probably explain it away. I don't know how many fucking allegations I have clipped on this motherfucker that we put up here. This is fucking insanity. Listen to this shit.
All right. I'll ask the state. We got anything left?
So I think there's one other point in our motion in limine. So this would be this letter for Dr. Long.
Oh, yes. The state had filed a motion to prohibit the defendant from introducing evidence concerning, in fact, introducing the letter that I had written on June 18th, 2003, and sent to defense attorney Craig Elby. The state objected to it as it being irrelevant, hearsay. And the defense sought to introduce the letter under a variety of theories, and the state will then address that. And we did so on, what was the page of this document? The document is document number 1487, and it was filed March 28, 2022.
Get to that document 1487.
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, right now, there's 1,515 documents.
And Judge, this is something that was specifically ruled on by Judge Schrader. And what he said is he was going to allow the letter to come in through the expert. Otherwise, basically, Attorney Jamboy would be a witness in the case because it's a prior inconsistent statement.
And Your Honor,
What expert are we talking about?
Dr. Long.
Well, how would Dr. Long be in a position to testify about a letter that the prosecutor wrote to Craig Elby? There's no foundation for Dr. Long to be testifying about that letter.
Let me just stop you. Did he use the letter at any time to form any opinion?
Dr. Long?
Yes.
He never saw the letter, Your Honor.
The letter was a specific statement by Attorney Jamboy as to what Dr. Long was going to testify to at the trial.
Okay.
Dr. Long did not testify consistent with that letter, making the letter from Attorney Jamboy to Attorney Elby an inconsistent statement of a party opponent. This was argued at great length before Judge Schrader, and Judge Schrader ruled that it was an inconsistent statement and the letter could be used. And he basically said that he was going to allow the letter in so that Attorney Jamboy himself would not be a witness, because otherwise Attorney Jamboy would have to testify as to the prior inconsistent statement, which would make him a witness in the case. So instead of making Attorney Jamboy a witness, Judge Schrader allowed the letter in as cross-examination of Dr. Long.
And the state opposed that at the time, Your Honor, and none of the criteria that apply to the admission of prior statements by prosecutors, none of those criteria were met in that case. But
Attorney Jamboy conceded that some of those were met.
Well, I concede, Your Honor, that I wrote the letter and that the letter was in error, that I wrote that letter, that I committed an error when I wrote that letter. Then when, let me finish, counsel. Then at the time of the forfeiture hearing, Dr. Long did not testify in a manner which was consistent with the content of my letter. At the time of the trial, he did not testify in a manner which was consistent with that letter. So the fact that the prosecutor made a mistake in, what was it, March of 2003, I'm sorry, June of 2003, is not relevant, was not relevant at the time of this trial in January and February of 2008, and it's even less relevant now. So the error that I'd made in that letter was based upon a letter that Dr. Long had written, and that the state agrees that Dr. Long's letter is admissible. Dr. Long's letter made reference to the content, the amount of ethylene glycol in Julie's blood and Julie's stomach. And he described the ethylene glycol in her stomach as a large amount when it turns out it's a half a teaspoon of ethylene glycol in her stomach. That was discovered when the defense attorney filed their expert witness report, Dr. Rumach's report. So this was all resolved months, years in fact, in advance of the 2008 trial. And allowing Dr. Long to testify about this letter that I wrote in 2003 does not address the issue of it makes me a witness in the case. And I don't wish to be a witness in this case because I'm prosecuting the case along with Deputy District Attorney McNeil. So I don't think that this letter is admissible, and it doesn't fit any of the criteria for admission. It is a statement by the prosecutor, but it was never made in a courtroom. It was never made in an opening statement. It was never made in a closing argument. It was made in a letter to a defense attorney months in advance, in fact, years in advance of the case going to trial. It's just not relevant. It has nothing to do with the facts of this case today.
I'll give you a brief response from the public defender.
So Judge, specifically the three things that the Judge Schrader considered were the law in State v. Cardenas Hernandez, Cardenas-Hernandez, 219 Wisconsin 2nd 516. Judge Schrader found that it was an inconsistent statement because it went from a very large quantity of almost pure ethylene glycol in the stomach, which is what Attorney Jamboy wrote in his letter as an agent of the state, to just a large amount of ethylene glycol. So there is a difference between pure amount of ethylene glycol in the stomach to 660 milliliters to a half a teaspoon, which is what Dr. Long later testifies to. So Attorney Jamboy agreed that it was an inconsistent statement in his arguments before the court, and Judge Schrader found it was an inconsistent statement. It's equivalent testimony of something that of a defendant or a witness, Judge Schrader found it holds true that it seems to me that Mr. Elby has the right to argue to the jury that there's a circumstantial case tending to show that Dr. Long gave some faulty information, which would tend to raise doubts about the accuracy of some of the reports in this case. That was number 2. Third, the trial court must, in a hearing outside the presence of a jury, determine by a preponderance of the evidence that the inference the prosecution seeks to draw, in this case, the defense seeks to draw from the inconsistency, is a fair one, and that an innocent explanation does not exist. Judge Schrader stated, "It strikes me that this isn't a question of an innocent explanation or anything. This is a suggestion that there exists various circumstances consisting of your letter and Dr. Lavin's testimony," because Dr. Lavin also relied upon this information from Dr. Long. "At preliminary examination, there are circumstances which might suggest to the jury, and I'm not saying that I conclude this or I believe this, but the defense would be entitled to argue to the jury that the circumstances suggest that perhaps Dr. Long was a little careless in things that were stated to the people, and that strikes me that that would meet all 3 tests." Judge Schrader further found that crossing Dr. Long on the letter, literally it is a substitute for calling Mr. Jamboy as a witness, which you can't realistically do in this case. And so I won't even comment on the 3rd. So my ruling is a letter could be presented as a statement against interest by the government.
Did the letter then come into evidence, and was it used when the defense cross-examined Dr. Long?
Yes.
All right. Give me the transcript portion again, and I'll make a ruling
Sure.
at the pretrial.
It was filed January 10th, 2012, page 284. I'm sorry, it's document 27-4. I've got some different pages in here. Sorry, Judge.
When was it filed?
Oh, that's why that's long thing down there. Okay. It's the January 16th, 08. Page 289, 276 to 289. It was Dr. Long's testimony transcript, January 16th, 2008. Oh, man, I do. Hold on one second, Judge. There's too many documents. I thought Attorney Vishny had it in hers. Transcript 216, it's the January 16th, 2008, transcript 216. You're asking for the number on the exhibit list?
Yes.
I know it was attached as an exhibit to her response. Maybe document 27-3, Judge?
Want to give me the number again?
Oh, maybe not. I'm going to have to, I have a number of different transcripts because some were attached to the appellate briefs. This is from his testimony, though. I don't know, this goes to 145, but I think it's this. From the transcript, 27-3. I don't know what e-file number it is, Judge.
All right, why don't you just,
Find it.
if you can contact the court and make sure the DA is part of that. So there's no ex parte communication.
Well, Your Honor, why don't I do this? Well, we will pull up the 2 exhibits. One is Dr. Long's letter, and which the state agrees that Dr. Long can be cross-examined or examined and direct cross-examined about the letter that he wrote. And then we'll pull up my letter that, and we'll mark that as an exhibit that we produce, that we provide to the court. The state's response is that my letter of June of 2003 was based upon my misunderstanding arising from Dr. Long's letter. So the state agrees that Dr. Long can be cross-examined about the letter that he wrote to the state concerning the circumstances surrounding Julie Jensen's death. And in that letter, he indicated that there was a large, I think he said a large amount or a large concentration of ethylene glycol in the stomach. It was something like 3,200 micrograms per deciliter, maybe 3,280 micrograms per deciliter in her stomach. The state agrees that Dr. Long can be cross-examined about his letter. The state objects to Dr. Long being cross-examined about my letter to defense counsel because Dr. Long never saw that letter. He had nothing to do with writing that letter. That letter was my letter, and I don't wish to be a witness in this case. And I don't think that the kind of what Judge Schrader did at that time reflects the correct application of the law to the facts. Now, the state had not known that defense counsel was going to be seeking to admit my letter into evidence until defense counsel started cross-examining Dr. Long about it. So this objection and the court discussion all occurred kind of, you know how things come up in a courtroom. And there was not the opportunity for the trial court to address this in advance of trial. Well, now you will be given that chance. So I would commend to the court's attention the letter that was written by Dr. Long, my letter that was then written to
just provide that to me prior to the pre-trial.
And I wish to
Both
emphasize,
letters.
and I wish to emphasize, Your Honor, that Dr. Long testified extensively about his letter, and I was cross-examined extensively about his letter, and the state has no objection to that. I just object to my letter coming into evidence.
Give me both letters. You give me the transcript. I'll make a decision.
And Judge, just to be clear, like the letter that Dr. Long wrote, there's no question about that. That's his letter. But what the argument was, and Judge Schrader took the time to listen to this, is a statement of a party opponent. So if we can't cross-examine Dr. Long on the letter itself, we have to bring in the witness who took the inconsistent statement, and that's Attorney Jamboy.
All right. Give me the transcript portion.
Thanks. I'm over here losing my shit. Do you guys remember seeing Dr. Long on the stand in 2023 trial? Right. Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient that Dr. Long is not called by the state in this fucking trial? Yeah, it's just you. Anyone else froze? You might be behind. That's number one. Where's Dr. Long? Because he's supposed to be a state witness. Isn't it convenient that Bobby Boy doesn't bring him on the stand? Crazy, isn't it? Bobby doesn't want anything about this fucking letter and these inconsistent statements being testified to. Real fucking convenient. This guy never testifies. Here's what I got out of this whole conversation that we just watched. And you guys let me know if I'm wrong, if I'm mishearing things and I'm fucking, crazy. Bobby Boy, what it sounds like to me is that nobody's testifying to basically, and this is why we joked about this on this channel, a liter of fucking antifreeze in this woman's stomach. Nobody's testifying to this. But Bobby's over here running around telling everybody and writing fucking letters that it's a liter of antifreeze in this woman's stomach. And then we find out it's a fucking teaspoon? They're testifying to a liter of antifreeze in this woman's stomach in 2008 because Bob is running around telling people. And he's writing letters about it years later after Jensen's convicted. He's doing all kinds of shit. And then he's backtracking and changing his fucking story now because you got more doctors that are like, what the fuck are you on, bro? This wasn't a liter of antifreeze. It was a teaspoon. So does it not sound like he's expecting Dr. Long to testify to 1 liter of antifreeze? That's what he's expecting him to say on the stand. So he writes this letter to Craig Elby, the Mark Jensen's original attorney. Dr. Long's going to testify to 1 liter. And then Dr. Long gets on the fucking stand in 2008 and doesn't testify to 1 fucking liter. You see what I'm saying? Where this motherfucker becomes a witness and all type of fucked up shit. This guy's running around telling everybody what the fuck to say on the stand. I don't even fucking understand any of this right now. This is so bizarre. It's not even funny. And I'm gonna play this one because we joke. If you guys are not really on YouTube, you're not paying attention. Well, the chat wise anyway. Because we joke about this on the chat, but this is fucking serious. And this one is one of the least believable stories, but after everything I've fucking heard, I'm not even sure that this is not fucking accurate. And what it sounds like to me is Bob going and having private fucking meetings down a dark street, intimidating another fucking witness. And then, of course, nobody believes the story because it's from a fucking snitch. And I think you're going to hear a part where the defense says, Judge, we don't believe this lie. And the judge is going to snap on the defense. Who the fuck are you to call a witness a fucking liar? What the fuck, bro? Like, listen to the weird shit the judge says. He's basically agreeing, but then he snaps on the defense when they're trying to protect fucking Jamboy over here. And I think this is a right move by the defense. I think it's proper for them to not bring this fucking allegation in front of this judge, right? Because this is very, very serious shit. And this is something that needs to be brought up in front of an ethics board and not in front of this judge. But listen to this shit. I'm going to play this because I got to use the bathroom. I drink too much fucking coffee. But I want you guys to hear this too. Because some of you are new to our channel and you have never seen this shit. It's fucked up.
I don't know how to bring up this other motion, but is the defense still wanting Mr. Thompson to testify that he sold cocaine to Bob Jamboys in 2006 or 7 or whatever that year was during the trial?
Judge, this is Jeremy Perry for the defense. We don't believe that what Mr. Thompson is saying is true. Okay, we think that this is a lie of Mr. Thompson's. We do think that his lie about this and his claim to say, or his willingness to say whatever he wants to say to try to get him out of whatever situation he's in whatever moment he's in, we think that his lie is relevant in terms of being cross-examining him on that. And this is the state's witness. So
I don't care whose witness it is.
Well, it's the state's witness, and this is what the state's witness has told us has happened. And so
Give me a date that he told you this. Exact date.
11/2/2016.
When?
November 2nd, 2016.
That's when he told the investigator about this.
Yes.
And when supposedly did he sell the cocaine to Mr. What year?
Between 2006 and January of 07.
Conveniently, right before the bond forfeiture hearing. Allegedly, this happens right before the bond forfeiture hearing.
And where did he sell this cocaine to him?
We don't believe he did that.
On a roadway in Salem in Kenosha County at nighttime.
All right. I think I could take judicial notice that Mr. Jamboy was not the district attorney that year. And my understanding, he was working for the state of Wisconsin in Madison.
That is correct, Your Honor.
The governor had
From October, I started that job October 1st of 2005.
Right.
And moved to Madison with my family.
So you're not in Salem?
No. About 2 hours from where I live.
You know, credibility of witnesses is always an issue. We impeach them based on prior statements. We ask them about prior convictions, and if they give us the right number, we don't get into the conviction. There's also other issues. Somebody's been convicted of some crimes that deal with truth, fraud. We bring that in. But
Why are these so bad?
Hang on, Chad. I can't skip this ad. Give me a second. This one I can. Hang on.
would ask for this.
And Judge, just to be
Can,
clear.
can I finish?
Oh, sorry, Judge.
I think it's Bush League. I think it's unprofessional. I think it's outrageous. I've been an attorney since 1983. I've been a defense attorney, an assistant corporation counsel, a municipal judge, a court commissioner, a guardian ad litem. I've never seen this. It's garbage. I'm not going to hold this ruling against Mr. Jensen. The record should be clear. But I think on a professional standpoint, it's uncalled for. And to say that it's a lie, what power do you have to tell me somebody's lying now?
See what I'm saying?
Do you have some magical power? That somebody said something in 2016 about a drug deal in 2006 when Mr. Jamboy doesn't even live in that county? Well, one, maybe he's mistaken.
He's contradicting himself 14 different ways from fucking Sunday right now.
What is the jury going to think?
That Bob Jamboy's a fucking scumbag.
What does this have to do with the guilt or innocence of the defendant?
That he intimidated another witness. That's what it has to do.
You're going to impeach Mr. Thompson. I think this is the, if I'm correct, because I did try to read everything, is the gentleman that was charged with 2 robberies in Illinois. Am I right?
Bank robberies. Yes, Your Honor.
Bank robberies. So, I mean, how much? There's your impeachment. And Mr. Jamboy did write a letter to the I think it was the federal judge.
I wrote a letter to some judge.
Yeah. Well, whatever. But so we know that he got consideration for 2 bank robberies. I mean, that's pretty good impeachment. And then the prosecution fulfills their obligation. So now the defense wants me to allow this defendant to say, yeah, I sold cocaine to the prosecutor who was trying this case. I mean, if it was on the other foot and the prosecution wanted me to say, hey, one of the defense attorneys bought drugs from one of the witnesses, the defendant would be screaming. And if I allowed that in, I'm sure the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court would say, what did you do, Judge?
What about all
That
the
is
other
so
shit you did, you stupid fuck? This motherfucker literally let a Supreme Court violation.
No way. It's reckless. It's just not professional. It has nothing to do with this witness. It is so outlandish that it would just confuse the jury. It's not the way to defend the case. But again, the record should be clear. I'm just making a ruling on this motion. The other portion was, I did read that Mr. Thompson said that he sold the drugs for Mr. Brantley because Mr. Brantley couldn't do it or was in Chicago or whatever. There's documentation that Mr. Brantley was in custody at that time. So it's not coming in, and I'm not going to hold it against Mr. Jensen. He has an absolute right to a defense. And his public defenders can defend him with all sorts of other evidence and witnesses, but this is not coming in. There's no probative value here at all.
No, motherfucker, there is.
Confuse the jury to the utmost extremes.
No, he didn't say bullshit. He said Bush League, which is a basically it's a NASCAR reference. So just under NASCAR, you have Bush League. It's kind of funny that he says that because I say that shit all the time. So if that was the only allegation, right? I think we could all look at it and be like, oh, that's like he said, that's outlandish, that's bizarre. Like, what the fuck? Like, really? Like, I don't think so. But when you put that into perspective with everything we've seen in this trial, with the other shit that happened in the pretrial motions, with the fucking bringing in barred fucking evidence, violating a Wisconsin Supreme Court fucking ruling, all this other shit, the lies that Jamboy has fucking told. You guys, some of you have heard this shit where he's literally misstating facts and evidence. Now, dude, and we joke about it that, Bob, you know, you may hear us on Facebook talk about Bob's on another ski patrol. That's why, because of that particular type of drug. And dude, all of the other shit, there is so much evidence that points to Julie fucking looking things up on the computer, staging everything perfectly, telling certain people about fucking things and not telling others. All types of shit. She magically finds this plastic fucking medicine syringe looking ass thing. She just finds this bullshit. Who else is watching that still thinks Mark Jensen is fucking guilty? This is just the most bizarre shit, dude. I was gonna end the stream and fucking we were gonna do Murdaugh because we obviously missed today's Alex Murdaugh thing. I'm not doing that. I can't sit here for fucking 9 more hours watching that trial. I got fucking videos to edit on this. I got to clip out that they violated the Supreme Court thing. I don't even understand what the fuck is happening. This is how, guys, this is how Kenosha works. This is how they work. I don't know. What do you guys have to say? I got such a fucking headache, dude, over this shit. And it sucks, man. The jury doesn't get to hear a lot of these things. You know what I mean? I'm nervous that we're about to send a guy to fucking prison for the rest of his life like we did the first time. Fucking testifying to a leader of fucking antifreeze. And then there's not even a leader of antifreeze. Like, what the fuck are we doing, bro? People are lying in 2008, getting called out on it on the stand in 2023. I'm nervous. Dude, like, again, I mean, if the guy is really, truly guilty, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, we're going to end up coming back. That fucking phone call thing today, bro, that is not good. And these public defenders are fucking wicked. Craig Albee, he's a pretty good attorney. He's pretty good. But he was getting worn down. In the last week of that trial, he was getting worn down. And these public defenders are not. They are going. They're going the full 12 rounds, and they are not tired. They could go another fucking 15 if they had to. And you see, the judge is just stepping on them all over the place. And they're just, well, okay, we'll keep fucking crushing these witnesses then. We don't give a fuck then. If this guy is found guilty, I'm telling you right now, the Supreme Court of Wisconsin is going to lose their fucking minds that that comment was allowed into this trial. This is why we need like an attorney on this fucking platform that we can talk to, and how fucking dangerous that was. I want you guys to go look today. I want you to look at mainstream media. I want you to, how many of them are fucking pointing that out? Find me fucking articles with them stupid fucks. How many of them are going to point that out? I bet you it's not even talked about in fucking lamestream fucking media that they violated a fucking Wisconsin Supreme Court rule. Literally barred. That's why there's a retrial. And they fucking got it in anyway. And he's come close to literally fucking, with the letter from the grave. He's come close with that. I mean, we obviously heard the contents throughout the whole trial anyway, but he literally came close one of the days. JD says, it's not in mainstream. Right. They're not going to talk about this. This is why I'm fucking angered, man. I'm angered for just a multitude of reasons. And the more the trial went on, I'm not convinced that Mark actually did this. I'm really not. And Julie, God rest her soul, but Julie is not this perfect little fucking angel. She was a fucking degenerate piece of shit too. The two, both of them, they both, they're I'm going to say this and you guys are going to hate me, but they essentially, they both got what they fucking deserve, right? She's fucking dead. He's in prison. The two of them are fucking retards. For real. You know what I mean? Perry Tarika is half a fucking Muppet himself. Kelly Labonte, she's so fucking screwed in the brain. You know what I mean? It's fucking unreal. Right, Christine, the jury they don't get to hear all the stuff that we hear. And that's so bizarre. You know what I mean? But this is why, so my platform, for those of you that are new, my platform started because I lived in Kenosha. I was there when the riots happened. We started live streaming. That's how we took off. And then I had 18,000 fucking questions about what the fuck happened. So I've been investigating Kenosha for over 2 years, and it's cost thousands and thousands of dollars of my own money and, a couple $1,000s of viewer donations that have come in, getting all of the content that we have for articles, all the videos that you guys see on the platform, all this fucking shit, right? And I spent fucking 2 years going on 3, and we still get it. You can ask the chat. We still get the fucking bullshit coming in and the threats and the nonsense, right? I spent all this fucking time moving 12 times since fucking Kenosha, and death threats and all this fucking shit, exposing the fucking truth about things that fucking happen and arguing with people about how half fucking dumb they are that they're just buy into bullshit rhetoric. You know what I mean? And we have 50 fucking people watching a fucking stream on Facebook and YouTube. Meanwhile, Law and Order has, fucking 5,000 that are watching, right? And we're over here trying to fucking make a difference so that you guys, and this is such a perfect fucking case, and I'll probably never shut up about this case the same way I don't shut up about Kenosha. This is such a perfect case to highlight corruption and bullshit without it dividing left versus fucking right. You know what I mean? And then we don't have to have those political arguments like we did about Kenosha and fucking, little goofy ass fucking Kyle Rittenhouse. We don't have to be angry about shit. We're literally seeing the bullshit in a city and in a courthouse and with a district attorney, all this shit. And you guys are like, you're seeing it firsthand. And we get thousands of people that try to fucking discredit the shit that we write about. You're staring at this shit. You're listening to it daily. 13 fucking days of listening to this. Terrorized and tormented for fucking 2 years. People setting up VoIP numbers, 9 different fucking numbers harassing me. People fucking coming in here talking about crawling into fucking bed and doing unspeakable shit with my fucking 8-year-old son. Bullshit. Having to wear a vest for over a fucking year just to walk half a fucking block to the corner store to buy a fucking Monster. Militia fucking showing up at 5 of 8 fucking hotels. Showing up at fucking houses I've lived at. Bullshit. Because of what I do. To tell you guys the truth. To expose corruption. To knock down people's fucking bullshit belief systems because we've all been lied to for fucking decades. And we're seeing it in a fucking court trial. I'm just, this is my city. This is my community. This is what we fucking deal with. Exposing a right-wing fucking live streamer, lying fraud piece of shit who's defrauding the city of Kenosha, all the fucking residents, with his bullshit lies that get him fucking donations on his stupid fucking platform, and then fucking holding fundraisers and fucking pocketing money off fucking dead kids. People dead in fucking Waukesha, raising fucking money. Where's the money, motherfucker? Gone. Who the fuck knows? We can't trace it. We can't trace it to a single fucking victim. Same thing in fucking Kenosha. Money fucking raised for fucking people that lost their businesses, lost their fucking homes. Where's the motherfucking money? Holding a fundraiser for a fucking little kid with fucking cancer, and then it is too fucking cool. He's got to go sign autographs in another fucking city, and he can't even fucking be there. Where's that money? We can't find it. We can't find it. And then for exactly what I'm talking about now, I get a restraining order filed against me. Right? And I got to defend myself in court for 5 fucking months because he's trying to shut me up. And then I got militia coming at me again, trying to figure out my fucking address. I got these 2 motherfuckers in court tampering with evidence and fabricating fucking evidence. I got to bring over 3,000 hours of fucking video footage into fucking court. You know what I mean? Who am I talking about? I'm talking about CJTV and fucking bitch ass Kevin Mathewson. That's who the fuck I'm talking about. This baffles me. This is my city, people. This is my city. You know what I mean? And I had to leave my city because of fucking bullshit threats. Realistic threats too. It's not just like, oh, let's email a fucking fuck you, Kevin. This is real shit. Yeah, really. I get real angry about my city. I get angry about people that come in and try to fuck with my city, and I get real motherfucking angry about these politicians and these police officers and all this bullshit. I really am, chat. I'm honestly thinking about just not streaming the fucking Murdaugh trial. I know I told you guys I would, but I'm honest. I honestly, first off, the trial's boring. It's boring. I don't give a fuck about it, honestly. You know, we're trying to build a platform because we're trying to. We wanted to stream trials. You know what I mean? We really wanted to do this. Like, we know that people are interested in it, and you know, protest world is dead and all this other fucking shit. And it's just like, I don't know. I'm really good at exposing fucking bullshit. I'm really good at investigating stuff. And I'm not doing it. I got 5 investigations. I haven't even I stopped basically for fucking 13 days. And even longer, because that's 13 trial days. But basically an entire month. I stopped 5 investigations. You know? And one of them is fucking, you know, we got some good ones that'll fuck people up, but one of them I actually really care about because it's a girl who got fucking, you know, if you guys are new, so we wrote 3 articles about this TikTok story that went viral. And this 25-year-old guy, this is 9 years old, 25-year-old guy gets charged with sexual intercourse of a child, 16 years old. She was 15 at the time. And the DA lied to the fucking judge about the circumstances around everything. And then the case got thrown out. And there's all type of even more fucked up shit with this. And this poor girl has gotten attacked online for telling her story. You know what I'm saying? And we had a police department that was getting attacked over this. We had to clear the police department of wrongdoing. We got to, you know, that story, that's one of the articles that I'm most proud of, is that one. Out of all of the corruption that I have exposed in Southeast Wisconsin, I am most proud of that fucking story. And I'm not even done with it. And I'm stopped because I'm on this fucking thing. Is the problem. There's too much bullshit. And I can't afford to fucking do all of it. And I don't have the time, and it's fucked. I'm just venting right now, chat. I'm venting. I'm really upset. I had a fucking headache over this. Anyway, I don't know. How do you guys feel? It's fucking. How do you guys feel? Tomorrow evening, I'm probably not going to be around like I said I was. It's another reason why with the fucking Murdaugh thing. It's so hard when these trials overlap and then trying to catch up. It's so hard. But I have to go somewhere tomorrow. have to go pick some shit up for this article I'm writing. So, because this is something we broke the news, I don't know, over a week ago, 2 weeks ago at this point, and you know, we're the only ones that broke it, of course. And then there's no follow up because I'm dicking around with fucking Mark Jensen and peen pictures. So we're finally getting the shit tomorrow, and I got to get this article out because hopefully, and again, we get this stuff and it's either to prove or disprove. And I'm praying to God it's to prove the fucking allegations because we're about to wreck a fucking judge's career. So I can't wait for that. Christine says medium rare should be in handcuffs. Dude, I love how you guys came up with that medium rare. That is so funny. These are like the funny things that I love about the chat. You guys are fucking hilarious. Yeah, I have to go. Tomorrow's the only day. I don't drive a car. So tomorrow's the only day I have a ride. I have to go and pick this shit up because I need to fucking get this article out. I have to look at all this evidence. So, and then with not streaming Murdaugh today, not streaming Murdaugh tomorrow, it's going to be all sorts of fucked. And we're going to have openings. So you figure 3 hours, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. They're going to be doing breaks between shit, right? And then you have the jury instruction. First off, you have the first part of the morning is going to be arguing about jury instructions. You already know that's boring as fuck. We watch it every trial. So it's going to be boring. That's going to take at least an hour, if not more. And I'm assuming it's going to take 2 hours because Jamboy's not going to shut his mouth. Right? So let's just say 2 hours. So that's 10:30. And then they're going to bring the jury in. And then we're going to hear Jamboy. That's going to bring us to lunch. Then we're going to hear the defense. That's going to bring us to another break. Then the state gets to stand up again and make another argument. And then they're going to break again. And then it's going to be however fucking long telling the jury how to do their job. Yeah, I mean the trial, the Murdaugh trial is boring. It really is. It's just a lot of shit on the content creator side because then my platform goes dead again. You know what I mean? And then we start losing fucking viewers and then people panic and they're like, oh, why am I paying a monthly membership? There's nothing happening. The whole platform goes dead because I'm literally dived into a fucking investigation. And then we don't monetize the fucking articles. You know what I mean? Like you see with like mainstream media, you know, that's why it's like for me, for those of you that are new to the platform, like for me, like I think information should be free. That's why we ask for donations instead of just charging to watch videos, charging to read articles. You know what I mean? Which is a very bad business model. I will absolutely admit it's a very piss poor business model. But I believe that when you're talking about corruption and exposing bullshit, I think the public has a right to know that. And I believe that the public shouldn't need to pay for that. So that's, you know, the biggest reason, like we ask for, you know, donations, like, hey, we're not charging you for shit, so help us out. You cover the trial where the dude represented himself, the Brooks trial for the parade incident. I wasn't, all right. So the background on that is that incident here, I'm going to pull this up so you guys can read this too. because a lot of you are not from here, so you have no idea the ramifications and the fuckery that we had to deal with. That whole thing became politicized, and it was fucked. So this kind of tells the story, a little bit of what I'm about to tell you, but it tells a lot more background. So the very short of it is, it came 2 days after the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict. Okay. Kyle's found not guilty. And then Darrell Brooks's stupid ass has to enter the picture. So it was immediately looked at as a BLM attack. It was looked at as a terrorist attack. It was looked at as a retaliatory attack because of the Rittenhouse verdict. And that's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. And it's all the rhetoric that you guys heard and listened to, and people lost their fucking minds over it. It's all bullshit. Okay. It was even debunked by law enforcement. This is not true. I was in Kenosha filming a protest because they were protesting the verdict. Okay. And there was some other things I was doing I can't talk about right now. That's when the restraining order thing I'm talking about, that's when that incident happened that, caused a lot of shit. And I was physically assaulted. Because I was doing something else out there that I can't publicly talk about right now, my phone was getting blown up. Everyone was losing their shit. Like, bro, get the fuck out to Waukesha. Because I live in Milwaukee, so I'm only like half an hour away. So everyone's like, bro, get the fuck out there. And I was like, why, dude? And they're like, because somebody just drove through a parade, and people are just murked all over the street. Now, because the views start skyrocketing, see, like right now, we dropped like half of our views. Nobody gives a fuck what I'm saying, right? As soon as we start telling the truth, nobody cares. They're just like, fuck this, and then they leave. People only want to see the car accident, right? They want to see the head roll across the street. During riots and protests and shit, they hope for bullshit, right? And we call it riot porn, right? So I had filmed enough riot porn for everybody during the Kenosha riots. I filmed every single day except the first day. And after the Rittenhouse incident, I was the only live streamer that was out there. So if you were watching a live stream after the Rittenhouse incident, you were watching me, right? I watched people get shot and killed right in front of me during all of that shit. I watched it happen. So for me, I was like, I am not going to Waukesha and filming fucking coats and gloves all over the ground. And if there's blood everywhere, and if there's fucking little babies just laying in the middle of the road, I'm not filming this so that we can get fucking 50,000 views off this. I'm not doing it. Fuck all of you. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I looked at it. I'm not doing it. Plus, I didn't want to fucking see any of that. So I continued what I was doing. And other people got the views and the fucking money and the clout and all the bullshit for fucking going out there. And that's fine, because half the people you guys watch, they do it for fucking clout, and they do it for fame so they can run around and sign fucking autographs like a bunch of fucking bitches. And then they defraud people out of fucking money. So to get more to your question, I did not cover the Brooks trial because of the amount of hate that we already get. And it would have been nothing but an argument, because I would have argued that this wasn't a hate crime. This was not intentional. Intentional is the wrong word. It was not retaliatory because of the Rittenhouse thing. I did not want to deal with that. I stayed far the fuck away from all of it, right? All the like death threats kind of chilled out a little bit. So I was like, I'm not touching this. And my buddy, Mercado Media, so Andrew Mercado, he's out of Minnesota. He covers the war in Ukraine, if you guys are into that. He's like the #1 live streamer that has the most reliable and truthful and accurate information. You guys should check him out. He goes live at 7 every night. He's been covering it since the start. But Mercado's cool as fuck. He's one of our good friends. And he was streaming the trial. So I was just in my house listening. The last 2 days I went to the courthouse, and I'm a journalist, so I was in the media room. I was giving him background information. What's his name? Mercado Media Productions. You can find him, but his name is Andrew Mercado. He was out in Kenosha too. He's another live streamer that was out there. So he's one of, that's why like we get pissed off when you guys start recommending other channels, because sometimes you guys recommend bullshit fuck channels that are just, there's no truth, and it's drama and bullshit. But Mercado is probably one of the more truthful people that are out there. You know what I mean? Merc's a really good friend, and he's spot the fuck on with truth. So, but he was live streaming. I went to the courthouse the last 2 days, and I was giving him a bunch of details, behind the scenes info, kind of telling him like how the jury's reacting to certain things, all that type of stuff. We were taking video of what the media room looks like, so you guys could kind of see that, right? Because you guys aren't allowed in there. Remember when the jury got to go look at the vehicle, right? So they sent it out to all the media. We were on that list. I was the first media outlet that put it out publicly. We beat everybody else to it. Merc played our video. We sent him the video, but we sent him the link, and it was cool as fuck to show our link and, say, hey, shout out to Never Stop, whatever, instead of just downloading the video we sent him and doing it that way. So that was fucking badass. But yeah, so I was in court for those last 2 days, and I wish I would have never went. The closing arguments, when DA Opper played all the video clips, piecing together that whole day, I'll never get that out of my fucking head. I cried my fucking eyes out in that courtroom. I had family members handing me fucking tissues and shit. I had community members fucking like hugging me and putting their fucking, I wish I would have never went. I've seen so much fucked up shit covering cases and all type of shit. I've seen autopsy photos. I've seen fucking bullets in fucking brains. I've seen so much fucked up shit. I watched people die in front of me. This is the worst thing I've ever fucking seen. And watching an 8-year-old boy bounce off the front of a fucking car, I'll never get that out of my fucking head. And it fucked me up even more because of, my son's middle name is Jackson. And he's 8 and plays fucking baseball, So it's just like, it fucked me up. So, and I didn't go for the victim impact statements. I knew the kids were going to be saying some stuff. I'm like, I'm not going to that. I can't. So I was home again for that. And I listened on Merc's fucking stream, and I was sitting in my house bawling my fucking eyes out. So I'm glad I didn't go. So, but then I wrote the article. I'll paste it here so you guys can read it later. So it kind of tells you the story like I just told you, and then it talks about Brooks's sentencing and all of that. But more importantly than those 2 points is that it talks about that what we went through as a community in Wisconsin, Southeast Wisconsin, the racist bullshit that we had to deal with because of that situation, because of one lunatic fuck that decided to hit a girl and then fucking drive his car off in a fit of rage. And just the fuckery that happened. And people were fucking tormented because of that. And for all of you that are not from Wisconsin and, whatever, like, you have no idea. You know none of that. And, it's again with fucking media, doesn't tell anybody. So, anywho. All right. What else? What else do you guys want to, any other questions, statements, comments, anything? We'll do one last round of this, and then I'm going to jump off and decompress and then figure out what the fuck I'm going to do for dinner. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're not. Hit the bell for all notifications so you know when we go live, upload new content. Make sure you like and follow the Facebook page if you haven't. Share our stuff out. You know, if you go to the website and you like an article, you know, one that catches your eye, share it out. There's some personal articles too that'll make you fucking cry. You know, if you're on the YouTube channel, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos. If you see one that catches your eye, share it out. What else? We have TikTok, Instagram. I'm not too like active on. I probably should be, but I'm not. We have a TikTok. We just created Patreon. We're trying to put content up there and get people over there. You can become a YouTube member for 99 cents per month. And then it goes to, I think, $2.99 and $5.99. It's a great way to support the platform. Get access to some member-only stuff. Otherwise, you know, there's links everywhere. You can donate. There's a GoFundMe, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, all that stuff. It helps with everything that we do. And a lot of that stuff, chat, it really goes towards paying for open records requests. That's where the majority of it fucking goes. Trying to keep this company fucking active. So, but I don't know. I got to figure out what I need, what I want to do right now with this Murdaugh thing. I don't even know. We kind of screwed up the plan with the Jensen thing ending earlier than we thought it would. I got to be gone again tomorrow evening, which is only an hour. I got to be gone. So we may have to, I don't know, we may have to do some very late night streams to catch up. But that's hard because a lot of you are not going to be on at no fucking 12 o'clock at night. I gotta figure out what I want to do. But anyway, anything else? Any other comments, questions, anything? Type it in the chat now if you have anything. Otherwise, I'm going to jump off. We've been on here for almost 10 hours. I still have probably another fucking 10 hours of video editing. We'll be back tomorrow morning, probably 8:15 again. We'll go live. Trial will start, I'm assuming 8:30. So we're right at the end of this trial. These motherfuckers are loud as fuck over here. All right, I'm out, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Have a good one.